Chapter 102. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Wuya's vision blurred, and he fell head first onto the plate of food in front of him. By the time he woke up, a long time had passed. Xianing Chong had used a lot of medicine. Meng Wuya wanted to cry but had no tears to shed after being plotted against by his own disciple. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Meng Wuya didn't even bother to wash his face and directly left High Heaven Pavilion to rush here. He was extremely regretful. If he had known that his disciple was so determined, he wouldn't have been so cheap as to provoke her impression of Yang Kai. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Although his disciple had countless treasures that could help her avoid many dangers, this was still inside Black Wind Mountain. What if she encountered one or two powerful monster beasts that didn't know what to do and ate her? If he had followed along, he wouldn't have to worry about this at all. Meng Wuya really wanted to slap himself a few times. Who asked you to be so cheap? He was still 10 li away from the 9 In congregation ground, but Meng Wuya could already feel the cold In Chi coming from there. While in midair, he anxiously raised his head to look. He saw that the In Chi in the valley was surging, but it seemed to be bound by an invisible energy and couldn't escape. Seeing this, Meng Wuya's heart finally calmed down. The 9 In 8 locks formation had been activated, which meant that his disciple had safely arrived here. Phew! At least there weren't any big mistakes. Meng Wuya breathed heavily. Only the heavens knew how much he had been on the road these past few days. His heart had almost broken down. Not long after, Meng Wuya arrived outside the valley, but he didn't go in. He looked into the valley with rapt attention, but the In Chi inside was too heavy. He couldn't see or hear anything, and even his divine sense couldn't probe inside. Since the 9 In 8 locks formation had been activated, it meant that his disciple had already started. He just had to wait for her good news. Being bound by the formation, the people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't go in. Although Meng Wuya could break the formation, if he did, his disciple's efforts would be in vain. I just have to wait. Meng Wuya consoled himself. This time he was wrong. The reason why Xianing Chong wanted to open the array ahead of time was not to deal with the 9th In Yuan condensing dew, but to deal with the bloody group situation. Meng Wuya didn't know that Xianing Chong was extremely weak right now, and Yang Kai was covered in blood. Both of them were in great danger. If he knew, he would definitely break the formation at all costs and slaughter Wen Fei-chan and the others inside 1,000 times over. You dare to even have ideas about this old man's disciple? Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Sometimes, things were just so miraculous. It was so close yet so far away. In the valley, Yang Kai was still standing quietly in the same place, his back as straight as a javelin, waiting for the arrival of the powerful enemy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard all around them. He's finally here. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified. He turned his head and looked at the place where Xianing Chong was hiding. He didn't know if he could survive this battle, but he had done his best, so he had no regrets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures almost simultaneously arrived at Yang Kai's side. Then, another person arrived. The first 3 were separation and reunion boundary experts of the bloody group. The last one was only at the Qi transforming 9th level, so his speed was naturally slower. After the 4 arrived, they didn't say anything. Instead, they stared at Yang Kai in shock. Because they found that in just an hour, this youth who was only at the initial element boundary 4th level actually had the strength of a peak initial element boundary expert. What was going on? Nu Lang's body was under his feet. His neck was broken, and his death was miserable. His eyes were bulging. Apparently, he didn't expect that he would die in this place. He died with his eyes wide open. In this valley where the cold wind blew, it made people feel creepy. Did you kill this person? A separation and reunion boundary expert of the bloody group asked. What about the most powerful person and your young master Long? Yang Kai didn't answer his question. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. He found that there was something wrong with the number of people. Originally, the bloody group had 7 people. In addition to Wen Fei-chen and Long Hui, The other Qi transforming boundary disciple had been killed by Xianing Chang's Yin Qi shackles. Therefore, there were only 4 people left. Humph, to deal with you, Hall Master 1 and Young Master Long don't need to act. The person who spoke before coldly snorted. This person wasn't very old. He was about 25 to 26 years old and was in the prime of youth. Bloody group, haha, you only know how to bully others. Yang Kai ridiculed. The youth's face was ruthless. To deal with you, I alone am enough. Although more than half of his strength had been sealed by the Yin Qi shackles, he still had the foundation of a separation and reunion boundary expert. If he really wanted to fight, he would definitely be more powerful than a Qi transforming boundary expert. How could he not deal with Yang Kai? It's useless to talk big. Why don't you try? Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. He also felt that these people's strength had been greatly reduced. They couldn't compare to the pressure they gave him before. Moreover, the Yuan Qi fluctuations on their bodies were quite unstable. The 3 people who came first were estimated to have the same strength as Nu Lang. Even if they were strong, they wouldn't be much stronger. The one who came later was slightly weaker than Nu Lang. If it was one-on-one, Yang Kai was sure that he could win. As long as he killed one of them, then the rest would be much easier. Little brat, you are so arrogant. Let your grandfather teach you a lesson. The youth was really smart. Before he finished speaking, he was about to come forward. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, as long as the youth came within 10 steps of him, Yang Kai would kill him even if he was injured. But at this moment, another separation and reunion boundary expert's voice sounded. Junior brother Yuan Lang. Don't fall into his trap. The youth immediately stopped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. Then he said, Yes, brother Kai. He is the only one here. We don't know where the girl is. She has many tricks, so we have to be careful. Moreover, this brat has the strength to kill Nu Lang. I'm afraid he has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Quickly capture him and force him to tell us where the girl is, Brother Kai said with a vigilant look. He waved his hand and said, Let's go together. 4 against 1, and the opponent was a cultivator at the initial element realm. Even if he had some tricks, he wouldn't be able to use them. He would definitely be captured. For shadows moved almost at the same time. They surrounded Yang Kai in the north, south, east, and west. Their ferocious killing moves covered his head. Facing such a dangerous situation, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. He laughed and said, I told you that the blood group only knows how to bully people with numbers. You still don't admit it. Yuan Lang, the youth who had almost fallen into the trap, blushed. While releasing his killing moves, he angrily shouted, Stinky brat, you have a sharp tongue. Wait until I capture you. I will show you. Chapter 103. You don't have the qualifications. Yang Kai roared. His Yuan Qi burst out from his body. His whole body was like a burning fireball, emitting a threatening heat. While speaking, Yang Kai and Yuan Lang's palms collided. With a muffled sound, Yang Kai staggered back, while Yuan Lang let out a strange cry and flew back. Retreating 3 steps, Yang Kai instantly fell into the encirclement of the other 3 people. Seeing that the 3 attacks were about to hit him, Yang Kai hurriedly lowered his body, avoiding the attack of another separation and reunion boundary expert. At the same time, he exposed his back to the weakest blood group disciple. With an earth-shattering momentum, both of his palms were aimed at the chest of the most vigilant brother Kai. It was this person who had just warned Yuan Lang, so he did not fall into Yang Kai's trap. Among the 4 people, he was the leader, so his strength was naturally the strongest. Even if his cultivation was sealed, he still had the strength of Qi transforming 2nd level. Therefore, Yang Kai made up his mind to kill him first. As long as he died, the remaining 3 people were nothing to be afraid of. In the time it took to take a breath, Kai Yang had already engaged in a confrontation with the 4 of them. Brother Kai saw that Yang Kai did not care about his own safety, and could not help but frown. Although he did not know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he had a bad premonition in his heart. This pair of palms. There must be a hidden secret. Retreat. This person was also quite decisive. Although he didn't believe that Kai Yang could cause him any harm, for the sake of caution, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his hand and sent out a palm strike towards Kai Yang, wanting to test his opponent's strength. His palms had not yet been pushed out, but he found that Yang Kai's mouth was showing a trace of a cold smile. Not good. I fell into his trap. In the next moment, he saw that Yang Kai's palms were fluttering left and right, unexpectedly avoiding his block. With a fearless attitude, they were still aiming at his chest. His two palms would certainly hit him, but his own attack would also hit him. Was this an injury for an injury? Before he could finish his thoughts, Yang Kai's palms changed again. The two burning palms suddenly became blood-red, as if there was some kind of liquid covering them. The temperature of the palms increased by another level. There was no way to dodge. Brother Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. His yuan qi fiercely revolved. Let's see who will die after this palm. In any case, I am a separation and reunion boundary expert. Although most of my strength has been sealed, and I feel like a tiger that has fallen to the plains, how could the quality and density of my yuan qi be inferior to yours? Bang 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 sound. Senior Brother Kai's palm landed on Kai Yang's chest. At the same time, Kai Yang's two palms also landed on his own chest. In an instant, the yuan qi's guarding's chest violently churned, as if his chest's feel, this kid's yuan qi is so pure. This person was shocked. He thought that if it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level was higher than his, he might have been injured by this palm. But before he could recover from his shock, he felt Yang Kai's palm once again emit a scorching heat. As the heat spread out, Brother Kai felt a sharp pain in his chest. He vaguely felt as if his body had been penetrated. His internal organs also started to churn. Get out of my way! Brother Kai flew into a rage. The power of his palm burst forth, and Yang Kai was no longer able to withstand it. He flew backwards like a rag sack. Yang Kai's body had not yet landed on the ground, but the weakest blood group disciple had already stabbed him with his sword. At the critical moment, Yang Kai twisted his body, and the sword directly pierced his shoulder, opening a bloody hole in his shoulder. This was not the end. Taking advantage of the fact that Yang Kai was injured, another separation and reunion boundary expert finally found the opportunity to kick Yang Kai's ribs, directly sending him flying. A moment ago, Yang Kai had dodged his attack, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. At this moment, he naturally did not show any mercy. At the same time Yang Kai was sent flying, a bottle suddenly slipped from his chest and fell to the ground. In the air, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. He looked at the bottle that fell from his chest, but he did not dare to go forward and pick it up. A flame suddenly appeared under his feet, and as fast as lightning, he disappeared into the jungle. Yuan Lang saw all of this and quickly rushed forward to pick up the bottle. Yang Kai's laughter came from afar. Ha ha ha. Blood group, separation and reunion boundary. Nothing more than this. Why did he run away? Several people from the blood group looked at each other in dismay. Yang Kai had let out a roar to attract them, and had been waiting here with an awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant attitude. Originally, they thought that Yang Kai had something to rely on, but now he unexpectedly ran away. Wasn't this thunder big but the rain small? Several people really thought that he had some extraordinary means. Now, looking at the direction he ran, they could not help but snort. Chase, he is seriously injured. He absolutely won't be able to hold on for long. Yuan Lang bitterly swung his palm and fiercely said. He had suffered a small loss when he fought with Yang Kai. He did not expect that Yang Kai's palm would be so difficult to resolve. After he had resolved it, the battle was actually over. From the beginning to the end, only 3 breaths of time had passed, and the speed was so fast that it made people stunned. After saying this, Yuan Lang immediately chased in the direction of Yang Kai, and the others also hurriedly followed. But before they could run a few steps, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly came from behind them. They turned their heads in surprise and saw that the strongest of them all, Senior Brother Kai, was actually lying on the ground, motionless, facing the yellow earth with his back to heaven and earth. Brother, what happened to you? Yuan Lang was surprised and asked, but did not get any response. What's going on? The one with the lowest strength was also confused. Just a moment ago, Brother Kai exchanged a blow with Yang Kai, but he should not have been seriously injured, right? The situation is not right. The third person frowned and hurriedly walked back. He turned the body of this senior martial brother over and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! How is Brother Kai?" Yuan Lang came back and asked. He was stunned for a moment, because at this moment, his brother's skin was red, and the blood under his skin seemed to be boiling. His eyes were bulging, and he looked almost the same as Nu Lang's. At this moment, Brother Kai was not breathing. There was a finger-sized hole in his chest, and blood was gurgling out of it. "It's hot." The bloody group disciple who was holding Brother Kai quickly put down the body. Once the body hit the ground, it unexpectedly burst open, and hot blood sputtered out, sprinkling on the ground, and steaming into a blood mist. The three people who were still alive were drenched from head to toe. Their blood was mixed with scorching primordial chi. The three people's expressions were extremely horrified. They did not expect that the strongest person in the group, Brother Kai, would die in such an inexplicable way. How did he die? When did Yang Kai kill him? The three people foolishly stood in the same place, blankly looking at their dead brother on the ground. Their expressions were very interesting. The four experts of the bloody group had attacked together to deal with Yang Kai, but unexpectedly one of them was killed by him in a flash. And he was only hit by a sword, a kick, and a palm. Although he was seriously injured, he still managed to escape. Chapter 104. The three of them couldn't accept this fact no matter how hard they tried. The person lying on the ground was a separation and reunion boundary expert. This was a motherfucker separation and reunion boundary expert. How could he be killed by an initial element boundary cultivator? There was a gap of 2 realms between the two of them. This was simply a huge joke. Although Brother Kai's cultivation was sealed by that woman and he had to use his Yuan Qi and mind to resist the invasion of the Yin Qi in the valley, he should still be able to display the strength of a Qi transformation boundary expert, right? How could he be killed? The three people's faces turned green and red, and they were still a little frightened. Each of them was thinking, what if Yang Kai's target wasn't this brother, but them? What would the result be? Without a doubt, they would also die here. At this moment, Yuan Lang finally understood Brother Kai's wisdom and vigilance. If it wasn't for Brother Kai's warning, he was afraid that he would be the first to die at Yang Kai's hands. "Brother, how did you die?" The weakest cultivator finally opened his mouth and asked, breaking the awkward silence. After this question was asked, the three people suddenly looked at each other in dismay. The scene of the fight just now replayed in their minds, and they finally found traces of Yang Kai's attack. It was that palm strike that traded injury for injury. This was Kai Yang's only offensive move in this battle. "He's that strong?" one of them asked in horror. "This isn't his ability. He must have hidden some powerful secret treasure. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to break through Brother's Yuan Qi defense and kill him in one blow." Yuan Lang looked at him and gradually calmed down as he analyzed. The other person also nodded in agreement. If he didn't rely on the power of the secret treasure, how could Yang Kai do this with his own strength? Even if Yang Kai stood up and admitted it, they wouldn't believe it. The amount of Yuan Qi needed to activate this secret treasure must be enormous, and his strength is only in the initial element realm, so he only has one chance to attack. After the attack, no matter whether it succeeds or not, he has to escape immediately. Yuan Lang's face was gloomy. The more he thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. His thinking gradually became more agile, and he actually felt like he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. His speculation was also quite consistent with Yang Kai's suspicious actions. Yuan Lang's tone was firm. "So, the current him, even if he still has some strength, he is just an arrow at the end of its flight. He definitely won't be able to use that artifact again. Adding on the fact that he has suffered such a serious injury, he is no longer a threat." The other two also felt that his analysis was very reasonable, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. It turned out that he was only relying on an artifact to achieve this level. How frightening. If his strength was so monstrous that even Brother Kai could easily kill him, then they should just wash their necks clean and stretch out their necks. Why should they linger on while at death's door? The blood group disciple with the lowest strength said, "Brother has been killed. Should we go back and report it?" Yuan Lang turned his head to look at him and lightly reprimanded, "Why go back? If we don't report it, I'm afraid it's not appropriate." This person hesitated. The other person thoughtfully looked at the youth and suddenly laughed. He said to the lowest strength disciple, "Junior Brother Wu, you don't understand Brother Yuan's intention." Junior Brother Wu's face was full of confusion. He turned his head to look at this person, and then turned his head to look at Yuan Lang, puzzled. Yuan Lang chuckled, "Junior Brother Ye's mind is so meticulous. I can't hide anything from you." Junior Brother Yi also laughed heartily. "Great minds think alike, that's all." Junior Brother Wu looked at the two of them speaking in riddles, but he couldn't understand the key point. He couldn't help but helplessly say, "Two brothers? Can't you explain things in simple terms?" Yuan Lang looked at him, and then said, "Junior Brother Wu, what do you think about the level of the artifact that Yang Kai relied on?" Junior Brother Wu listened for a moment, and then slowly replied, "Surrounded by the four of us, he was able to kill Brother Kai in one blow. The level of the artifact is certainly not low. At the very least, it is an Earth-grade mid-level artifact. It is very likely to be an Earth-grade high-level artifact." They had all seen Xianing Chang use a Heaven-grade defensive artifact. At this moment, Yang Kai had an Earth-grade defensive artifact. What was the big deal? Earth-grade defensive artifact was Junior Brother Wu's lowest evaluation, so this speculation was reasonable. Yuan Lang nodded slightly. "If we report this matter to Hall Master 1, what do you think the final result will be?" Junior Brother Wu almost instinctively said, "Yang Kai will die, and the artifact will be taken by Hall Master 1. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly understood everything. If Hall Master 1 knew that Yang Kai had an Earth-grade artifact, would they still have a share? That woman's Heaven-grade artifact had already been reserved by young Master Long Hui. Even if Hall Master 1 couldn't eat the meat, he still had to drink the soup, right? As for these brothers, they probably wouldn't even be able to lick the bottom of the soup. At most, when they returned, Hall Master 1 would reward them with some gold and silver. This time, after experiencing such danger, several of their brothers had died. Could it be that this was the only benefit they could get? Even if they worked hard for others, they still had to get something in return. Just now, they had been on the brink of death. Even now, their hearts were still beating wildly. How could this be made up for by some gold and silver? Moreover, Hall Master 1 had always been stingy. Even if he rewarded them, he wouldn't give them much. "Brothers, what do you mean?" Junior Brother Wu tentatively asked. Yuan Lang and Junior Brother Yi looked at each other. Junior Brother Yi nodded slightly. "Whatever Brother Yuan says, we will do." Yuan Lang laughed. "Good. Since the two junior brothers don't have any objections, then we won't report it." "Good." The two nodded. As for the artifact in Yang Kai's hands, Yuan Lang smiled and turned to look at the two junior brothers. "Whoever can kill him and avenge Brother Kai can have that artifact. What do you think?" Junior Brother Yi nodded. "Then we will do as Brother Yuan says. Are we going to split up?" Junior Brother Wu was the weakest. Just now, when he saw Brother Kai die on the spot, he naturally panicked. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Kai one-on-one. Junior Brother Yi said, "What are you afraid of? Yang Kai has activated the artifact once. How could he have any Yuan Qi left? Moreover, he had a fierce battle with the Storm House's people and was wounded badly by us. Anyone who meets him can kill him easily." Junior Brother Wu agreed with him. Before they came here, Yang Kai had a fierce battle with Nu Lang. He must have consumed a lot of his Yuan Qi, and they had seen his wounds. In this harsh environment, he still had to use his Yuan Qi and mind to resist the Yin Qi invasion. He was afraid that his strength had been reduced by 70 to 80%. If they met him, they could kill him easily. Now, instead of saying that they wanted to kill Yang Kai to avenge Brother Kai, it was better to say that they wanted to find the Earth-grade artifact in his hands. Whoever found him first would get the artifact. How could they move together? Thinking about this, junior brother Wu's breath became hot. Chapter 105. After they finished their discussion and were about to take action, junior brother Yi suddenly looked at Yuan Lang and said, "Brother Yuan, when Yang Kai was escaping just now, something seemed to have fallen out. What is it?" Yuan Lang was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Junior brother Yi is quite observant. As he spoke, he opened his palm and revealed the bottle. He said, "This should be a bottle of pills. Can I take a look?" Junior brother Yi smiled slightly. Yang Kai and that woman both had high-grade secret treasures on them, so their value was not low. When this bottle fell out, Yang Kai was obviously reluctant to part with it. A pill that could make him reluctant to part with it was definitely valuable. Because of this, junior brother Yi didn't want this thing to be monopolized by Yuan Lang. Everyone participated in the battle, so naturally, everyone who saw it should have a share. Sure. Yuan Lang also knew what junior brother Yi was thinking, so naturally, he wouldn't monopolize the spoil of war. As he spoke, he opened the bottle and looked inside. He was immediately surprised. It seems to be a Yang attribute pill. Yuan Lang's face showed some joy. Junior brother Yi and junior brother Wu also became excited. "Really? You'll know when you see it?" Yuan Lang said as he poured out some pills from the bottle and then flicked them to the two junior brothers. "It really is a Yang attribute pill." Junior brother Wu was very happy. As soon as the pills entered his hand, he felt the chill in his body disperse a lot. He didn't even need to use his Yuan Qi to resist the invasion of the Yin Qi. This pill was simply the nemesis of the Yin Qi in the valley. No wonder Yang Kai was reluctant to part with it. In this kind of harsh environment, the most important thing was this kind of Yang attribute pill. If he lost this thing, it would only make things worse. Yuan Lang shook the bottle and said, "We've already divided the pills, but junior brothers, these pills may have hidden secrets. Don't eat them, just carry them with you to ward off the cold. Brother will take his leave first." After all, this was a pill left behind by Yang Kai. What if there was poison in it? Although they weren't as meticulous as brother Kai, they weren't stupid enough to eat the enemy's food. After that, Yuan Lang used his movement technique and disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the other two also put the pills into their pockets and each of them chased after the direction in which Yang Kai disappeared. Yang Kai was like a ferocious beast licking its wounds. He quietly hid in the crown of a tree and tried his best to restrain his aura. His eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. His condition was very bad. After the battle with the 5 disciples of Stormhouse, his body had suffered some injuries. Just now, under the siege of the 4 people from Blood Group, his injuries were much more serious. Especially when the sword pierced through his shoulder, it must have injured his muscles and bones. Because of this, Yang Kai's left hand was somewhat unable to exert any strength. In order to prevent those people from following the trail of blood, Kai Yang had already used his Yang liquid to cauterize all of his wounds, sealing the flow of blood. Although the unyielding will allowed him to maintain his strength at the peak, in the end he was still an initial element boundary 4th stage cultivator. After the continuous battle, his physical strength and spirit consumption were enormous. If not for his unyielding will, he would have already collapsed. Recalling the dangerous battle a moment ago, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly sneer that brother Kai was worthy of being a separation and reunion boundary expert. Although more than half of his cultivation was sealed, Yang Kai still used a full 10 drops of Yang liquid to penetrate the Yuan Qi seal in his body and give him a fatal blow. But it was worth it. Although it was difficult to condense 10 drops of Yang liquid, it was not a waste to exchange the life of a separation and reunion boundary expert. In this adversity, Yang Kai's mind was clearer than ever. He understood that if he failed, not only would he lose his life, even Xianing Chong would be implicated. This was a matter of great importance. How could Yang Kai dare to relax? In addition to Long Hui and the strongest person in the blood group, there were still 3 people left. These 3 people's strength was not as good as brother Kai's. If it was one-on-one, Yang Kai was not afraid. But if they joined forces, this matter would be very difficult. Know yourself and know your enemy. then you will be victorious in 100 battles. Yang Kai had to figure out the movement route of the 3 people from the blood group and the direction of their attack. Only then could he come up with a corresponding plan to kill them. Therefore, before he left, he purposely left behind a bottle of medicinal pills. It could be said that the main purpose of the battle just now was to hide the traces of the pill he had left behind. Secondly, it was to kill that senior brother Kai. Fortunately, both of these goals were successfully accomplished. What he left behind was a bottle of mysterious yang pills. A few days ago, he found more than 10 mysterious yang blood flowers, and Xianing Chong helped him refine them. Because the Dantian yang liquid was abundant, and because they were in a hurry, Yang Kai did not take them. He did not think that they would come in handy now. Sometimes it wasn't necessary to eat a medicinal pill in order for something to happen. Yang Kai wanted to tell them that even if they carried the Dan in their arms, there was still a problem. He believed that his plan would succeed. After all, this was the 9th Yin congregation ground, where the Yin Qi was very strong. Suddenly there was a bottle of Yang attribute Dan, so he did not need to think about what those people would do. As long as they carried the mysterious Yang pills, he could rely on the origin of Yang seal to detect their location. In this way, the initiative was in his hands. After concealing himself for a moment, the Yang origin seal on his chest reacted. Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he hurriedly held his breath and suppressed his heartbeat. Not long after, a person flashed from below. Yang Kai looked at him and frowned. Why was there only one person? After waiting for a moment, not far away, another person hurriedly passed by. After a short while, a third person suddenly came to the tree where Yang Kai was hiding. Yang Kai quietly looked down and found that this person was actually the weakest blood group disciple. This person looked around for a moment and quickly disappeared. Strange. How could these 3 people be separated? Yang Kai frowned and thought hard, but he could not understand. How could he have known that these 3 people only thought he was an arrow at the end of its flight and that he had a powerful Earth-grade artifact in his possession? They simply wanted to see who would be lucky enough to find him. It was no wonder that these 3 people thought this way. If it was an ordinary initial element cultivator, the amount of Yuan Qi stored in their body would not be much. If they really went through a few life and death battles, the Yuan Qi would naturally not be much left. But Yang Kai was different. The amount of Yuan Qi stored in his meridians was not much compared to other initial element cultivators. But he had a lot of Yang liquid in his Dantian. Before he left, Yang Kai stored more than 40 drops of Yang liquid in his Dantian. It did not matter if the Yuan Qi in his meridians was depleted. A drop of Yang liquid could completely replenish it, making him full of energy again. It could be said that as long as the Dantian had reserves, and his physical and mental strength could keep up, Yang Kai was a tireless fighting machine. If Brother Kai was still alive, with his cautiousness and caution, he would definitely not let his people act separately and give Yang Kai the opportunity to kill them one by one. But Yang Kai had just killed him, and now it was Yuan Lang's turn to make the decision. Naturally, he did not think too much about it. Yang Kai did not understand the deep meaning of this, but now things were going more smoothly than he expected. How could he not grasp the opportunity in front of him? Chapter 106. After confirming that the other 2 were not nearby, Yang Kai jumped down from the treetop and followed Junior Brother Wu, who had the lowest strength. Junior Brother Wu was at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm and could be considered a good expert. But now that his strength was sealed, he could only display less than 40% of his strength. At this moment, he was vigilantly searching for traces of Yang Kai in the jungle. Unfortunately, although he had followed his blood all the way here, it had already disappeared a few minutes ago. This mountain valley was densely covered with trees, so it was difficult to find a person. Junior Brother Wu did not let go of any suspicious place. From time to time he would look up at the treetops, but the light here was too dim, so it increased the difficulty of searching. He could not let his 2 brothers beat him to it. If Yang Kai was found by them first, then he would not have a share of the Earth-grade secret treasure. Earth-grade secret treasure. Junior apprentice Brother Wu's heart began to burn with excitement. If he could possess such an artifact, then his status in the gang would definitely rise. By relying on this artifact, defeating a separation and reunion boundary martial artist would not be a difficult matter. While he was searching, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Junior Brother Wu turned around in horror and shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, he looked around and clenched the long sword in his hand. He was secretly vigilant, but he did not find anything. From time to time, he heard a rustling sound, but it was actually the sound of a cold wind blowing the surrounding trees. He was being paranoid. Junior Brother Wu secretly laughed at himself. In this mountain valley, apart from the people of the blood group, there was only Yang Kai and that woman. These two people were currently powerless to protect themselves, so why would they run to their deaths? Chuckling, Junior Brother Wu turned around and prepared to continue forward. Who would have thought that just as he relaxed his mind, he would suddenly feel a burning sensation from the top of his head. At the same time, his whole body tightened as an aura of death rushed towards him. Looking up in surprise, Junior Brother Wu's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, "Yang Kai!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai had already landed on top of him. His head was down and his feet were like a goshawk hunting for its prey. With the momentum of a pouncing attack, one of his palms ignited with a layer of bright red light as he slapped down towards the top of his head. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Junior Brother Wu only had time to draw out a sword flower before Yang Kai's attack arrived. In his panic, Junior Brother Wu tilted his head to the side, avoiding the vital part of his head. With a boom, Yang Kai's palm landed on Junior Brother Wu's shoulder. With a crisp crack, Junior Brother Wu's entire arm sank down and broke. The burning Yuan Qi entered Junior Brother Wu's body, causing him to scream out in pain. He shook his long sword again and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai flipped backwards in the air, the soles of his feet brushing against the sword, narrowly avoiding this attack. After landing on the ground, he bounced off the ground like an agile snake and quickly approached Junior Brother Wu's arms. His two hands were like butterflies as they wrapped around his right hand that was holding the sword. Then, with a push and a pull, he broke his balance and directly flipped him to the ground. This series of movements was incomparably fast, dazzling to the eyes, but the connection was natural and smooth. Falling to the ground, Junior Brother Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai's knee pressed against his shoulder and his two hands suddenly exerted force. Crack! Junior Brother Wu's right arm was also broken. With a miserable howl, Junior Brother Wu's hands were broken and his whole body was trampled under Yang Kai's feet. Looking at him coldly, Kai Yang didn't have the slightest trace of emotion on his face. With a kick of his foot, he picked up Junior Brother Wu's sword which had fallen to the ground. Then, aiming at Junior Brother Wu's chest, he pierced down. "You? How could you?" Junior Brother Wu looked at Yang Kai in disbelief with blood foam in his mouth. "How could you still have the strength to fight? You're just an initial element cultivator. You should be exhausted. Brother Yuan. Fuck you. Junior Brother Wu is dead because of you." This was the last thought in Junior Brother Wu's mind, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. After killing Junior Brother Wu, Yang Kai was slightly out of breath. The wounds on his body showed signs of splitting open, and blood once again gushed out. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai bent down and carefully searched Junior Brother Wu's body. Not long after, he found his mysterious yang pills. Not only that, this Junior Brother Wu also had some other valuables on him. Yang Kai pocketed half a bottle of Qi recovery pills and some banknotes. Carrying Junior Brother Wu's body, Yang Kai jumped onto a tree and hid the body in the canopy. Then he jumped down and ran in another direction. Time was of the essence. There were less than 4 hours before dawn, and he still had to kill at least 4 enemies. One of them was even an expert of the Yuan Qi realm. He still had a long way to go. With the improvement of his strength, the sensing range of the origin of Yang on his chest had also increased a lot. It was estimated that within 200 feet, Yang Kai could sense Yang Qi's reaction. 200 feet was already very far. Normally, those experts of the separation and reunion realm would have a keen perception. Naturally, no movement within 200 feet could escape their eyes and ears. But now, Yang Kai was the master of this 200 feet. After running for less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. He felt the presence of another person. However, this person actually stayed in the same place and didn't move. He didn't know what he was doing. Yang Kai waited for a moment and found that he still didn't move. Moreover, Yang Kai also felt that the place where the person stopped was a bit strange. It was as if the yin qi in the valley was converging towards that place. Frowning, Yang Kai quietly crept up. After a short while, Yang Kai finally approached within 300 feet of the other person. Hiding behind a large tree, he quietly looked over. 300 feet away, a vague figure stopped there, and not far in front of him, there was a bright white thing blooming with light. This thing was like a small sun, illuminating everything in its vicinity. It wasn't large, only about the size of a pigeon's egg, but from inside it, there was a burst of bone-chilling coldness, a coldness that could even freeze one's soul. At this moment, this thing was spinning endlessly. As it spun, the yin qi in the valley seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and was rapidly rushing towards it. The ninth yin yuan condensing dew. Yang Kai almost instantly understood what this thing was. Although he had never seen it before, Yang Kai still recognized it at a glance. Xianing Chong had brought him to the ninth yin congregation ground with the purpose of refining it. So this is what the ninth yin yuan condensing dew looks like. Yang Kai originally thought that it was a drop of dew. But now it seemed that this thing was quite intelligent and was indeed absorbing the yin qi of heaven and earth. Just as Yang Kai was secretly observing, the figure 300 feet away finally moved. This person was junior brother Yi. He tracked Yang Kai to no avail, but he didn't expect to find the ninth yin yuan condensing dew here. With his knowledge, he naturally didn't know the wonders of this thing, but he knew that this thing was a treasure. After quietly observing for a long time, he finally couldn't help but want to make a move. Chapter 107. As soon as he moved, Yang Kai naturally moved as well. At this moment, junior brother Ye's attention was completely attracted by the ninth yin yuan condensing dew, so it was a good time to launch a sneak attack. He never dreamed that Yang Kai could determine his position and was bold enough to launch a sneak attack on him. A greedy look appeared on junior brother Ye's face. His body was as nimble as a cat, and his movements were silent. He approached the ninth yin yuan condensing dew little by little. The distance was getting closer and closer. 20 feet, 10 feet, 9 feet. The ninth yin yuan condensing dew was still in the same place, constantly absorbing the heaven and earth yin qi in the valley, stirring up the surrounding yin qi. When the distance between junior brother Yi and the ninth yin yuan condensing dew was only 5 feet, his yuan qi suddenly became violent. His hidden body rushed out like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His eyes were full of fire, and he stretched out his hand to grab the ninth yin yuan condensing dew. Yang Kai also moved. His eyes were locked on junior brother Ye's body. His feet were like the wind, and he was holding the long sword that he had just robbed. Taking advantage of the opponent's unguarded state, he was ready to kill him from the side. Just when junior brother Yi thought that he was about to succeed, the ninth yin yuan condensing dew suddenly stopped absorbing yin qi. An extremely strong yin qi burst out from inside and rushed toward junior brother Yi. This change was so fast that junior brother Yi couldn't stop his footsteps. Junior brother Yi was shocked. He had just observed it for a long time. Although he was sure that this was a heaven and earth treasure, he didn't know that this thing had spirituality and could counterattack in the face of a crisis. Junior brother Yi was scared out of his wits for a moment. Feeling the oncoming cold air, he panicked. His yuan qi was activated, trying to resist the oncoming crisis. Just when he was ready to withstand the impact, the ninth yin yuan condensing dew suddenly shook and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment it disappeared, the surrounding light suddenly fell into darkness. As the light changed, junior brother Ye's vision was greatly affected. He couldn't see what was happening around him at all. It was at this moment that Yang Kai made his move. Although Yang Kai's vision was also affected, he could still roughly determine the enemy's position. Even if the stab didn't take his life, it definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time. Junior brother Ye's mind was completely focused on the cold air that was rushing towards him. How could he feel the killing intent coming from the side? The next moment, junior brother Ye's body swayed as the cold air hit him head-on. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his yuan qi was not running smoothly. He couldn't help but shiver. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if he had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Junior brother Yi had a lot of experience in dealing with enemies. After all, he was a master of separation and reunion. Although his vision was blocked, he instinctively flew up and swept his leg in the direction of Yang Kai. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai was swept in the shoulder and flew out. The two people's heavy breathing sounded at the same time. At this moment, Yang Kai didn't need to hide his figure anymore. Gradually recovering his vision, junior brother Yi looked in the direction of Yang Kai with resentment. His body couldn't help but shiver. His hand covered his waist and ribs, and his figure staggered. At his waist, a long sword came out of his body. Yang Kai had used almost all of his strength just now. Junior brother Yi also had to use his yuan qi to resist the cold air. How could he guard against it? It's you. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, junior brother Ye's expression suddenly became interesting. He had just thought of several possibilities. One possibility was that Yuan Lang or junior brother Wu had sneak attacked him. In the face of benefits, it wasn't strange for fellow disciples to kill each other. Another possibility was that the woman wanted to kill him. Another possibility was that there was another group of people in this valley. But he never thought that the one who attacked him was actually Yang Kai, who they thought was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Ha ha! Yang Kai slowly got up and looked at him with a grim smile. He shook the shoulder that was hit and found that it wasn't serious. Then he walked over step by step without fear. Junior brother Yi was now an arrow at the end of its flight. How is this possible? Junior brother Ye's face gradually turned pale. Although I don't know what you're surprised about, it seems that all of this is very different from what you expected. Yang Kai said coldly. Junior brother Yi looked down and said with a surprised expression, "This is junior brother Wu's sword. Yes, he's already dead. Now it's your turn. So, we were all fooled by you." At this moment, junior brother Ye's heart was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness and humiliation. When brother Kai died at the hands of Yang Kai, it could be explained as the power of the secret treasure. But now, he was going to die at the hands of Yang Kai. He was at the separation and reunion level. Now he was going to be killed by a cultivator at the initial element level. What kind of world was this? Sullen. Very sullen. With a cry, junior brother Yi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became more and more dispirited. The injuries on his body and the humiliation on his mind made him feel haggard and powerless. But he couldn't resist. "I have no enmity with you, but since you came to me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He walked in front of junior brother Yi and raised his palm to attack him. Junior brother Ye's eyes suddenly brightened as if he had a final burst of strength. He pulled out the long sword at his waist, held it in his hand, and slashed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his body and hit junior brother Ye's chin with an uppercut. Junior brother Ye's entire chin was immediately shattered. His body flew high into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Without waiting for him to resist, Yang Kai rushed up and punched him twice. The yuan qi burst out, and junior brother Yi was immediately killed. Standing up, Yang Kai sneered, "Playing tricks? I'm your grandfather." Obviously, junior brother Yi just pretended to be weak. He wanted to let Yang Kai get close to him so that he could kill him in one blow. But Yang Kai was already prepared. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, not to mention he was a cultivator. Before the enemy was killed, any carelessness could cost him his life. After killing this person, Yang Kai searched his body as usual. He didn't find much, just 1 or 2 bottles of elixirs and some banknotes. After all, these people went out, so they couldn't bring too many things with them. He could use the elixirs himself, but there were several banknotes. Yang Kai didn't look at them carefully, and directly stuffed them into his trouser pocket. Like before, he threw the person's body into a nearby tree. Yang Kai looked around and found that the 9 yuan condensing dew had long disappeared. Yang Kai also felt the cold energy that burst out of the 9 yuan condensing dew. It was an extremely overbearing energy. No wonder he was needed to help collect it. This thing was very intelligent and would escape when it felt something was wrong. Except for the Yang attribute Yuan Qi, which was its nemesis, there was probably no good way to collect it. There were still more than 2 hours before dawn. He had to hurry. But before that, Yang Kai had to go back and ask Xianing Chong how to collect the 9 yuan condensing dew. Chapter 108. The 9 yuan condensing dew was a drifting thing, and the mountain valley was not small. If he was lucky enough to find it, he would be able to collect it. However, before coming here, Yang Kai had asked several times. Whether it was Xianing Chong or Old Man Meng, they did not answer. They only said that they would tell him when the time came. This made Yang Kai somewhat suspicious and puzzled. Now it was time to find out more. The location of Xianing Chang's hiding place. Kai Yang still remembered it clearly. He cautiously ran towards that direction while paying attention to the reaction of the origin of Yang on his chest. He wanted to see if he could find Yuan Lang. However, along the way, the origin of Yang did not react at all. He did not know where Yuan Lang had run off to, but he was helpless. After all, his sensing range was only 2,000 feet. If Yuan Lang went beyond this range, Yang Kai would not be able to find him. After rushing for a stick of incense, just as he was about to reach Xia Ning Chang's hiding place, the origin of Yang on his chest reacted at this moment. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. He was surprised because Yuan Lang's current location was very close to Xia Ning Chang. He was happy because he had finally found this blood group disciple. Had he found Xia Ning Chang? Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly approached that direction. At the same time, he held his breath and paid attention to that direction. After a moment, Yang Kai sighed in relief. There was no movement from that direction. Yuan Lang should not have found Xia Ning Chang's hiding place. Otherwise, they would definitely have started fighting. Yang Kai was not worried about Xia Ning Chang's safety. After all, she could still use her heaven-grade defensive artifact. However, her hiding place was very awkward. It was a crack in the mountain that only allowed one person to enter at a time. If Yuan Lang blocked her inside and let out a whistle to inform Long Hui and that expert, things would become very troublesome. Thinking of this, Yang Kai became even more cautious. Xianing Chang was also very nervous at this moment. Since Yang Kai left, she had been recovering here. After taking a palm strike from Wen Fei Chun, activating a heaven-grade artifact, and opening the 9-8 locks array, her consumption was greater than anyone else's. After recovering for such a long time and using all the pills he had with him, he had only recovered 20% of his strength. At best, he was only equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the initial element realm. Just a moment ago, there was a sudden commotion outside. Xianing Chang was so shocked that her heart jumped. She hid in the crevice of the mountain and didn't dare to move. Her pair of bright eyes quietly narrowed as she looked outside, wanting to see who was approaching. She was expecting Yang Kai, but if it was really Yang Kai, there was no reason for him not to come in immediately. That person had been loitering outside for a long time, but had not been able to enter. Naturally, it was not the person she was waiting for. It was the enemy. She just didn't know how strong this person was. The other party had been searching nearby for a full 30 minutes, very carefully, but found nothing. Seeing that the footsteps were about to leave in a hurry, Xia Ning Chang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, there was a rustling sound from the bushes at the entrance of the mountain crevice. Xia Ning Chang's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly jumped up again. Immediately after, a small black shadow suddenly rushed out of the bushes and jumped directly in front of Xia Ning Chang. She was so scared that she almost cried out in alarm, but when she looked closely, she couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. This was actually a squirrel that lived in the valley. It was probably frozen by the yin qi, so it had found this mountain crevice to take shelter from the wind. Xianing Chang cautiously reached out, wanting to grab it. Unexpectedly, the squirrel was very vigilant. When it sensed that there was someone here, it immediately jumped out. In midair, a large hand suddenly appeared and firmly grabbed the squirrel. Then, with a strong squeeze, blood splattered. Hee! A burst of sinister laughter rang out as Yuan Lang's sturdy figure blocked the only entrance to the mountain. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he looked at Xianing Chang, who was sitting inside, and said, "So you were hiding here?" Xianing Chang's face suddenly became cold. Her beautiful eyes angrily looked at Yuan Lang. Women generally loved small animals very much, especially small animals that looked cute. Although the squirrel just now exposed her whereabouts, Yuan Lang's cruel methods still angered her. "You made me look for you for a long time." Yuan Lang blocked the mountain crevice and calmly looked at Xianing Chang. "What is lost at the swings? What is gained at the swings? I couldn't find Yang Kai, but I found you. It's a great achievement." With this sentence, Xianing Chang immediately calmed down. It turned out that junior brother was safe and sound. "If you dare come over, I'll let you die without a burial place," Xianing Chang coldly threatened. However, her natural disposition was pure and innocent. Even when she lied, her face would turn red. If these words had come from someone else's mouth, it would have been somewhat threatening. However, Yuan Lang could hear the lack of confidence in her words. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Do you still have the strength to fight? You're lucky that you didn't faint after taking that palm strike from Hall Master 1. Right now, you're just hanging on by a thread." Although Yuan Lang's strength was sealed, Xianing Chang wasn't much better off. If they really fought, Yuan Lang wasn't afraid of her at all. After all, both of them were at the separation and reunion boundary. It was just that one of them was higher than the other. Now that the only exit was blocked by her, Yuan Lang had the upper hand and victory was in his hands. "Be obedient and I promise I won't let you suffer. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless," Yuan Lang fiercely threatened. Xianing Chang didn't answer. She secretly gathered her Yuan Qi and prepared to give him a fierce blow when he got close. However, Yuan Lang obviously knew what she was planning to do. He didn't get close and just blocked the way. This made Xianing Chang secretly complain. "I know you have a heaven-grade defensive artifact. In my current state, I'm afraid I can't do anything to you. But what if I send a message to ask others to come over? Do you still have any hope of escaping?" Yuan Lang wasn't in a hurry. He had the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, using words to destroy Xianing Chang's psychological defenses. "What do you want to do?" Xianing Chang coldly asked. "What do I want to do? I should be the one asking you that. If you want to live, you have to obediently agree to a few of my conditions. If you don't, I'll call people over right now." Realizing that the time had come, Yuan Lang finally revealed his foxtail. What conditions? Xianing Chang was also happy to waste time with this person. Right now, the more time she had, the more her Yuan Qi would recover. First, you have to seal your Yuan Qi and obediently wait to be captured. Second, you have to give me that defensive artifact. Third, Yuan Lang revealed a trace of a perverted smile. "Take off your mask and let me see your true appearance. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. If you really are a beauty, I'll let you go and definitely won't make things difficult for you." Even a child wouldn't believe this. If Xianing Chang really sealed her Yuan Qi, then wouldn't Yuan Lang be able to do whatever he wanted? In this dark and windy night, where a man and a woman were alone, how could a man resist the temptation of beauty? Xianing Chang was simple, but she wasn't someone who could be easily deceived. She immediately scolded, "Wishful thinking." Chapter 109. "You're forcing my hand." Yuan Lang's face turned cold. "You're going too far." Xianing Chang did not back down. Yuan Lang's expression was cold and stern. He wanted to send a message, but after thinking about it, he restrained himself and chuckled. "Then let's see if this girl's defensive artifact can block my attack." He really couldn't bear to give up such a delicious meal that was already in his mouth. If he could really subdue Xianing Chang with his own strength, it would be equivalent to obtaining at least a heaven-grade artifact. With such a treasure, where could he not go in this big world? There was no need to stay in the blood group and risk his life, right? What's more, this girl's origin was mysterious and her value was not low. He estimated that she had more than one artifact. So he wanted to try. If it really didn't work, then it wouldn't be too late to send a message. In any case, with him here, she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Thinking of this, Yuan Lang smirked and walked towards Xia Ningchang. Xia Ningchang complained in her heart. Although she had recovered 20% of her Yuan Qi and could activate her defensive artifact, it consumed too much Yuan Qi. Once she used it, she would fall into a state of weakness again. She was still counting on using this little bit of Yuan Qi to find Yang Kai. How could she bear to use it all up? But if she didn't use it, she didn't have the confidence to defeat Yuan Lang. The terrain here was really bad. She couldn't display her strength. She could only block for a while and see if she could find an opportunity to kill him. Xia Ningchang also didn't intend to be lenient. The other party had already bullied her. How could she compromise? The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Xia Ningchang also slowly stood up, secretly raising her Yuan Qi and vigilantly staring at Yuan Lang, who was coming over. This was a true encounter on a narrow path. In this narrow mountain gap, no matter who it was, there was no way to easily avoid each other's attacks. When they were still 10 meters away, Yuan Lang's smile gradually disappeared. His expression turned serious. Xia Ningchang suddenly made her move. Without any warning, she made the first move, much to Yuan Lang's surprise. Her slender jade-like hands formed an orchid shape, and she flicked her finger forward. An ice-cold wind shot towards Yuan Lang like an arrow. Yuan Lang's expression changed. He didn't expect this woman to still have the strength to fight with him. After all, how long had it been since she was injured? Even if he took a pill, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly, right? How could he know that Xia Ningchang had a special physique? As soon as the pills entered her body, she could directly absorb and refine them. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have enough pills with her, how could she only recover 20% of her strength? This finger wind was cold to the bone, like a sharp icicle. It was the result of Xia Ningchang using the yin qi in the valley and her own special characteristics to instantly refine it. The killing power wasn't too strong, but the advantage was that it didn't consume much energy and it was fast enough. With a whizzing sound, Yuan Lang used his palm to move his saber. Yuan Qi burst forth, and he slashed forward with his palm, shouting, "Flying Cloud Chop!" Flying Cloud Chop wasn't a palm technique, but a saber technique. It was an earth-level low-grade martial art, and its power wasn't weak. However, Yuan Lang didn't have a saber, so he could only use his palm as a substitute. Naturally, the power of the attack was reduced. But even so, Xia Ningchang's attack was cut in half by him, and it didn't have any effect. Feeling that this attack didn't have any killing power, Yuan Lang wanted to laugh at it, but he didn't expect that he would be met with another wave of so-so sounds. It was Xia Ningchang who had sent out another attack. Yuan Lang was annoyed. He formed a fist with one hand and punched out, shouting, "Azure Dragon's Roar!" Sure enough, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. This move was even more powerful than the previous Flying Cloud Chop. Without giving him time to breathe, the whizzing sound came again. Xia Ningchang actually started to move left and right. Her two small hands moved endlessly, and one wind after another fiercely shot out. Yuan Lang didn't retreat an inch, and hurriedly used his martial arts to neutralize it. Thousand Execution Flash, Flying Phoenix Ghost Kill, Heavenly Mandate Thunder, Transforming Iron Palm, Steel Beheading Hand, Spirit Dragon Fist. As expected of a separation and reunion boundary expert, the variety of martial arts he practiced was very varied. He changed his methods to compete with Xia Ningchang's attacks, and for a moment they were in deep water. On the other hand, Xia Ningchang was the type to deal with all kinds of changes. No matter what kind of martial skill he used, all she had was a cold finger wind. The two of them were separated by 10 meters, but they were evenly matched. Sparks flew from the cliff walls of the mountain crack, all of which were swept out by the aftershocks of the two people's martial arts. After fighting for a long time, Yuan Lang finally realized that something was wrong. His strength was sealed, and he had to work hard to resist the invasion of the cold qi. After continuously using so many martial arts that consumed yuan qi, he actually felt a little weak. On the other hand, the woman opposite him was still the same as before. Her face didn't turn red, and her heart didn't beat fast. It was as if the wind she sent out didn't cost money, and didn't consume yuan qi at all. How could he know that Xiaoning Chang's wind was mostly the cold wind gathered from the cold qi in the valley? She only needed to use a little bit of her yuan qi to create a strong killing force. After fighting for a while, Yuan Lang finally understood that, in his current state, he couldn't eat Xiaoning Chang at all. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and said fiercely, "Stinking woman, if you still don't surrender, I'll call young Master Long Hui over. If he comes over, he'll definitely ruthlessly ravage you and make you wish you were dead." Despicable. Xiaoning Chang was angry. Hehe. Any woman who falls into Long Hui's hands doesn't have a good life. You might as well obediently submit to me. I promise I'll treat you well. Shameless. Xiaoning Chang continued to be angry. I'll count to 3. If you don't surrender, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yuan Lang's expression turned cold as he made his final ultimatum. Then, he slowly shouted, 1. While the two were talking, their hands didn't rest at all. They were still fighting fiercely. 2. Yuan Lang deliberately dragged out the word. Xiaoning Chang's eyes suddenly curved into crescents. Although her face was covered by a veil, Yuan Lang was sure that this woman was smiling just now. She looks so good when she smiles. Yuan Lang thought to himself. For a moment, he couldn't bear to say 3 out loud. Have you thought it through? Yuan Lang thought that she had changed her mind. Xiaoning Chang's eyes were still curved like crescents. She shouted, "Do you think you're the only one who knows how to call people?" What? Yuan Lang didn't understand. I know how to call people too. Xiaoning Chang looked behind him and stamped her feet with a sobbing tone. Junior brother, you're finally here. Yuan Lang didn't even turn his head. He sneered. You want to use this kind of trick to trick me? Miss, do you think I'm an idiot? You really are an idiot. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Yuan Lang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly tried to turn around, but Xiaoning Chang didn't give him the chance. She attacked him fiercely, causing him to be flustered. In addition, the mountain was narrow, so he couldn't turn around. Half of his body was stuck, unable to advance or retreat. It was very awkward. With a puff, Yuan Lang felt a pain in his back. He vaguely felt a sharp weapon pierce through his body. He looked down and saw the tip of a sword piercing through his heart. Chapter 110. The sword pierced through his chest. This was a fatal wound. Yuan Lang could feel his heart suddenly contracting. All the blood in his body burst out, and his life was quickly fading away. He turned his head with difficulty and finally saw Yang Kai behind him. Bastard! Yuan Lang's face showed a strange expression. He looked at Yang Kai with unwillingness and anger. Yang Kai was silent. He pulled the sword out of Yuan Lang's chest, bringing out a burst of warm blood, and then suddenly stabbed it in again. After taking 2 blows, Yuan Lang finally couldn't take it anymore. His body softened and he fell down. His consciousness gradually blurred. Before he died, Yuan Lang's mouth slowly showed a trace of a bitter smile. His luck was really bad. God made fools of people. He originally thought that he had the upper hand by blocking this woman in the mountain crack, but he didn't expect that he would be blocked by someone else. If it weren't for this special terrain, how could he be killed without being able to fight back? Even if he couldn't beat them in a 1 versus 2 situation, he should have had a chance to escape, right? But now everything was in vain. The hunter, who knew that there would be a day when he would become the prey. Are you okay? Yang Kai looked up at Xiaoning Chang. In fact, when Yuan Lang discovered this little senior sister, Yang Kai was already nearby. However, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he waited until Yuan Lang entered the mountain crack and fought with Xiaoning Chang before he made a sneak attack. This method was a bit despicable. After all, Xiaoning Chang didn't know the situation and was frightened for a while. However, it was the most time-saving and effortless way to kill the enemy. I'm fine, you. Xianing Chang was stunned before she finished speaking. She saw the half-foot-long wound on Yang Kai's abdomen and the bloody hole on his shoulder. At this moment, the blood-soaked Kai Yang's face was calm and filled with concern. His expression was firm and resolute, giving off a kind of steadiness and reliability that only men could possess. He was completely different from his usual weak and fragile self. His upper body blocked the entrance of the mountain. His thin body was as immovable as a mountain, blocking all the wind, rain, and tribulation, making this narrow mountain crack as warm as a tranquil harbor. Slowly walking forward, Xianing Chang stretched out her trembling hand towards the wound. However, she didn't dare to touch it for fear of hurting Yang Kai. Her eyes instantly turned red. It had only been 4 hours. What kind of arduous battle had he gone through outside for him to become like this? How much blood did he have to bleed to make his blood chi soar to the sky? In this mountain valley that was practically cut off from the rest of the world, facing more than 10 enemies who were eyeing them covetously, Xianing Chang felt as if she and Yang Kai were mutually dependent. Now that she saw his miserable state, how could she not feel distressed? Every girl had the dream of a hero saving the damsel in distress. Although the person who saved her this time wasn't a great hero, nor was he a great hero, but was just an ordinary junior brother in the initial element realm. Compared to her own strength, he was worlds apart. But the girl's heart couldn't help but ripple. It's just a small wound, Yang Kai said indifferently. Oh right, I found the 9th yuan condensing dew. Xianing Chang rubbed her eyes. She wasn't as happy as she expected. How do we collect that thing? You should tell me now, right? Yang Kai asked. Otherwise, if we find it later, it might run away again. We don't want that. Xianing Chang pulled on Yang Kai's hand and gestured for him to sit down. Why not? Yang Kai frowned. Didn't they come all the way here just for the 9th yuan condensing dew? Xianing Chang ignored him and said softly, Sit down first and we'll talk. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously and then slowly sat down. Xianing Chang lowered her head, bit her lips, and half knelt in front of Yang Kai. She tore a long piece of cloth from her dress and then took out a bottle and poured some ointment on the cloth. She reached over to Yang Kai's body and wrapped the wound on his abdomen. Yang Kai let her do whatever she wanted. We'll wait here until dawn, Xianing Chang said softly as she wrapped Yang Kai's wound. After dawn, the 9-8 locks formation will break and we'll leave this place. But we came here. Don't. Xianing Chang interrupted Yang Kai with an unquestionable firmness. For that thing, it's not worth it. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and frowned. I know what you're worried about, but I've already killed 9 of them. They only have 2 people left. What? Xianing Chang looked up, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. They still have 2 people, we also have 2 people. Why should we be afraid of them? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with madness. Since they're not kind, we don't need to be polite to them. Also, the 9th yuan condensing dew, we can't let go of this thing. We can't give up halfway. You're lying to me, right? Xianing Chang looked at Yang Kai innocently. Are you so gullible? Yang Kai chuckled. He accidentally pulled on his wound and sucked in a cold breath. Are they really only left with 2 people? Yes. There's only Long Hui and the person who injured you left. Yang Kai nodded. Xianing Chang was stunned. She had thought that Yang Kai had returned in such a distressed state because he was being chased by so many people outside. Being able to escape with his life was already a stroke of luck, but she had never expected that he would actually tell her that in just 2 hours. He had killed 9 enemies. There were several separation and reunion boundary cultivators among those people. How did he do it? If they only have 2 people left, then we really don't need to be afraid of them. Xianing Chang frowned. The only thing I'm worried about now is that after dawn, that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator will recover his strength. If he continues to chase after us, I'm afraid we won't be able to run far. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. After the formation is broken, his strength can also recover? Yes. Then we don't have a choice. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. If they didn't kill that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator before dawn, then the two of them would definitely be captured alive. But I've only recovered 20% of my strength. If we really meet that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator, I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome. Xia Ning Chang sighed. I've collected a lot of pills here. See if there's anything you can use. Yang Kai took out the loot from the dead person and then ran to Yuan Lang's body to search. He immediately took out several bottles of pills. Yuan Lang seemed to be much wealthier than the others. He carried more pills and banknotes with him than the others. With these Qi recovery pills, I should be able to recover 40% of my strength. That should be enough. Xianing Chang's face showed a bit of excitement. You recover first. I'll keep an eye on you. Yang Kai also wanted to take advantage of this time to recover. Although the Yuan Qi in his body was endless, his physical strength and spirit still needed to be nurtured. Chapter 111. There was less than an hour left before dawn. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang walked out of the hidden crevice and followed the direction of the flow of Yin Qi in the valley. Now the direction of the flow of Yin Qi in the valley was very easy to identify because the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew was absorbing the Ling Qi in the valley at a very fast speed, causing the entire valley's Yin Qi to fiercely converge towards a certain place. This kind of strange phenomenon could be detected by anyone who was in the valley. Yang Kai estimated that the two people from the Bloody Battle Gang would certainly go to investigate, and when the time came, they would naturally meet. After killing several Qi transforming stage and separation and reunion stage experts, Yang Kai's fighting spirit still had not subsided because there was still a Yuan Qi stage expert in the valley. As long as there was pressure, Yang Kai's unyielding will would always play its role, and his mind and body would always be tense. He just didn't know how much strength this Yuan Qi stage expert had left. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the two gradually approached the source of the Yin Qi. There was a bright light suspended in the air, and when the Yin Qi entered it, it disappeared as if it was swallowed. This was the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew that Yang Kai had seen before. However, compared to before, it was very different now. The 9 Yin dew crystals from before were just a ball of light, without any special shape. Now it was like a flower bud that was about to bloom, and the tender petals were clearly visible. The two people hid their figures, and were about 50 feet away from the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew. Xianing Chang whispered, "The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew is inside the flower bud, and when the flower bud blooms, it will appear. At that time, it can be collected. Originally, I arranged the 9 Yin 8 locks formation to deal with it, but those people forced me to activate it ahead of time. As long as those people don't die, the 8 Yin Qi chains will not return. This time, we can only rely on Junior Brother's means. Your true Yang Yuan Qi is its nemesis. If I don't have the formation, I can't help you. Doesn't it know how to escape?" Yang Kai frowned. "Yes, so there is not much hope." Xianing Chang was about to retreat. "Then if we kill all those people, you can use the formation again, right?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Although you say that, what if they don't come here?" "They're already here." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he suddenly turned his head to the side. When Fei Chen's hearty laughter rang out, "Ha-ha! Smart brat!" Yang Kai's expression was calm as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Xianing Chang. When Fei Chen calmly arrived 20 meters away from the two and said with a smile, "You are actually still alive. It seems that those pieces of trash won't be able to accomplish anything great." When Fei Chen had been trying his best to dissolve the Yin Qi chains that had invaded his body, but no matter what he did, he was unable to do so. None of his subordinates had returned to report the situation. He and Long Hui had been waiting anxiously when they suddenly felt a change in the Yin Qi in the mountain valley, so they followed the traces and came here. As soon as they arrived, they saw Yang Kai and Xianing Chang. When Fei Chen and Long Hui were both overjoyed at the unexpected good news, they didn't bother to hide their figures and walked over openly. Since things had escalated to this point, when Fei Chen naturally would not be kind to Yang Kai, he immediately let out a long whistle, wanting to call back his subordinates. But after he shouted, he discovered that the youth opposite him was looking at him with ridicule, without the slightest trace of fear. When Fei Chen did not understand why the other party was so fearless, Yang Kai took a step forward and said with a cold expression, "Even if you shout until you lose your voice, no one will come to help you." When Fei Chen's expression changed, "What happened to them? They're all dead. Dead people naturally have no way to help you." Yang Kai laughed. When Fei Chen's expression suddenly became gloomy as he looked at Xianing Chang in surprise. In his opinion, only Xianing Chang could kill those separation and reunion boundary masters. A trivial Yang Kai did not have that kind of ability. What a miscalculation. He did not expect that this woman would still have the strength to fight. When he hit her a few hours ago, he clearly felt that she did not have the strength to resist. How could she recover so quickly? Even if they are all dead, don't think that you can escape from my hands. When Fei Chen coldly snorted, clearly not caring about the deaths of those people, Yang Kai took a step forward, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body surging, his blood boiling, and his fighting spirit endless. Just as he was about to attack when Fei Chen, a beautiful figure flew out from behind him, heading straight for when Fei Chen. Xianing Chang was the first to make a move. Moreover, it was a move that enveloped Wen Fei Chen. She clearly wanted to take care of the injured Yang Kai, so she wanted to fight 1 against 2. Her figure swayed, and 10 cold chi flew out, 7 attacking Wen Fei Chen, and 3 attacking Long Hui. Her speed was as fast as lightning, and her momentum was astonishing. When Fei Chen laughed loudly, "This little girl's killing intent is not light. This is not good." As he spoke, his palms met Xia Ning Chang's attack, and he easily neutralized it. He said, "Young Master Long, I'll leave that brat to you. I'll deal with this little girl." "Okay." Long Hui nodded, and did not forget to remind him, "Don't hurt her face." "I know." When Fei Chen smiled meaningfully, and immediately joined forces with Xianing Chang. Although Xianing Chang had recovered 40% of his strength, he was still injured, and could only display the strength of the Qi transformation stage level 6 or 7. When Fei Chen was even worse, and could only display the strength of the Qi transformation stage level 2 or 3. But after all, the two of them had different realms. Xianing Chang was at the peak of the separation and reunion stage, and had Yuan Qi in his body. When Fei Chen was at the Yuan Qi stage, and had Yuan Qi in his body, there was a fundamental difference between Yuan Qi and Yuan Qi. The former could display more destructive power than the latter. In addition, when Fei Chen's battle experience was much richer than Xianing Chang's. In this exchange, Xianing Chang felt that it was a little strenuous to deal with him. Although she wouldn't lose quickly, it was impossible for her to defeat Wen Fei Chen with her own strength. At most, it would be a draw. Both of them were experts, so the battle was also extremely intense. Their figures had already flashed 1,000 feet away in a flash. Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to Xia Ning Chang's battle, because he also had his own opponent. Glancing at Long Hui, who was standing 100 feet away from him, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled, "Young Master Long, right?" Long Hui coldly said, "You want to beg for mercy? It's too late. I have a few questions to ask you." Long Hui looked at Yang Kai with a playful expression, and said casually, "If this is your last wish before you die, I can fulfill it." Chapter 112. You can take it that way. Yang Kai couldn't deny it and smiled. Looking at him, he said, "You really want to kill me because of who may err?" Long Hui's expression was frivolous as he disdainfully said, "Otherwise, why do you think this young master has nothing better to do than follow you all the way here?" Yang Kai frowned. "But I don't have a deep friendship with who may err. We've only met a few times." "Humph. Maybe you don't have any feelings for her. But that slut doesn't have feelings for you." Long Hui's face showed a touch of anger. "For you, she even dared to disobey my grandfather. She has never done such a thing, nor has she ever done such a thing for a man. Who do you think you are, daring to have ideas about my woman?" "Your grandfather." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he remembered Long Zai Tian's unreasonable attack. At that time, if it wasn't for the unyielding golden skeleton playing a role and breaking free from Long Zai Tian's shackles, Yang Kai feared he would have already died. There's one more question. Yang Kai's face was cold. How did you know I left High Heaven Pavilion? Since they could chase him all the way here, they must have left not long after he left High Heaven Pavilion. Otherwise, they would have lost track of him. In other words, when he left High Heaven Pavilion, he was already being watched. Long Hui chuckled. Naturally, someone tipped me off. Sure enough. As for who tipped me off, this young master doesn't know. But I think you should know who you've offended. Long Hui looked at Kai Yang with disdain, as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't intend to hide anything from Kai Yang and told him everything he knew and didn't know. As for Nu Lang, I didn't expect him to be here. I only found his tracks at the foot of the mountain. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Long Hui didn't need to lie to him. Since he said so, then it must be true. Nu Lang probably just chased after him by chance. There's no need to investigate further. In any case, he's already dead. This young master has already fulfilled your wish. Now die. Long Hui laughed sinisterly. His body flickered and he quickly closed the distance between him and Yang Kai. His eyes were filled with excitement. His Qi transforming stage first level Yuan Qi began to circulate and his fists fiercely punched out. With every swing of his fist, a feather-like attack shot out from the tip of his fist. Flying Feather Burst. A mid-grade earth-grade martial skill. As Long Zai Tian's grandson, Long Hui's status was not low, so the martial skills he cultivated were naturally not ordinary. Could be said that although he was also at the first level of the Qi transforming realm, his true strength was much higher than Nu Lang's. Long Hui wasn't just a lustful, hedonistic young master. To the current Yang Kai, he was also a difficult enemy to deal with. As the feathers flew towards him, Kai Yang hastily dodged, causing Long Hui's attack to hit nothing but air. A trace of surprise flashed across Long Hui's eyes. In his opinion, Yang Kai, who was at the fourth level of the initial element realm, shouldn't be able to dodge his killing move. In the next moment, a fierce and brutal Yuan Qi fluctuation suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. Feeling the intensity of this Yuan Qi fluctuation, Long Hui's face changed. How was this the fourth level of the initial element realm? It was obvious that he had already reached the peak of the initial element realm. Based on the intensity of the fluctuation, he wasn't inferior to Long Hui's. Long Hui was surprised for only a moment. He had already rushed to Yang Kai's side. Yuan Qi surged on his fist as he ruthlessly punched towards Yang Kai from above. Yang Kai dodged again. This punch directly hit the ground, accompanied by a loud bang and a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a big hole appeared on the ground. Not waiting for Long Hui to get up, Yang Kai's dodging body suddenly came back. Raising his knee high, he fiercely aimed at Long Hui's chin. Long Hui's reaction wasn't slow. One of his hands formed a palm, blocking his chin and pressing it down. The knee hit the palm. Both of their Yuan Qi burst out. Yang Kai's body staggered. Long Hui was also sent flying backwards. Borrowing this force, he dissolved Yang Kai's attack. Both of them hurriedly stood still after exchanging one move. Sizing up Yang Kai, Long Hui narrowed his eyes. So you've been hiding your strength all this time, but even so, you're still not my opponent. Before he finished speaking, Long Hui's figure suddenly blurred. A golden light flashed under his feet. In a flash, he appeared behind Yang Kai. Golden rainbow steps. It was another mid-grade earth-level martial art. Borrowing the speed of this miraculous footwork, Long Hui finally arrived at Yang Kai's blind spot. The Yuan Qi on his finger surged, and he stabbed towards the back of Yang Kai's head. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yang Kai in one strike. In this life-and-death situation, Kai Yang felt a gust of wind behind his head. Hurriedly, he tilted his head to the side. This finger grazed past Kai Yang's cheek. The sharp whirled Qi left a bloody scar on his face. Yang Kai turned around. A drop of Yang liquid had already appeared on his fingertip. In the next moment, it turned into a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing. He fiercely swung it at Long Hui, who was close at hand. This was a strong opponent. Yang Kai didn't dare to hide his strength anymore. Any carelessness could cost him his life. The blade directly cut through Long Hui's body, splitting him in two. But Yang Kai didn't have the slightest bit of happiness. This was because he could feel that he hadn't hit anything. What he had just cut was only Long Hui's afterimage. His opponent's footwork was quite profound. Good reaction. Long Hui's voice came from more than 10 feet away. He calmly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai fiercely shook his hand, and the blood-red blade flew out with a schwa sound. Long Hui didn't dare to stop. He used the golden rainbow steps again to dodge. He looked at Yang Kai like a cat playing with a mouse. His face carried a trace of contempt and disdain. Without making a sound, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with unyielding determination and dense fighting spirit. He rushed in front of Long Hui and punched out. Nothing happened. Long Hui's figure had already appeared on the other side. "Humph, you want to defeat me with your snail's speed? You overestimate yourself." Long Hui's mouth didn't rest for a moment. He was using all his ability to ridicule. He felt that by relying on the golden rainbow steps, he was already in an invincible position. If his opponent couldn't hit him, how could he win? His ferocious attacks would only waste his yuan qi. When his yuan qi was almost exhausted, it would be the time for him to kill him. So Long Hui decided to continue fighting with Yang Kai. When the time came, he would use the smallest price to win. Slow, too slow. "If you can't kill me, then this young master will kindly accept your female companion. What does she look like? I'm really looking forward to seeing her scream when she's being ravaged. Ha ha ha." This young master loves to hear a woman's unwilling scream the most. Just thinking about that scene, does it make your heart ache? Chapter 113. It has to be said that even though Long Hui was a hedonistic young master, he knew how to infuriate the enemy and create an opportunity for himself to win. Every time he dodged Yang Kai's attack, he would mock him. If it was someone else, they would have been provoked to the point of insanity. Yang Kai looked the same. His eyes were scarlet red and his yuan qi was restless. It was obvious that he was very agitated. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that Yang Kai's eyes were very firm. Even if he was being ridiculed, his determination to win did not change one bit. After fighting for an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai did not know how many attacks he had made, but he did not even touch the corner of Long Hui's clothes. Long Hui's mouth was dry from all the ridicule, but he was also very surprised. Logically speaking, after fighting for so long, this guy should have lost some of his yuan qi. But why did his attacks not weaken at all? The amount of yuan qi in his body was not enough to support such a fierce attack. Long Hui was not wrong. A normal initial element cultivator would not be able to last this long without showing signs of weakening. However, Yang Kai was obviously not a normal initial element cultivator. Fighting a protracted battle with him was undoubtedly the wrong idea for Long Hui. While he was pondering, Kai Yang sent out another attack. Hurriedly, Long Hui dodged, but just as he was about to stabilize himself, he suddenly heard a piercing sound. A scorching hot attack had brushed past his waist and flew out. He lowered his head and saw that his clothes had been cut open. That attack just now had almost hurt him. What a pity! Yang Kai took a deep breath. The light in his eyes became more and more excited, but mixed with a trace of calmness. This was a rather contradictory look, but it was perfectly combined. How is this possible? Long Hui's expression changed. That attack just now was obviously an attack that the enemy had predicted where he would land and launched in advance. If it was not for his good luck, he would have been injured. But how did he predict where he would land? Could it be that, in just an incense stick's worth of time, this Yang Kai had already seen through his golden rainbow steps? Impossible. He was only at the initial element state, so how could he have such a good eye? Next time, even if you don't die, you'll be heavily injured. Yang Kai looked at Long Hui coldly. Bullshit. Long Hui raged. You want to scare this young master? You're still too inexperienced. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just kept attacking. Long Hui was enraged. This time, he didn't use the golden rainbow steps to dodge. Instead, he met Yang Kai's attack with a punch. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body remained motionless, as steady as a mountain. Long Hui, on the other hand, felt a surge of yuan qi invade his fist and staggered backwards. Long Hui no longer dared to clash head-on with Yang Kai. He hurriedly used the golden rainbow steps in an attempt to increase the distance between him and Yang Kai. Whoosh! A crimson water droplet suddenly flew out. The moment Long Hui stopped, it directly hit his right chest. Long Hui's face turned pale with fright as he clutched his right chest and gasped for breath. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he cried out involuntarily, "Impossible, impossible. This is impossible." His golden rainbow steps had actually been seen through. Yang Kai's attack had hit his landing spot in advance, making it impossible for him to dodge. Moreover, this attack was so overbearing that it made people's hearts palpitate. Not only did it penetrate his common-grade, high-grade defensive artifact, but it also entered his body. If not for his yuan qi blocking it, this attack would definitely have pierced through his body. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai's expression was grave and stern as he quickly stepped forward. Long Hui didn't dare to stay any longer. He used his footwork and was about to run towards Wen Fei Chun while shouting, "Hall Master 1, save me!" The current Long Hui was panicking like a stray dog. His previous arrogance and calmness were completely gone. Just as he was about to land, a burst of pain came from his back. Long Hui directly fell flat on his face. Not waiting for him to get up, a big foot stepped on his neck. The strength of the foot was like a mountain pressing down on him. Long Hui kept struggling on the ground, but he couldn't turn around. "I am the grandson of Blood Group's Deputy Chief Long Zai Tian. If you let me go, I will give you money and women. Whatever you want, I will give you. If you kill me, it won't do you any good. It will only make you an enemy of my Long family." Long Hui couldn't resist. His mouth repeatedly begged for mercy. His back was facing Yang Kai, but his eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. "Young Master Long." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Your screams are not pleasant to hear. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Yang is right. If you don't like it, I won't scream." Under the eaves. Long Hui didn't dare to not lower his head. "Then keep your mouth shut forever." Finished speaking, Yang Kai stepped on Long Hui's head. His entire face was on the ground. Crouching down, he punched Long Hui's neck. With a cracking sound, Long Hui's neck was broken. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and remorse. With one hand holding Long Hui's corpse, Yang Kai stood up and quickly approached the other side of the battlefield. A moment later, when Fei Chun and Xia Ning Chang's figures entered Yang Kai's sight. At this moment, the two were evenly matched. Neither was inferior to the other. One's strength was sealed, the other was injured. Yuan Qi hadn't recovered yet, so there was no way for them to display their full strength. The methods they could use were also reduced. But even so, this level of battle was much more intense than Yang Kai's experience. Their figures moved and flashed, as if they were invisible. Yuan Qi burst forth. The battle was very tense. Yang Kai watched from the side for a moment. He knew that if he faced Wen Fei Chun one-on-one, he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. But now with Xia Ning Chang, it was a 2-versus-1 battle, so it was hard to say. After watching for a while, Yang Kai already had a plan. He quickly approached Wen Fei Chun while holding Long Hui's corpse and shouting, "Hall Master 1, look at who this is." Wen Fei Chun had already noticed Yang Kai's figure, but didn't dare to divert his attention to investigate. Naturally, he didn't know the details. Now that he heard this, he hurriedly turned his head to look and was shocked. "Young Master Long." At this moment, there was a big hole in Long Hui's chest. Blood flowed out. His neck was soft, as if his bones were crushed. His head hung in front of his chest, lifeless. Long Hui was dead. When Fei Chen couldn't believe his eyes. This debauchee young master was at least a qi-transforming first-level cultivator. Moreover, he practiced many martial skills that made him drool. His fighting strength couldn't be underestimated. It was because when Fei Chen believed in his strength that he let him fight one-on-one with Yang Kai. But now he was dead? Bad, bad. When Fei Chen secretly complained in his heart. It didn't matter if the other members of the blood group died. But Long Hui couldn't die. If he died, wouldn't Long Zitian be very angry? If this immortal ascension boundary expert blamed him, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Chapter 114. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat could be decided in a single thought. Long Hui's death had obviously disturbed Wen Fei Chen's state of mind. His hasty move had actually revealed many flaws. How could Xia Ningchang miss this rare opportunity? Her beautiful eyes were cold as she crossed her palms and attacked with a killing move. Sensing that something was wrong, Wen Fei Chen tried his best to resist. But in the end, he couldn't completely block it. The burst of qi exploded on his chest, immediately injuring him. Not waiting for him to have any more time to deal with Xianing Chong, Kai Yang had already lifted Long Hui's corpse in front of him. Charging into the battle between the two, a layer of flames ignited on his fist. Stealthily, he punched Long Hui's armpit. Xianing Chong timely created pressure on Wen Fei Chen. Being attacked from both sides, Wen Fei Chen was actually flustered for a moment and his expression became awkward. With his current strength, he couldn't do anything to Xianing Chong. But if he attacked fiercely, he could seriously injure Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai shamelessly put Long Hui's corpse in front of him as a shield. Even if Wen Fei Chen had thousands of methods, he couldn't use them. If he wanted to hurt Yang Kai, he had to destroy Long Hui's corpse first. He had some misgivings. Shameless brat. Wen Fei Chen was furious. While struggling to resist the attacks of the two, he cursed, "The dead should be respected. You dare to treat young Master Long's corpse like this? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "The ones who should be punished by the heavens are you. If you didn't force me, how could things have gotten to this point?" Wen Fei Chen was speechless. Speaking of which, these two people had only come to this mountain valley to search for natural treasures, and they hadn't offended anyone or offended anyone. Their group had chased after them from over 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away with the intention of killing them, and they'd even used numbers to bully the weak. How could they have the qualifications to criticize them now? Amidst the commotion, Yang Kai finally found an opportunity to land a punch. While Wen Fei Chen was struggling to block Xia Ningchang's attack, he hit him in the waist. In the blink of an eye, a total of 10 drops of yang liquid shot out like sharp blades. Wen Fei Chen let out a muffled groan and hurriedly stepped back. He looked in the direction of Yang Kai in horror and shock. He discovered that this young man's attack this time was actually several times more ferocious than that woman's. The hot yang qi poured into Wen Fei Chen's body, and a bloody hole appeared on his abdomen. Although he was not seriously injured, the injury was not light. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. He discovered that he had still underestimated this Yuan Qi realm expert. The power of 10 drops of yang liquid had actually failed to penetrate his body. Yuan Qi realm expert's Yuan Qi defensive power was indeed stronger than Yuan Qi. "Junior brother, be careful," Xia Ningchang suddenly shouted. At the same time, Yang Kai discovered that Wen Fei Chen's eyes were flashing with a crazy murderous intent as he pounced towards him. He was finally completely enraged and wanted to attack him regardless of the consequences. The corners of Kai Yang's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. He knew that once he used the yang liquid, he would definitely become Wen Fei Chen's first target. This was because his realm was lower than Xianing Chang's, but the killing power he displayed was stronger than his. If he was Wen Fei Chen, he would also make the same choice. Everything was within his expectations. Facing Wen Fei Chen's attack, Yang Kai didn't retreat. Instead, he quickly approached him. "Don't!" Xia Ningchang anxiously shouted. But the two were approaching each other at an extremely fast speed. How could she stop them? "Stinking brat, you're courting death." Wen Fei Chen's tone was cold. He didn't hide his intentions at all. He raised his palm and directly blasted it towards Yang Kai. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's muscles suddenly tightened. His true Yang Yuan Qi was pushed to the limit this time. The bones in his body creaked. His hair flew in anger, and his skin turned blood red. It was as if he had gone mad. Boom! When Fei Chen's palm hit Long Hui's corpse, like a watermelon being smashed open, Long Hui instantly turned into a pile of minced meat and directly exploded. Yang Kai, who was hiding behind him, was completely exposed. When Fei Chen once again struck out with his palm. This time, the target was Yang Kai, who had no protection. At this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on the faces of the two men. Under Xia Ningchang's horrified gaze, this palm blasted Yang Kai's chest without any fancy moves. It was very obvious that Yang Kai's chest suddenly caved in. Accompanied by a few crisp sounds of bones breaking, a mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out. It turned into a blood mist and intentionally or unintentionally sprayed towards Wen Fei Chen, who was close by. How could Wen Fei Chen allow dirty blood to spray on his face? His figure flashed as he hurriedly tried to dodge. But before he could retract his palm from Yang Kai's chest, he shockingly discovered that the corner of Yang Kai's mouth once again appeared a miserable yet proud smile. With a bang, Yang Kai's hands tightly grasped Wen Fei Chen's wrist. Panting heavily, he stared at him with scarlet eyes. "You're dead!" Wen Fei Chen's complexion greatly changed. He didn't expect this kid's vitality to be so tenacious. In other words, the Yuan Qi in his body had such a strong protective effect. Although his palm had seriously injured him, it didn't take his life as expected. But even so, an ordinary person shouldn't be able to resist after being hit by this palm. Why did he still have so much strength? Why did he not let go of him? How strong did his willpower have to be to do this? "Let go of me." When Fei Chen raised his other palm and was about to hit Yang Kai. But how could Xia Ningchang give him the chance to attack? In her anger, her beautiful hair fluttered, and the yin energy within a radius of several hundred feet was mobilized. Suddenly, a crystal-clear icicle appeared in front of Xia Ningchang, whistling through the air towards Wen Fei Chen. Before Wen Fei Chen's palm could land, it was directly penetrated by the sharp icicle. Accompanied by a scream, blood splattered everywhere. Roar! Yang Kai suddenly let out an extremely excited and loud roar. The Yuan Qi that was originally somewhat restless and violent surged even more fiercely. The Yuan Qi fluctuations that had been stable at the peak of the initial element realm were suddenly broken through by the determination to win and the frenzied desire to fight. At this moment, it actually had a breakthrough. The Qi transformation realm. This wasn't the true Qi transformation realm. It was only the fluctuations of the Qi transformation realm emitted by the Yuan Qi. But at this moment, Yang Kai, in terms of combat power, was not inferior to anyone present. Sensing Yang Kai's sudden change, Wen Fei Chen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He used all his strength to try and pull back his hand, but he was unable to do so. His other hand was penetrated by Xia Ningchang's attack, and the heart-wrenching pain made his mood even more uneasy. With a kacha sound, Kai Yang had used all his strength to break one of Wen Fei Chen's fingers. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. How could this kind of pain be endured? In any case, Wen Fei Chen couldn't hold it in and immediately let out a miserable howl. Another kacha sound rang out, and Wen Fei Chen's blood-curdling screams rang out. Yang Kai laughed sinisterly and broke Wen Fei Chen's 5 fingers one by one. Then he suddenly pulled him down, and with a knee strike, broke his arm. Xia Ningchang didn't stay idle. He was worried about Yang Kai's injuries, and ferociously attacked Wen Fei Chen from time to time. Chapter 115. From the moment when Fei Chen hit Yang Kai with his palm, he was doomed to lose. Yang Kai clearly knew that if he wanted to kill such a master, he would have to restrict his freedom. Otherwise, with his and Xia Ningchang's current strength, there was not much hope. Long Hui had such exquisite footwork, so how could Wen Fei Chen, a master of Yuan Qi, not have it? Once he noticed something was wrong and escaped, he and Xia Ningchang would be finished when the sun came up. But how difficult would it be to restrict such a master? Even if more than half of his strength was sealed, it was not something he could easily do. Therefore, Yang Kai could only take the risk. He used his own body to take a hit from him and seized the fleeting opportunity to restrain him. This was a very big game of chess. Yang Kai had included himself, so how could Wen Fei Chen not fall into his trap? With both his hands destroyed, Wen Fei Chen was like a hedgehog without its spikes. He had a lot of strength, but he could not use it at all. Accompanied by rhythmic screams and the sound of bones breaking, Wen Fei Chen was almost experiencing the coldest torture in the world in Yang Kai's hands. In just a few seconds, Wen Fei Chen's screams gradually weakened and could not be heard. His breathing was also not coming out. His whole body was like a pool of mud, limp on the ground. Xianing Chong watched from the side with fear, as if it was the first time he had seen his junior brother. After observing him for more than 2 years, Xianing Chong had never seen him so crazy, bloodthirsty, and violent. 3 black yin qi chains suddenly flew out of Wen Fei Chen's body. At the same time, the other 5 chains scattered in the valley also flew out and disappeared into the void. Junior brother, he's already dead. Xianing Chong gently pulled Yang Kai. When the yin qi chains flew out, it meant that Wen Fei Chen's life was gone. Is he dead? Yang Kai gasped for breath, then slowly straightened his back. Junior brother, are you okay? Xianing Chang's voice sounded like she was about to cry. She found that her junior brother's current state was a bit strange. His whole body was full of evil qi, as if he was about to become the demon race. Yang Kai knew what she was worried about. He grinned miserably. Don't worry. This is one of my martial arts techniques, but it looks a bit scary. Xianing Chang's eyes were red as she looked at him. She found that although his eyes were terrifying, there was a calmness within them. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now that everyone is dead, let's go find that 9 yin du crystal. Kai Yang still hadn't forgotten about this matter. Can you still support it? You're so heavily injured. I'm okay, but I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Yang Kai grabbed Xianing Chang's hand and hurriedly rushed to the source of the yin qi. Night was about to fall, and there was not much yin qi left in the valley. It was probably absorbed by the 9th yin yuan condensing dew. When they arrived, the treasure was still there. It was not scared away by the 2 battles that happened a few hundred feet away. At this moment, the flower bud was about to fully bloom. There seemed to be a drop of sparkling liquid in the bud, emitting a faint light. How do I do it? Yang Kai asked. Xianing Chong said softly, use your Yang Yuan Qi to bind it. Then, put it in your mouth. I'll do the rest. Remember, don't touch it with any other part of your body. Put it in my mouth? Yang Kai listened in a daze. Just as he was about to ask for more details, Xianing Chang's face lit up. It's coming out. As he spoke, the huge flower bud slowly bloomed. It was the darkest time before dawn, but as the flower bud bloomed, the entire valley suddenly became as bright as day. A drop of sparkling, translucent, dew-like liquid slowly rose from the flower bud and spun around. The petals supporting it turned into dense yin qi at this moment and merged with the liquid. Like a gem, it was beautiful, but it emitted a cold yin energy that would make anyone's heart palpitate. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew. Xianing Chang's hands quickly danced, and the 9 yin 8 locks formation once again played its role. The moment the 9th yin yuan condensing dew appeared, the sound of chains rattling could be heard in the air. Immediately, 8 yin qi chains appeared out of thin air, driven by an invisible force. Under Xianing Chang's light shout, they fell around the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, sealing off the small space and completely imprisoning it. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew tried to escape, but it couldn't escape the 5 feet radius. Junior brother, it's up to you now. Xianing Chong looked at Yang Kai nervously. Although after this ordeal, she didn't care too much about this thing, but the treasure was in front of her, so she naturally had to take it. Yang Kai nodded slightly and walked over with steady steps. The space sealed by the 8 yin qi chains was useless against Yang Kai. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi was the nemesis of all yin qi. Walking into this small space, the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's intentions and floated in the air as far away as possible from him. Observing it closely, Yang Kai found that this thing really did look like a gem, but it was in the shape of a dewdrop and was only about the size of a thumbnail. Bind it with true Yang Yuan Qi. How do I do it? Yang Kai frowned, thought for a moment, and then directly used a drop of Yang liquid. When the Yang liquid appeared, Yang Kai's mind moved, and a big red sheet appeared in his hand. He spread it out and covered the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew. The ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew still wanted to resist stubbornly, drifting left and right, and dodging Yang Kai's blow. Interesting, Yang Kai grinned. Although he knew that many precious treasures had their own spirituality, this was the first time he had seen one. Treasures with spirituality were incomparably precious. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yang Kai's other hand appeared again with a drop of Yang liquid, and it turned into a big ball. Let's see how you run this time. Tacking left and right, sure enough, it worked. The fiery red ball wrapped around the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew like a fish. With a flick of his finger, the Yang liquid turned into a ball of feces and wrapped around the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew, completely calming it down. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch it with his hand, but directly stuffed the Yang liquid and the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, a bone-chilling cold spread through his mouth. Even though Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art, he couldn't help but shiver at this moment. But in the next moment, there seemed to be an energy that he couldn't see clearly emerging in his body. This energy was more effective than the true Yang Yuan Qi, and it immediately suppressed the chill. At the same time, a crazy attractive force came from his bones, and the true Yang secret art involuntarily circulated, drawing the energy from the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew into his bones. Aware of this, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped the true Yang secret art. But in this short moment of delay, Yang Kai felt that the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew in his mouth had shrunk by half. Instead, a chill grew in his bones and immediately disappeared. Chapter 116. Yang Kai's expression changed. He didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Although he had experimented, he knew that he could absorb other types of energy besides the Yang attribute and store them in his bones. But now, how did he absorb half of the 9 Yin Yuan condensing dew? And at such a ferocious speed? After all, this was something that Xia Ningchang needed. What should he do? Turning his head, Yang Kai's expression was a bit awkward. Just as he didn't know how to explain it to her, Xia Ningchang had already come in front of him with a fragrant wind. At this moment, this little senior sister's face was flushed red. Her breathing was slightly hurried, and her clear and pure eyes were flustered with shyness. "Junior brother, bear with it." Xianing Chong suddenly spoke, slowly reached out a hand, wrapped it around Yang Kai's neck, and gently pulled his head down. Her hand was a bit cold, but soft as if boneless, like the first snowflake in early winter, bringing a refreshing coolness to Yang Kai. Standing on tiptoe, Xia Ningchang closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling uneasily. Then, she lifted her veil, slightly tilted her head, and pressed her ruby-red lips on Yang Kai's mouth. 2 soft lips, and an exciting girl's fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood why when he asked how to collect the 9 Yin Yuan condensing dew, Treasurer Meng and Xianing Chong had been so vague and unwilling to tell him. Originally, Yang Kai wasn't too clear about the reason, but at this moment he suddenly realized. There were all kinds of strange ways to collect heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Every kind of spiritual treasure required a different method to collect. But the way to collect the 9 Yin Yuan condensing dew was so beautiful and sweet. As their lips met, Yang Kai's breathing quickened and his throat burned. Even though he had the 9 Yin Yuan condensing dew in his mouth, he couldn't suppress the boiling of his blood. Xianing Chong was even more unbearable. After pressing his lips against hers, he remained motionless like a statue. His face was as red as blood, and his heartbeat was as powerful and rapid as a war drum. He was at a loss for what to do and was clearly flustered. Although Yang Kai didn't quite understand the principle and specific method of subduing the 9 yuan condensing dew, he knew that he couldn't always maintain this state. Without hesitation, he grabbed Xia Ning Chang's willowy waist and pulled her into his embrace. Then, he used the tip of his tongue to wrap the 9 yuan condensing dew in his mouth. He pried open her pearly white teeth and sent the natural treasure into her mouth. Stimulated by the cold the 9 yuan condensing dew, Xia Ning Chang finally regained some of her senses. She accepted the 9 yuan condensing dew and swallowed it into her stomach. A sweet and fragrant sensation rippled endlessly from the tip of his tongue. The two people's bodies were tightly pressed together. Kai Yang's upper body was bare, so his senses were even more sensitive. How could a young and vigorous youth like him resist this kind of temptation? Almost instinctively, Yang Kai held Xia Ning Chang tightly with one hand and used the other hand to climb up her round and perky buttocks and knead them. Feeling the two lumps of fullness in his chest and feeling the other's body heat, Yang Kai's breathing became more and more rapid. After carefully playing with them for a while, his big hand went around to the front and climbed up, wantonly rubbing the two lumps of jade peaks that were full of amazing elasticity. A moan came out of Xia Ning Chang's mouth. Yang Kai saw her large eyes slowly open a slit. Her eyelashes trembled, but when she realized that he had been staring at her, she quickly closed her eyes in fear. The heavy breathing, the exchange of their bodies, the touch of their tongues, and the mingling of their souls. The young man and woman had almost forgotten everything around them. They hugged each other tightly, as if they couldn't wait to merge into each other's bodies. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt pain on his tongue and couldn't help but scream. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Ning Chang placed both hands on Yang Kai's chest. Biting her pearly white teeth, she pushed with force and quickly escaped from Yang Kai's embrace. "Why did you bite me?" Yang Kai felt that his tongue had been bitten, and there was a taste of blood in his mouth. Xia Ning Chang covered her chest with one hand. Her breasts rose and fell as she gasped for breath, trying to calm her rapid heartbeat. After a long time, she said, "I'm sorry, to refine the 9 yuan condensing dew, I need your innate pure yang qi and a drop of blood from your tongue. To refine the 9 yuan condensing dew, one needed pure yang qi. The purer the yang qi, the better." Yang Kai cultivated the true yang tactics, so he undoubtedly met the requirements. But to refine it, one needed innate pure yang qi and a drop of blood from his tongue. The innate pure yang qi was not something that could be obtained through cultivation. Instead, it was a mysterious energy that existed in every man's body from birth. It would disappear after he had intimate relations with a woman. This energy was of no use during normal times. Even if it was lost, it would not have any effect on the body. But it was necessary in certain situations, such as the current situation. Previously, when Yang Kai felt the cold energy that surged out of his body and wrapped around the 9 yuan condensing dew, it was innate pure yang qi. That was why Treasurer Meng asked Yang Kai if he was a virgin. Only a virgin would have innate pure yang qi, and only a virgin's blood from his tongue could be used to refine the 9 yuan condensing dew. Hearing Xia Ning Chang's words, Yang Kai touched his mouth and said seriously, "So that's how it is. Is it enough? If not, I still have more." Wasn't it just a few drops of blood from his tongue? Xia Ning Chang was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She nodded repeatedly. "It's enough. One drop is enough." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Thinking back to the feeling of his tongue, he couldn't help but reminisce about it. It was his first time being so intimate with a woman. "Little senior sister," Yang Kai called out to her hesitantly, a fiery light flashing across his eyes. Xia Ning Chang suddenly panicked. How could she not understand the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words? She quickly said, "You're injured, so you should heal first. I also need to hurry and refine the 9 yuan condensing dew." Oh, Yang Kai remembered that she once said that if the 9 yuan condensing dew was not refined within 2 hours after obtaining it, it would completely disappear. Right, this thing. Yang Kai was just about to tell her that he had accidentally sucked in half of the 9 yuan condensing dew, but before he could finish, His vision turned black and the whole world started spinning. Then he fell to the ground and his consciousness quickly faded. Junior brother. Xianing Chong turned pale with fright. She quickly went forward to help him up. After a little examination, her face suddenly turned pale. She found that Yang Kai's pulse was extremely weak, and his vitality was faintly discernible. The yuan qi in his body was extremely bleak and chaotic, as if he was a lamp that had run out of oil. This was no small matter. Xia Ningchang's heart almost shrank. How could this be? Just now he was fine. Just now he was with her. How could he suddenly fall unconscious without any warning? But this examination allowed Xia Ningchang to know how serious Yang Kai's injuries were. Needless to say, the wounds on his abdomen and shoulders were already bandaged. But after a fierce battle, the wounds split open again and blood flowed out. The most serious injury was the one on his chest. 5 of his sternum were broken and sunken inwards, almost injuring his heart and lungs. When Fei Chen's palm strike was filled with anger. How could it be so easy to block it? Chapter 117. After a night of fierce fighting, who knew how much blood he had lost? Only now did Xia Ningchang realize that his junior brother's calmness from beginning to end was due to his strong willpower. With this kind of injury, if it were someone else, they would have died countless times already. But he had gritted his teeth and bitterly endured, fighting side by side with him to kill the last enemy and obtain the 9th yin yuan condensing dew. After completing all this, his mind relaxed and naturally couldn't hold on any longer. Enduring the grief in his heart, Xia Ningchang hurriedly took out the remaining pills on Yang Kai's body, then searched Wen Fei Chen's body for a while, forcing himself to calm down, then took out some healing pills and fed them to Yang Kai. But Yang Kai was currently unconscious, so how could he eat the pills? Without any other choice, Xia Ningchang personally chewed the pills and fed them to him. While he was busy, the 9 yin 8 locks formation that sealed off the entire valley suddenly shook and collapsed. It was dawn. The sun rose from the east, and the 9 yin 8 locks formation broke by itself. Xia Ningchang didn't notice the changes in the valley at all, still doing his best to save Yang Kai. A tyrannical and gentle divine sense swept over, causing Xia Ningchang's body to tremble. She suddenly looked up at the sky, and in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Master! As if seeing a savior, Xia Ningchang finally found an outlet to vent the emotions she had been suppressing, tears streaming down her face. Meng Wuya's old face was stiff, and he was about to scold Xia Ningchang, when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? Old man Meng had been waiting outside the 9 yin 8 locks formation for most of the night, not daring to break it. He originally thought that subduing the 9th yin yuan condensing dew this time wouldn't be a surprise. After all, he had been preparing for Xia Ningchang for so many years. Everything was ready, and as long as Yang Kai cooperated well with the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, it would be a piece of cake. It was just that his precious disciple had to make some sacrifices. After staying outside for most of the night, Meng Wuya was also sulking. Which master would be drugged by his own disciple? He was afraid that he was the only one in the world. He wasn't angry that he had been drugged and lost, but that Xia Ningchang had recklessly entered Black Wind Mountain. What if she encountered danger? Therefore, Meng Wuya had originally planned to wait until the array was broken before reprimanding Xia Ningchang. Of course, he couldn't reprimand her too much. Towards this disciple of his, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. But the scene in front of him caused him to swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Falling to the ground in shock, he looked at the unconscious Kai Yang and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Meng Wuya didn't hesitate. He immediately bent down and placed 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He used his divine sense to sweep through his body. He frowned and said in shock, "How is his injury so serious?" In Meng Wuya's opinion, Yang Kai's injury was more than serious. It was as if he had 1 foot in the grave. He didn't know what had happened, but the internal injury on his chest and the external injuries on his body were secondary. The most important thing was that his yuan qi was in chaos. His meridians and flesh were severely damaged. This kind of injury couldn't be treated without a peerless spirit pill. Not only did it require a spirit pill, but it also required a skilled doctor. Meng Wuya had nothing. "Master, will he die?" Xianing Chang was grief-stricken. She asked worriedly. Meng Wuya saw his disciple's expression and knew that something bad had happened. He sighed in his heart. He had been on guard, but in the end, he hadn't been on guard. Not wanting Xianing Chang to feel sad, Meng Wuya comforted her. "Don't worry, with me here, he won't die." While saying this, he took out a bottle from his bosom and poured out a single pill. This pill was about the size of a longan fruit and was completely golden in color. It was clearly not an ordinary pill. Seeing Meng Wuya take out this pill, Xianing Chang's panicked expression calmed down. She knew the effects of this pill. With a trace of strong reluctance, Meng Wuya hesitated for a moment. Then, under Xianing Chang's gaze, he opened Yang Kai's mouth and was about to throw the pill in. "I'll do it." Xianing Chang suddenly snatched the pill from Yang Kai's hands and popped it into her mouth a few times. Then, she bent down, wrapped the pill with her tongue, and sent it into Yang Kai's mouth, which was filled with blood. "Hey, hey, hey! This old man is still here." Meng Wuya screamed in his heart and quickly looked away. Seeing his disciple so close to a man without hesitation, Meng Wuya felt very uncomfortable. It was as if the daughter he had painstakingly raised was about to leave him. After the pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai's complexion seemed to improve. However, the effect was not as good as expected. Meng Wuya took the opportunity to look around. His originally turbid eyes suddenly emitted strands of cold light. He saw Wen Fei Chen's corpse and Long Hui's broken limbs. His doubts disappeared. The reason why Yang Kai was so heavily injured and why his disciple was in such a sorry state was as if they had gone through a fierce battle. Now he finally found the reason. A wave of anger surged in Meng Wuya's chest and a trace of hostility appeared on old man Meng's face. He did not immediately ask. Now was not the time to ask. There was still a long way to go and there would be a chance to clarify what happened last night. Meng Wuya only regretted that he did not immediately break the 9-8 locks when he came here last night. If he had broken the formation at that time, his disciple and Yang Kai would not have suffered such a fate. Vexation and regret grew in his heart and gradually turned into anger. Monstrous anger. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wuya suppressed the anger in his heart and gently said, "Disciple, have you absorbed the 9-yin yuan condensing dew?" "Yes." Xianing Chang foolishly looked at the unconscious Yang Kai and unconsciously nodded. "Then first refine it." "Yang Kai, don't worry. With this old man here, he won't die even if he wants to." Meng Wuya comforted. Xianing Chang hesitated for a moment before nodding and repeatedly exhorting, "Master, you must not let anything happen to him. It is all thanks to him that this disciple is still alive. If not for his protection, this disciple would have already." At the end, he began to cry again. "Don't worry." Meng Wuya squeezed out a smile and slightly nodded. Only then did Xianing Chang calm down. He wiped the corners of his eyes and took out the bag he always carried with him. While paying attention to Yang Kai's situation, he also began to refine the 9-yin yuan condensing dew. Half an hour later, the 9-yin yuan condensing dew was completely refined. However, Xianing Chang suppressed the effect of the heaven and earth spirit dew in his dantian and did not absorb it. This was because absorbing it was very time-consuming. Once he finished absorbing it, he would advance to the yuan qi stage, which would take a few more days. Yang Kai did not wake up, but Xianing Chang was not in the mood. "Come, let's leave here first. He needs to be nursed back to health in his current state." Meng Wuya bent down, picked up Yang Kai, and then quickly rushed out of Blackwind Mountain with Xianing Chang. The two of them did not immediately rush to High Heaven Pavilion. After all, this place was not close to High Heaven Pavilion. Instead, they went to the town where Yang Kai and Xianing Chang stayed last time. In the town, they found an inn and temporarily stayed. Xianing Chang did not complain about the hardships, serving Yang Kai by his bedside every day, doing his best. Meng Wuya also poured yuan qi into Yang Kai every day, trying to heal his injuries. After falling into a coma, Yang Kai found that his consciousness had entered a world of nothingness. In this world, there was nothing but the unyielding golden skeleton that he had obtained from the wordless black book. The golden skeleton sat cross-legged, its whole body shining with a golden light. Yang Kai also sat cross-legged in front of it, motionless. There was no sound, no light. Yang Kai kept looking at the golden skeleton. Although the golden skeleton did not have eyes, Yang Kai felt that it was also looking at him. Time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai and the golden skeleton remained in this silent state. Yang Kai was comprehending the mysteries of the golden skeleton. Last time, when he comprehended the unyielding will, Yang Kai felt that there were some hidden mysteries in the golden skeleton waiting for him to understand, but at that time, he was powerless. This time, after experiencing an entire night of life and death battle, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the distance between him and the golden skeleton had been shortened a lot. If there was still some barrier between him and the golden body before, then this barrier had disappeared now. His unyielding will had conquered the golden skeleton's arrogance, and it felt gratified that it had found a suitable master. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled. The golden skeleton also changed, turning into specks of golden light that merged into his body, just like when he first saw it. However, Yang Kai knew that it was not until this moment that he truly possessed the unyielding golden skeleton. Although it had merged into his body before, it had not truly submitted to him. It had been observing and testing him all this time, and his performance had finally obtained its approval and dispelled its doubts. Only then did it willingly become a part of him. The world of nothingness suddenly collapsed, and Yang Kai's consciousness returned to his body once again. Not in a hurry to open his eyes, Yang Kai slightly checked his current physical condition. The injuries on his body were not serious, but his chest still hurt slightly, and the sword wounds on his abdomen and shoulder were healing very well. In the dantian there were originally more than 40 drops of yang liquid, but now there were only 7 or 8 drops left. The battle that night had consumed too much yang liquid. Just the amount of yang liquid he used on Brother Kai and when Fei Chen was no less than 20 drops. Not only that, but he also had to resist the invasion of cold qi and fight for so long. However, although he had lost a lot of yang liquid, it was not as if he had gained nothing. This battle had actually allowed him to jump from the initial element boundary 4th stage to the initial element boundary 7th stage. Directly advancing 3 stages, Yang Kai could not help but be surprised. Thinking carefully, when he was fighting Wen Fei Chun, he had suddenly obtained the strength of the Qi transformation stage while using the unyielding will. It was probably at that time that he had broken through. This time, even Yang Kai himself did not notice the breakthrough. If he had not investigated it now, he would have been kept in the dark. Chapter 118. This wasn't the only benefit. He had unintentionally absorbed half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Originally, Yang Kai didn't understand why, but now he could clearly feel that half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was stored in the most hidden part of his golden body. When he broke through to the yuan qi stage, he could use the 9 yin yuan condensing dew to refine his yuan qi and raise his yuan qi to a higher level. This benefit wasn't visible now, but it would become apparent in the future. In addition, he could now clearly understand many of the aspects of his golden body that he didn't understand before. His golden body could absorb energy of any attribute other than the yang attribute and then store it. When he needed it, it would give back to him. The more energy the golden body absorbed, the stronger his unyielding will would be, and the more help it could give him. However, the energy the golden body gave back was extremely evil, so when he used the unyielding will, his eyes would be filled with a bloodthirsty light, and his body would be surrounded by evil energy. However, because his body had the true Yang Yuan Qi, which was the nemesis of evil, he wouldn't lose his mind. The two types of energy restrained each other, but they also complemented each other. This allowed him to increase his battle strength without being affected by the bloodthirsty and crazy energy. Thinking of this, Yang Kai finally understood why the wordless black book gave him the true Yang tactics. It was to prevent him from getting lost in the surge of energy and falling into the path of Mad Demon. Everything was clear now. Yang Kai was just about to open his eyes when he heard a faint sigh in his ear. Immediately, he heard the conversation between Xianing Chang and Meng Wuya. Disciple, Master has done his best. Meng Wuya's tone was full of guilt, but also a trace of unwillingness and regret. These days, Meng Wuya had been using the Yuan Qi to treat Yang Kai's injuries. It could be said that he had spent a lot of effort, but Yang Kai's injuries didn't improve at all. In addition, Yang Kai had taken a golden pill before. In Meng Wuya's opinion, Yang Kai should have recovered a lot. Even if he couldn't fully recover, he should at least wake up, right? But now, not only was Yang Kai not awake, but he was also unconscious. He didn't know what kind of mysteries Kai Yang's body possessed. That golden pill didn't have the ability to bring him back from the brink of death. All it did was heal his external wounds a little before losing its effect. Even the Yuan Qi that he had infused into Yang Kai's body was nowhere to be found. It was as if there was a bottomless pit in Yang Kai's body, and the Yuan Qi was absorbed as soon as it was infused. How could Meng Wuya know the wonders of the unyielding golden skeleton? The unyielding golden skeleton absorbed all the energy except for the Yang attribute. The golden pill and Yuan Qi had been absorbed by the golden skeleton by 90%, so how could they display their full potential? Master! Xianing Chang had been crying all these days, and his eyes were red and swollen. Originally, he still had some hope in his heart, but now that he heard Meng Wuya's words, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. Is there no way at all? Xianing Chang looked at his master expectantly. Meng Wuya's background was extraordinary, and his divine technique was vast. If he said that there was no way, then in this world, there really was no one who could save Yang Kai. His soul seems to have been scattered. Meng Wuya's face was heavy. These days, I can't feel the existence of his soul. Xianing Chang was stunned, and his face became even paler. But don't worry, he won't die. Meng Wuya quickly comforted him. It's just that he will be in a state of suspended animation. From now on, he won't be able to speak, hear, or feel anything. Unless what? Unless we can find the soul-returning elixir and reform his scattered soul. Meng Wuya sighed. But the soul-returning elixir? This kind of small place doesn't have it. Where is it? Xianing Chang's voice suddenly calmed down, and there was a kind of determination in his voice. Meng Wuya looked at him, and then pointed his finger up. Xianing Chang was silent, but his eyes were filled with determination. No matter what, he had to find the soul-returning elixir and help junior brother reform his scattered soul. What are you talking about? Just as the two were feeling sad, a hoarse and weak voice came from behind them. Meng Wuya instinctively replied, "We're talking about your injuries." Just as he finished speaking, the expression on old man Meng's face drastically changed. Stiffly and mechanically, he slowly turned his head. His pupils contracted as he saw Yang Kai, who was lying on the bed, staring at him with wide eyes. Junior brother. Xianing Chang couldn't contain her joy and rushed over. Her long eyelashes were trembling, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. She looked at Yang Kai with worry. Looking at her red and swollen eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel touched. He thought that he had been unconscious for a long time, and during that time he must have worried her a lot. "I'm fine," Yang Kai said indifferently. "I'm just a bit weak." "Master, quickly come and take a look." Xianing Chang rubbed her eyes while pulling at Meng Wuya. It was as if she was trying to drag her teacher over to Kai Yang's side. Old man Meng almost fell over from the pull. He thought to himself, "Girls are always extroverted. Girls are always extroverted." If it wasn't for the fact that this old man's bones could still withstand the torment, he would have been torn apart by you. However, Meng Wuya finally came back to his senses. He sat beside the bed with a dignified expression and carefully examined him. After a while, Meng Wuya's eyebrows didn't relax. He kept muttering to himself, "Impossible. This doesn't make sense. How could this be?" With every sentence he said, Xianing Chang's expression changed. She thought that Yang Kai's injuries had worsened. Master, junior brother, Xianing Chong bit her lips and asked softly. Her heart was in her throat. Oh, since he's already awake, there shouldn't be any major problems. Meng Wuya's expression was a bit conflicted. He looked at Yang Kai with confusion. No major problems? When Xianing Chong heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Just now, when she saw her master's expression, it seemed that junior brother's injuries were very serious. How could there suddenly be no major problems? But that's not possible. Meng Wuya was puzzled. Yang Kai, is this the final radiance of the setting sun? Yang Kai bitterly smiled. Treasurer Meng, is there anyone who curses people like you? Meng Wuya's expression became awkward. But before, your soul had already dissipated. How could it come back now? When Yang Kai heard this, his heart trembled. Thinking back to when he was unconscious, he guessed that it had something to do with his consciousness sinking into the golden body. Master, you're a big quack. Xianing Chong angrily stomped her feet. Meng Wuya was embarrassed to death. He had just said that Yang Kai was in a state of suspended animation and that he needed to find the soul-returning elixir to reform his soul. He didn't expect that in the next moment he would wake up. Wasn't that the same as slapping himself in the face? Losing face was a small matter, but losing prestige in front of his disciple was a big matter. Meng Wuya felt that his prestige had reached rock bottom. But no matter what, it was a good thing that Yang Kai could wake up. Although Meng Wuya was worried that he would seduce his disciple, he had risked his life to protect her that night. It was only because of him that his disciple survived and obtained the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. He had to remember this kindness in his heart. Meng Wuya sighed. Since ancient times, good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. Yang Kai had just finished harming his precious disciple, so how could he die so easily? He had worried for nothing. But what should he do in the future? Meng Wuya's intestines were in knots. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot, but he was afraid that his disciple would be angry with him, so he hesitated. When Yang Kai woke up, Xianing Chong finally relaxed. These days, she hadn't rested much because she was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't wake up. Now that she had confirmed that Yang Kai was fine, she naturally didn't have to worry. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai was recuperating, Xianing Chong was attending to him, and old man Meng was sighing at the side. On the 3rd day, Xianing Chong was finally given a strict order by Meng Wuya. He told her that she must first absorb the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, transform her yuan qi into yuan qi, and advance to the yuan qi stage. After all, although this thing had already been refined, it wasn't a good idea to leave it in the dantian. Xianing Chong didn't refuse and obediently did as she was told. Normally, she was a very well-behaved girl. Last time, she had no choice but to drug her master, but that was only a small accident. Although the 3 of them were staying in an inn, Meng Wuya's strength was profound, so he wasn't worried that someone would disturb Xianing Chong, so he let her go into seclusion. Yang Kai's side was basically fine, but the wounds on his body and the bones in his chest would naturally take a few days to heal. Every day he would meditate and cultivate. Once Xianing Chong finished advancing, the 3 of them would set off to return to High Heaven Pavilion. One day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, Meng Wuya came in with a bowl of steaming hot soup in his hand. Yang Kai sniffed and smelled the aroma, quickly opening his eyes. Meng Wuya handed the big bowl to Yang Kai, and with a pained expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Drink it." Yang Kai didn't hesitate, taking the bowl and drinking it in one gulp. He smacked his lips and burped, excitedly saying, "What is this? The medicinal effect is so strong." He could feel his entire body heating up as he swallowed this bowl of food. Furthermore, it contained a huge amount of energy. A part of it seeped into his flesh and meridians to repair his injuries, while the other part was being absorbed by the golden body at this moment. Meng Wuya's mouth twitched, and he said in grief, "This is the ginseng soup that I brewed with 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng and various heavenly treasures. Do you think the medicinal effect is strong? Fuck, this thing is priceless, but you drank it all in one gulp. You should at least taste it. It tastes good." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and calmed the rolling blood in his chest. He thought to himself, if it wasn't for my precious disciple wanting me to use this thing to nourish your body before you went into seclusion, how could I bear to take it out? This thing can save your life at a critical moment, and you can't find a single stalk in the entire Darkhan dynasty. What a waste! What a waste! Do you have more? Yang Kai licked the corner of his mouth, still wanting more. Meng Wuya said in annoyance, no more? Even if I had more, I wouldn't give it to you. If you eat more, you won't die. Yang Kai smiled. He thought to himself, I have the support of the golden body. No matter how much energy and heavenly treasures I have, I can store them so I won't die. Tell me what happened that night. Meng Wuya's face suddenly became serious, and his eyes flashed with the anger and killing intent that he had been hiding for a long time. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Didn't little senior sister tell you? She was only concerned about your injuries a few days ago, so I didn't ask. Meng Wuya said in a deep voice. Meng Wuya asked in a deep voice, his eyes burning as he looked at Yang Kai. Who died in the mountain valley? And who is it that attacked you? Chapter 119. They were from the Blood Group and the Storm House. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he roughly recounted what had happened that night. Of course, as for how he had single-handedly killed 9 people, he naturally skipped over the important details and dwelled on the trivial. This matter was too mysterious. Even if he told old man Meng, he would not necessarily believe him. Meng Wuya was furious after hearing this. After a long time, Yang Kai finally finished speaking. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. So, the main culprit is you, but the mastermind is Long Hui? Yes. This time, it is I who have implicated little senior sister. Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Although you are the main culprit, it is not your fault. Ning Chong is not injured. You do not need to worry about it. Meng Wuya comforted him, then sneered. Blood Group Long Zai Tian. This old man will remember this. Seeing the dangerous light in Meng Wuya's eyes, Yang Kai knew that Long Zai Tian was in big trouble. Yang Kai could not understand old man Meng's origin and strength, but he always felt that he was not an ordinary person. If he really went to find trouble with Long Zai Tian, Yang Kai would be happy to see it, but it was not very satisfying. Yang Kai always believed that revenge must be done personally. If Long Zai Tian died at the hands of Meng Wuya, then he would not be able to avenge that day's hatred. However, Yang Kai would not dissuade him. This time, Meng Wuya was really angry. The fire in his heart must be vented. After staying in the inn for 2 days, Xia Ningchang finally came out. As expected, her strength had reached the Yuan Qi stage. Yang Kai asked around and found out that the 9-yin Yuan condensing dew did not need to be completely refined for it to have an effect. In theory, 1 drop of the 9-yin Yuan condensing dew could be used by 3 or 4 people. After all, it was only a primer that transformed the cultivator's Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi. However, this item was rather special. If one did not refine it within 2 hours after receiving it, it would disappear without a trace. Thus, even if someone obtained it, it would only be used by 1 person. Knowing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax. It seemed that he had accidentally absorbed half of the 9-yin Yuan condensing dew, but it didn't affect Xianing Chong at all. Furthermore, up until now, that half a drop of heaven and earth spirit essence had been stored within his golden avatar, and had not disappeared as she had said. With Yang Kai's injuries fully healed and Xianing Chang's breakthrough, the 3 of them naturally wouldn't stay any longer and immediately set off for High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai was carried back by Treasurer Meng. Along the way, he ate a lot of wind and felt dizzy. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai bid farewell to the master and disciple pair and returned to his small wooden house. Although he hadn't returned for nearly 20 days, the small wooden house was still as clean as new. It seemed that, during his absence, Li Yun Tian and the others had helped him take care of it. In the following days, Yang Kai once again returned to his previous peaceful life, cultivating every day and stabilizing his current realm. However, when he was idle, the figure of that cute little senior sister would occasionally appear in front of him. After all, this was the first woman Yang Kai had kissed. That sweet and soft feeling was still lingering in his mind. However, after returning, Xia Ningchang had not appeared. It was as if she had forgotten the agreement between the two of them. That night, in the mountain crack before Yang Kai left, he had said that if he could return alive, Xia Ningchang would agree to one of his requests. At that time, Yang Kai had only wanted to find something for himself to remember and had no deeper meaning. Although he felt a little disappointed, Yang Kai didn't care too much about it. I quietly floated past, waving my sleeves without taking away a cloud. Drifting past that kiss, it was only because he wanted to subdue the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew. Although at that time both of them were a little emotional, it didn't mean anything. They were both young and full of vigor, so in that kind of situation, it was inevitable that they would be emotional. Yang Kai didn't feel inferior because of the difference in strength between them. When it came to strength, as long as he diligently cultivated, he would naturally become stronger. He believed that one day, he would be able to surpass this little senior sister and surpass any other person of the same age. Because the unyielding golden skeleton had infinite possibilities. Feelings weren't what Yang Kai needed to consider right now. If it was his, it would eventually be his. If it wasn't his, even if he forced it, there wouldn't be any results. If Xia Ningchang was interested in him, then what did it matter if his strength was low? If she really alienated him because of his low strength, Yang Kai had nothing to say. If others didn't like him, could he blame them for having high standards? However, with her delicate and pure personality, she shouldn't be so snobbish. On this point, Yang Kai was right. After Xia Ningchang returned to High Heaven Pavilion, she was really embarrassed to see Yang Kai. Thinking back to that night's passion, she felt a little ashamed. Even if she wore a veil, she still didn't have the face to appear in front of Yang Kai. Moreover, as soon as she returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Meng Wuya made her go into seclusion again. On the surface, it was to consolidate her newly promoted cultivation, but in reality, it was because he was afraid that she and Yang Kai would still be together. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have come to ask Yang Kai how his body was recovering. After cultivating for 2 days, Yang Kai was quite dissatisfied with his results. Absorbing Yang Qi by the coiling dragon stream was too slow. It was far inferior to directly eating spirit fruits and absorbing Yang inflammation stones. The amount of Yang liquid in the dantian was very small, so he had to quickly replenish it. Otherwise, if he encountered a battle like that night again, he was afraid that he would fall into an awkward situation where he couldn't cook without rice. Thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to go to Black Wind Trade again. First, he wanted to buy something that could condense Yang liquid. Second, he wanted to buy the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and Dead Jedi Tree Grass. The incense burner hadn't been used for a long time. As for money, Yang Kai had a lot of it. He was no longer the poor ghost he was before. These silvers were all plundered from the people of Blood Group. At that time, it was too dark, so Yang Kai didn't carefully count them. When he came back, he found that this group of people was really rich. Just by plundering a few people, he actually obtained nearly 20,000 taels of silver. With this much money, he could buy 40 pieces of Yang inflammation stones. It was enough to make up for the loss of that night, and more than double. A few hours after Yang Kai left for Black Wind Trade, Meng Wuya also left with a murderous aura. His goal was the Blood Group. Although the Blood Group was one of the 3 major forces in the vicinity, how could Meng Wuya be afraid of them? His own disciple almost suffered a fatal disaster, and almost lost her innocence. This account must be settled. Long Hui's death didn't matter. Didn't he have a grandfather? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If there was no one protecting him, how could a trivial Long Hui be so arrogant? So in Meng Wuya's view, Long Zitian was even more hateful than Long Hui. He deserved to be killed. High Heaven Pavilion was not far from the Blood Group. Meng Wuya's speed was extremely fast, so in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he arrived at the Blood Group's headquarters. At this moment, the Blood Group's upper echelons were discussing important matters. In the main hall, the leader of the Blood Group, Hu Man, was sitting upright. This person was like his name, born with a bare waist and a tiger back. His face was fierce and fierce. At first glance, one could see that he was not a good person. In front of Hu Man, the blood group's hall masters, branch leaders and others were sitting upright. These people were reporting to Hu Man about the recent events of the past month, including the income and expenditure of the blood group. Hu Man was very impatient, so he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about these trivial matters. How is the mining area's seal being broken?" A young man of about 27 years old stood up and respectfully said to Hu Man, "Reporting to the leader, grandfather has made some progress, but the number of experts in the gang is too small. Although the flowing time great emperor has been around for a long time, it is not easy to break. Grandfather had sent a letter to Long Jun a few days ago, asking me to pass on the message. He will do his best to break the seal as soon as possible." This young man was Long Zai Tian's eldest grandson, Long Hui's elder brother, Long Jun. He was already at the second level of Yuanqi realm. Although his aptitude was not as good as the other geniuses, it was not too bad. Because the Long family's position in the blood group was not low, even though Long Jun was only at the second level of Yuanqi realm, he still held an important position and was one of the blood group's hall masters. Hu Man nodded slightly. "And that's good. Long Jun, if you have free time, go to the mining area and say hello to your grandfather. Tell him you have worked hard." "Yes. I don't know what kind of mysteries are hidden in the seal. It is actually buried several tens of feet underground." One of the blood group's hall masters suddenly wondered. "This is all thanks to our Miss May Air's insight. If she did not say that there was something strange under the mine, I am afraid we would not have known about it." Yes, although Miss May Air is young, her eyesight is extraordinary. I really don't know how she saw through it." Hearing a group of people praising Hu May Air, although it was suspected that they were flattering, Hu Man still felt very comfortable. But when he remembered that Hu May Air was a girl and would eventually be married off, Hu Man could not help but sigh. Fuck his grandmother. I, your father, am so wise and powerful. I have countless concubines and work hard every night. How can I only give birth to 2 daughters? This was a sore point for Hu Man. He had no sons in his family, so he could not continue his career. The group of people were still praising Hu May Air's unique eyesight. Even Hu Jiao Air was praised to the heavens. Hu Man was only unhappy. Speaking of this matter, it was really strange. The mining area had been discovered a few years ago. The blood group used the mining area to mine Yang inflammation stones and Yin Yuan stones to earn a lot of money. In the past few years, the blood group had developed rapidly. A large part of the reason was because they relied on the mining area. But no one knew that several tens of feet below the mining area, there were many mysterious and profound seals. Close to 2 months ago, Hu Man's youngest daughter, Hu May Air, suddenly came back and told him about this matter. He laughed it off and did not take it seriously, until Hu May Air kept pestering him and insisted that Hu Man send people to investigate. He had no choice but to unwillingly send people to dig in that direction. Although Hu May Air had clearly told Hu Man that this matter must not be known by the Long family. However, Hu Man himself didn't care about this matter. He thought it was just a girl's prank, using this method to attract his attention. In addition, the matter of the mine was originally managed by Long Zai Tian, so this matter couldn't be hidden. The mining area was originally excavated underground. The location that Hu May Air mentioned was not very far. After 10 or so blood group disciples painstakingly excavated for 10 days, they discovered that the location was indeed unusual. Chapter 120. That area was actually covered with restrictions. The disciples quickly reported this discovery. After Hu Man received the news, he personally went down to investigate, but he couldn't understand these restrictions and couldn't see through them. In the blood group, Long Zai Tian was the oldest and had the most experience. Moreover, he already knew about this place, so Hu Man let him take charge of breaking these restrictions and see what was hidden inside. Hu Man had a feeling that there was a great secret hidden within the restriction. If the blood group could obtain this secret, then their strength would definitely leap to another level. Not to mention that they would be able to compete with the 8 great families, but at least they would be able to stand on equal footing with the first-class forces. Hu Man was also somewhat vexed. At that time, Hu Mei had repeatedly warned him that this matter must be kept a secret, but he didn't take it to heart. Now, the entire upper echelon of the group knew about it. That day, after returning from the mining area, Hu Man hurriedly went to find Hu Mei. He wanted to inquire about how she knew that there was a secret hidden under the mining area. What he didn't expect was that Hu Mei would actually quarrel with him because of this matter. During the quarrel, Hu Man found out that his daughter had received guidance from an expert. It was that expert who told Hu Mei that there was a secret under the mining area. But because he didn't care, it caused his daughter to fail to live up to that expert's trust. That expert didn't want the Long family to know about this secret. Daughter, what kind of expert is he? Hu Man was in awe of that mysterious expert. To be able to see the secret buried under the ground, this expert's strength was definitely not small. In Hu Man's imagination, this person definitely had a strength that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. What kind of expert? At that time, Hu Mei's mind appeared with Yang Kai's appearance. Her face slightly reddened, and she rolled her eyes at her father. I won't tell you. Looking at her appearance, Hu Man was immediately shocked. Could it be that his daughter was interested in this expert? After asking around in a roundabout manner, Hu Man was shocked at that time. This expert was actually a young man. Such a person, how bad could his background be? Daughter, have you fallen in love with him? Hu Man excitedly inquired. In his opinion, his daughter would always be married off, but the most important issue was who she would marry. If she could marry into one of the 8 great families, then that would be the best-case scenario. The blood group would also be able to fly into the sky and become a phoenix. But this young man with good eyesight was definitely not bad. So what if I do? Hu Mei sighed faintly. If you like her, then try to get close to her. My daughter is so beautiful. Could it be that he doesn't like her? Barbarian Hu urged. That's right. Could it be that he already has a wife? It's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Hu Mei turned around and glared at him. It's because of you that I've failed to live up to someone's trust. How can I still have the face to see them? Humph! When Hu Man heard this, he could only laugh in embarrassment. How could he know that his daughter was telling the truth? If he knew, he wouldn't have shared this secret with her. It had to be said that Hu Man had completely misunderstood Yang Kai. If he knew that the expert in his heart was only a high heaven pavilion trial disciple, he feared that Hu Mei wouldn't have enough time to avoid him. How could he let her get close to him? Retracting his train of thought, Hu Man let out a long sigh, thinking to himself that this matter was really worrying. His daughter had been in seclusion these past few days and didn't like to run around like before. Her strength had improved a lot, but if she didn't get in touch with that young man, how could she have the opportunity to marry him? The group of hall leaders and helm leaders were still flattering Hu Man, but to Hu Man it was like chewing wax. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Hu Man's movements suddenly stopped. He immediately raised his head and looked towards the door. His face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. In the next moment, all the hall leaders and helm leaders quickly shut their mouths and turned their heads. An invisible pressure, as if the heavens were pressing down on them, made everyone's heart tremble. An expert had arrived at the blood group. Everyone in the main hall felt the aura of the person who had arrived. Immediately after, an old voice sounded in everyone's ears. Where's Long Zai Tian? This voice was very calm, and no emotions could be heard from it. However, everyone present couldn't help but shiver. They faintly felt that this expert who had suddenly appeared had some ill intentions. Looking for Vice Leader Long? The group of people looked at each other and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Follow me outside to take a look. Hu Man stood up and walked out in large strides. Behind him, the hall leaders and helm leaders followed closely behind. Outside the room, everyone saw an old man standing motionlessly in midair. This person's hair and beard were all white, and his face was as calm as water. A pair of sharp eyes swept over, like an eagle overlooking the earth, carrying a disdainful arrogance and unruliness. Being swept by this pair of eyes, everyone involuntarily felt a sense of insignificance. Peak of immortal ascension boundary, Hu Man exclaimed, his rough face slightly twitching. Peak of immortal ascension boundary? Some people were shocked. Is he the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion? Within this 1,000-mile radius, there were a few immortal ascension boundary masters, but when it came to the peak of immortal ascension boundary, only the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion could appear and disappear like a ghost. This person's age was similar to the rumored sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. No wonder people would mistakenly recognize him. It's not him. Hu Man slowly shook his head. When he was young, he had seen the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion, so he naturally remembered his appearance. He was completely different from this old man in front of him. Moreover, although this person was at the peak of immortal ascension boundary, the pressure he brought to Hu Man was far greater than the immortal ascension boundary. Hu Man himself was an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage master, so even if the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion personally came, he wouldn't feel too much pressure. The old man in front of him was different. When Hu Man looked at him, it was like looking at a mountain that could never be climbed, a river that couldn't be crossed. Even if he spent a lifetime of energy, he could only look up at his back. This feeling was very strange, but Hu Man always believed in his intuition. This old man, he couldn't be an enemy, he couldn't be an enemy. Where did this master come from? Hu Man's face was heavy. He stepped forward, cupped his fist, and respectfully asked, "May I ask Senior's name?" The person who came was naturally Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Originally, when he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he wanted to find trouble with Long Zai Tian, but he was afraid that his disciple would secretly find Yang Kai, so he waited for her for 2 days. After confirming that she was really in retreat, he leisurely came. "You are Long Zai Tian?" Meng Wuya narrowed his eyes fixed on Hu Man like a hawk. Hu Man's yuan qi involuntarily circulated, as if he was in a life or death crisis, but he didn't show it. After all, he was the leader of a gang. His mind was firm. If he was scared by a few words from the opposite party, what kind of scandal would that be? "This one is the leader of Blood Group. Hu Man, I don't know, Senior." Before Hu Man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Meng Wuya, his tone full of impatience. "If you are not Long Zai Tian, then why are you interrupting?" Hu Man felt a burst of bitterness, but it was not good for him to vent his anger. When he was about to open his mouth to explain 1 or 2 things, Meng Wuya had already flipped out. "Damn Long Zai Tian. Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Get the hell out of here for this old man." This roar could really be said to be earth-shattering, shaking the earth and shaking the earth. The whole Blood Group, even the people of Storm House and High Heaven Pavilion, all heard it clearly. After the roar, the whole place was silent. A group of Immortal Ascension Boundary and Yuan Qi Boundary experts all looked at Meng Wuya stupidly, dumbfounded and flabbergasted. They never thought that such an awe-inspiring expert would actually open his mouth and curse people, and moreover, curse in such a vicious and vulgar way. Where is your demeanor? Where is your identity? Any expert with a little bit of strength and prestige would not do such a thing, right? In the end, what kind of hatred did he have to throw away his own self-cultivation and demeanor? Long Zai Tian stole his family's chicken and snatched his family's dog, unexpectedly making him so angry. However, Meng Wuya's roar made the people of Blood Group clearly understand that the newcomer was not good. Hu Man said with a calm face, "Senior, can we talk things over?" Although the newcomer's strength was tyrannical, Hu Man did not want to be his enemy, but Long Zai Tian was still the deputy leader of Blood Group. If Meng Wuya slapped him, Hu Man would have to suffer half of it. "I said you are numb. Tell Long Zai Tian to get the hell out of here. If he does not come out today, then cut off his head and give it to this old man as a urinal. This old man will slaughter your Blood Group." Meng Wuya aggressively came to find trouble, but unexpectedly did not see the person in question. His anger could be imagined. Blood Group, he really did not put them in his eyes. Hu Man's face showed a murderous look. Even a person of clay had 3 points of anger, not to mention Hu Man, who had a violent temper. If he did not have scruples about Meng Wuya's strength, how could he be so kind? But Meng Wuya did not give him any face. Hu Man was really angry. Hey, Long Zitian is a coward, not daring to come out and see this old man? Meng Wuya looked down and said contemptuously. This time, it was a young man who replied with a cold face. Old mister, can you watch your words? What kind of enmity do you have with my grandfather that you dare to insult him like this? The person who spoke was Long Jun. Meng Wuya scolded Long Zitian. His filthy words were extremely unpleasant to hear. As a member of the Long family, how could Long Jun endure? Relying on the fact that this was the headquarters of Blood Group, there were many experts, he immediately retorted. So what if he was at the peak of Immortal Ascension boundary? Blood Group also has Immortal Ascension boundary experts. If you really dare to fight here, then you will not be able to return. Your grandfather? Meng Wuya narrowed his eyes, staring at Long Jun. The person old man is looking for is my grandfather. Long Jun replied in a deep voice. Good, good, good. Meng Wuya laughed. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Mice give birth to babies. That Long Hui is not a good person. You are his elder brother. You are also not a good person. How did he bring up Long Hui's head? Everyone suddenly felt that this old man's mind was not clear. He was rambling. They did not know what he wanted to say. Long Jun angrily said, Old man, don't be so savage. This is Blood Group. It is not your turn to behave atrociously. Hu Man's heart was filled with anger. Meng Wuya was unreasonable and used his power to bully others. Long Zitian had eyes but failed to see. He had offended such an expert and brought the fire to the faction. Hu Man had seen the Long family's little tricks in the past few years. However, the Long family had always been the Blood Group's right-hand man. Hu Man had the intention to remove this malignant tumor, but he didn't dare to do it. Once he did, the Blood Group would immediately fall apart. Their overall strength would be greatly reduced. If Hu Man didn't have a son, how could there be such a situation in the faction? As long as he had a son, Hu Man would be able to train him and let him fight against the Long family's younger generation. This time, Long Zitian had provoked such an expert. Hu Man saw a glimmer of opportunity. If he could use this opportunity to remove the Long family's influence in the faction, it could be considered a good thing. So no matter what, Hu Man had to go and take a look. Black Wind Trade was still bustling with noise and excitement. Yang Kai took out 20,000 taels of silver and walked around the market. First, he spent 10,000 taels to buy some Yang inflammation stones. Then, he found an open space and sat down cross-legged. He picked up a sign from the ground and erased the words on it. Then, he casually wrote a few words. Buying Yang attribute spirit grass and spirit fruit seeds. After placing the sign in front of him, Yang Kai no longer paid attention to it. He directly operated the true Yang secret art and secretly absorbed the energy from the Yang inflammation stones. Last time, Li Yuntian had helped Yang Kai collect seeds, but he didn't gain anything. From this, it could be seen how rare these seeds were. Yang Kai was just trying his luck. In any case, absorbing the energy from the Yang essence stones would take a lot of time. He could cultivate and buy them. After spending half a day, he finally finished absorbing the energy from the 20 pieces of Yang inflammation stones. One piece of Yang inflammation stone could condense 2 drops of Yang liquid. 20 pieces would be 40 drops. The Dantian was once again full. After checking the situation inside the Dantian, Yang Kai was very satisfied. If he encountered another battle of the same level, he would be able to use his full strength. But after half a day, no one came to sell seeds. Standing up, Yang Kai looked towards the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' wooden house. Su Yen should be inside. Yang Kai wanted to go greet her and tell her that he had returned. But after thinking about it, Yang Kai gave up. He didn't have any deep friendship with her. Moreover, she was such a cold and noble person. Yang Kai didn't want to come into contact with her. Looking at other people's cold faces was meaningless. Just as he was about to return home, a a person suddenly walked in front of him. Squatting down, she looked at Yang Kai's sign and asked, "You want to buy seeds?" Yang Kai looked down and found that the person in front of him was a young woman. She was about 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance could be considered good. Her face was delicate and pretty. Her eyes were like water, her skin was smooth and tender, and her figure was also good, especially her pair of large breasts. Yang Kai didn't know what she ate growing up. She squatted down. Yang Kai looked down at her from a higher position. Immediately, he saw a deep and tender snow-white patch on her chest. And she didn't look away. Yang Kai nodded. The woman straightened up and said, "I have some, but I don't know if you can afford it." "Oh?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "That depends on what kind of seeds you have." This woman was wearing High Heaven Pavilion clothes, so she should be a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. They were all from the same sect, so Yang Kai naturally felt a sense of familiarity. "I'll take it out for you to see," the woman said as she untied an exquisite pouch from her waist and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, opened the pouch and poured out 2 seeds. These 2 seeds indeed contained Yang attribute energy, which was exactly what he needed. Moreover, these 2 seeds seemed to be of a higher grade than the 3 Suns fruit seeds he bought last time. If the 3 Suns fruit was Earth grade low grade, then these seeds should be Earth grade middle grade or high grade seeds. "I want these 2 seeds. How much do you want?" Yang Kai was very satisfied with the seeds. The woman smiled and said, 1,000 taels. Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. Although he couldn't deny that her smile was very beautiful, adding a touch of radiance to her beautiful face, Yang Kai couldn't agree to this price. In fact, if he really wanted to, Yang Kai spent 1,000 taels to buy these 2 seeds was not a loss, because he had the Yang liquid to accelerate the growth of these seeds, greatly shortening the growth period. But if someone else spent 1,000 taels to buy this, it would definitely be a loss. This woman was a bit too greedy. This made Kai Yang's newly born feeling of intimacy towards her vanish like smoke in thin air. "This senior sister, isn't your price a bit high?" Although Yang Kai still had 10,000 taels left, he prepared to use it to buy the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and the Dead Jedi Tree Grass, so he couldn't spend it casually. "Is it high?" The woman pursed her lips and smiled. "It's not high. These are the seeds of the Earth-grade Spirit Grass, Pure Heart. Once it matures, it will have a lot of uses. In the eyes of a knowledgeable person, it's worth more than 1,000 taels." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "You also want to wait for it to mature? How many years do you have to wait?" The woman pouted. "Since you want to buy the seeds, of course you have to wait patiently for it to mature. Do you want to plant it now and immediately harvest it? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Also, things are precious when they are rare. Seeds are rare, so 1,000 taels is 1,000 taels. I have suffered a lot for them." Yang Kai was helpless. After thinking carefully for a moment, he nodded and said, "Fine. Let's do it like this." He would definitely make a profit if he bought it for 1,000 taels. Moreover, listening to her, it seemed that she had spent a lot of effort to get these 2 seeds. Since she had put in a lot of effort, she should at least get a taste of the sweetness. Moreover, this was a senior sister from the same sect. Moreover, Yang Kai really didn't know how to bargain, so he didn't need to waste any more saliva. There was no harm in letting her take advantage of him. He counted out 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to her. The woman took it with a smile and then carefully put it away. She looked at Yang Kai and said, "Junior brother, you are a good person. I will also give you that purse." It was personally embroidered by senior sister. After that, she happily walked away. Yang Kai was stunned. It turned out that this senior sister also knew that he was from the same sect. Since she knew, she still asked for such an exorbitant price. If it was someone else, this business deal would definitely be ruined. Although he was cheated, Yang Kai wasn't angry. After all, it was just a business deal. The next time he made a deal with her, he just had to be careful. After waiting for a while, he found that no one else came to sell the seeds. After tidying up, Yang Kai prepared to use the remaining money to buy some 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flowers and Dead Jedi Tree Grass. He hadn't walked a few steps when the ground suddenly shook. Then it shook again. The shaking continued for several times. The disciples of the three sects in Black Wind Trade were instantly thrown into chaos. No one knew what was going on. They only thought that the ground was going to split open. Many people panicked and ran in all directions. Chapter 122. After a while, someone's angry voice came from afar, but because the distance was too far, he couldn't hear it clearly. Hearing the voice, Yang Kai's face lit up. He could tell that one of the voices belonged to Meng Wuya, the other belonged to Long Zai-Tian, and many other people were shouting together. Are they fighting? In his heart, Kai Yang understood that this commotion was caused by Meng Wuya seeking revenge. But the range of the impact was too wide. Listening to the direction of the sound, it should be the blood group's mining area where a fierce battle was taking place. That area was dozens of miles away. Even from such a distance, the earth was shaking. Yang Kai could even feel the yuan qi fluctuations coming from the experts. So strong. Not knowing when he would be able to reach such heights, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with anticipation and excitement. Suddenly, along with the sound of several doors opening, the guarding disciples of Black Wind Trade's wooden houses walked out at the same time. High Heaven Pavilion Su Yen, blood groups Hu Jiao Air, storm houses Fang Ziki. All three of them looked towards the direction of the battle with a dignified expression. Immediately, they simultaneously used their movement skills, turning into three afterimages and flew out. A white shadow, a green shadow, and a gray shadow. The white shadow was Su Yen in the front, the green shadow was Hu Jiao Air in the middle, and the last one was Fang Ziki. The strength of these three guarding disciples could be distinguished at a glance. There's a good show. Let's go and take a look. Some people were alarmed, while others were anxious to see the world in chaos. They immediately shouted and chased after the three guarding disciples. Naturally, many people followed. For a moment, Black Wind Trade was in chaos. Stalls were quickly packed up, and the people who wanted to buy things were following the flow of people. A battle between Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. This is definitely a battle between Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. A rare scene. If we miss it today, we don't know when we will see it again. Let's go and take a look. A Storm House's disciple looked excited, his saliva splashing everywhere as he called out to his brother. Let's not go. If we are affected, won't we die very miserably? We are only watching from afar, it doesn't matter. Those are all experts and they can control their moves with ease. How could they harm the innocent? In a few words, another large group of people ran out. Yang Kai's expression changed. He knew what had happened, but he did not expect Old Man Meng to go so far this time. Once this battle was over, it would definitely alarm the three surrounding forces. It was estimated that it would attract everyone's attention. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai followed the crowd and ran away. He wanted to know what the final result of this battle would be. Did Treasurer Meng win or lose? Just as the Black Wind Trade was in an uproar, the blood group's mining area was already busy fighting. After Meng Wuya carried Long Jun and flew here, he directly went to find Long Zai-Tian. The latter didn't even understand what was going on before he was beaten silly by his killing moves. Long Zai-Tian felt extremely wronged. He didn't recognize Meng Wuya at all, but the opponent's attitude of not giving up until death made him extremely angry. Long Zai-Tian was an old man, and as the deputy leader of the blood group, when had he ever suffered such a big loss? At this moment, anger rose from his heart. He used his full strength to fight with Meng Wuya. In less than 10 moves, Long Zai-Tian was directly blasted down from the sky by Meng Wuya. When he was about to take his life, Hu Man and the others were forced to intervene. Although Hu Man was happy to see Long Zai-Tian being suppressed, he was still a senior member of the blood group. Meng Wuya was alone. In front of so many people, how could the other members of the blood group stand by and watch? Even if Hu Man did not intervene, the other experts would have come to his rescue. Therefore, Hu Man had no choice but to take the lead. What was originally a one-on-one duel instantly turned into a group fight. Meng Wuya was 1 against 1,000, and he was not at a disadvantage even when facing the 10 immortal ascension boundary experts of the blood group. He was really awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. Moreover, during the fight he was extremely humiliating. His mouth was as vicious as a scorpion woman. Not only did he suppress Long Zai-Tian in terms of strength, but he also humiliated him with words. Long Zai-Tian's old face turned purple. He wanted to curse back, but he could not bring himself to do so. He could only silently attack. From time to time, Meng Wuya would hit him once or twice. He did not know how many mouthfuls of blood he spat out. His expression was extremely distressed. Where was the dignity of the deputy leader of the blood group? Once again, Meng Wuya retreated to the air, while the experts of the blood group stood on the ground. Both sides temporarily stopped and faced each other. Long Zai-Tian ground his teeth until they were almost broken. The corner of his mouth was filled with blood. His whole body was trembling with anger, but he did not dare to be too presumptuous. He endured the humiliation and said, "May I ask who you are in the end? How did this Long offend you? Why do you want to humiliate me like this?" He was not reconciled. If he had really provoked the opposite party, he would have had a reason to seek revenge. But Long Zai-Tian had never seen Meng Wuya before. The opposite party had beaten and scolded him, and he was still confused. How could he accept this? So he must ask clearly. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. If this was a misunderstanding, then even if he died here today, he would still seek justice. Humph! Meng Wuya stood proudly in the air. He coldly snorted and said with disdain, "You did not provoke me, nor did you provoke me." Long Zai-Tian's body suddenly trembled. He pointed at Meng Wuya and trembled for a long time. He opened his mouth and said, "You!" Just as he said a word, Long Zai-Tian spat out another mouthful of blood. His throat made a sound, and his eyes were filled with resentment. "I did not provoke you, nor did I provoke you. Why did you come here to beat me and scold me? This old man is already so old. Half of his body is already buried in the ground. Unexpectedly, I still have to suffer this kind of injustice. Don't you feel very sullen? You want to kill this old man, but you are powerless?" Meng Wuya sneered again and again. He did not give Long Zai-Tian any face. Long Zai-Tian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His movements were very careful. He was afraid that if he used too much force, he would die on the spot. Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Meng Wuya angrily cursed. You also know how to be sullen, powerless to resist? The treatment you're receiving right now is exactly what happened to my precious disciple that night. Your disciple? Long Zai-Tian reluctantly opened his mouth to ask. Meng Wuya's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said in a deep voice, Your Long family has guts. You have guts, you have guts. Your Long family dared to touch this old man's disciple. Can you be more clear? Long Zai-Tian slowly asked. He suddenly felt that the other party really did have a grudge against him. He was not deliberately causing trouble. Clear. Haha. Meng Wuya's face was cold. He shouted, There is nothing good. When you're in the netherworld, go ask your grandson Long Hui yourself. Ask him what he's been up to these past few days. What happened to Long Hui? Long Zai-Tian's face changed greatly. What happened to you? Meng Wuya sneered. Grandfather, I have not seen my brother for nearly a month. Last time he took Hall Master went out to do something. Until today he has not returned. Long Jun suddenly opened his mouth. Long Zai-Tian's face turned ashen. Combined with Long Jun and the other party's words, Long Zai-Tian guessed that Long Hui had met with misfortune. Although the other party did not understand, he also knew his grandson's character. Since this expert was venting his anger for his disciple, then his disciple must be a beautiful woman. Only for a moment, Long Zai-Tian already understood the whole story. His heart was filled with pain and anger. The pain was because his grandson died like this. The anger was because he had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. He even dared to touch the disciple of such an expert. Long Zai-Tian, You raised a good grandson. Meng Wuya's anger overflowed to the heavens. Today, this old man has come to take your life. I will let you know that there are some people you cannot offend. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. As his hand was raised, the whole world seemed to change color. Blood Group's people were horrified. They rushed to Long Zai Tian's side and nervously watched Meng Wuya's movements. Meng Wuya's hand quickly fell and fiercely slapped towards Long Zai Tian's direction. Meng Wuya angrily shouted, "Die!" A huge palm suddenly fell from the sky. The power of heaven and earth, with an irresistible momentum, shook the heavens and earth. With one palm, the wind and clouds changed. At this moment, all the experts of Blood Group also displayed their most powerful killing moves. Together, they tried to block Yuanqi riot, flying sand and stones. Meng Wuya's one palm against 10 experts. He was fearless and domineering. At this moment, Treasurer Meng was more reliable than at any other time. Boom! A loud sound was heard. That huge palm fell on top of the Blood Group's heads. But it was blocked by everyone. No, he didn't block it. He merely delayed the descending power of the giant palm by a little. The 10 Immortal Ascension boundary experts of Blood Group, almost at that moment, simultaneously squatted on the ground. They madly pushed their Yuanqi. Crack, 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 crack after crack appeared on the ground. This was the mining area of the Blood Group. Underneath the mining area, there were many tunnels. Now that the Yuanqi had collided, the underground tunnels had collapsed. With a crashing sound, the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet started to sink. The experts of the Blood Group also took advantage of the falling speed and quickly fled in all directions. The giant palm finally slammed down, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, leaving behind a handprint on the ground. Long Zai Tian did not die. With the protection of the experts of the Blood Group, he was able to escape. However, he was vomiting blood and his face was pale. Today's battle had dealt a huge blow to his body and mind. He was old and weak, so even though this blow did not take his life, it still took away half of his strength. The other experts of the Blood Group also had ugly complexions. They had never thought that Meng Wuya's strength would be so profound. Was this still the soul travel realm? How could he be so strong? Moreover, the power of the martial skill he used was so extraordinary. It was most likely a martial skill of the profound rank or higher. Meng Wuya coldly glanced down and snorted. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a Yuanqi fluctuation that made his heart palpitate suddenly burst forth from below. Even though Meng Wuya was strong, when he felt this wave of Yuanqi, his complexion greatly changed. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked down. The next moment, a fiery red light flew out from the ground, swaying gently. It turned out to be a 100-feet-long fire dragon. Following closely behind the fire dragon, another ice blue figure flew out. It spread its wings and was also 1,000 feet long, but it was a magnificent ice phoenix. Chapter 123. Beast Soul. Meng Wuya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the two gigantic figures in front of him. The strength of the monster beast was extraordinary. Even if its body was destroyed, its soul could still exist between heaven and earth, waiting for the right time to be resurrected. The dragon and the phoenix were the kings of the monster beast. Naturally, they had the ability to maintain their soul. Meng Wuya was experienced and knowledgeable. When he first saw the two huge figures, he thought that they were the beast souls of the dragon and the phoenix. But when he looked carefully, he frowned because he didn't feel any trace of a soul from the two figures. They were just dead things. These two huge figures were actually the dragon and phoenix seals formed by the pure energy of heaven and earth. This place is strange. Meng Wuya immediately became alert. He looked down and saw that the ground under his feet was sunken. In the deeper part of the ground, there were some mysterious restrictions, but these restrictions had already been destroyed. It turned out that it was the aftermath of the battle between him and the experts of the Blood Group that had broken the barrier of this place, allowing the dragon phoenix seal to escape. This was an accident. Meng Wuya thoughtfully turned his head and looked at the people of the blood group. He found that they were also foolishly standing in the same place, looking up at the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. They didn't know the mystery of this place. Meng Wuya frowned. Yes, this restriction should not have been broken before, so they didn't know what was sealed in it. But they should be breaking it, and at the last moment, otherwise it wouldn't have been completely broken by the aftermath of the battle. While Meng Wuya was pondering, the two huge figures in the sky were already entangled together. Their bodies were up to 100 feet long. One was fiery red, the other was ice blue. When they blended together, the heaven and earth were filled with sparkling brilliance. An unparalleled hot and cold energy rushed out, making everyone feel that they couldn't resist. Retreat! Hu Man angrily shouted and led the people of the blood group to quickly retreat. Meng Wuya also retreated, although his strength was profound, but in the face of such an energy impact, he still couldn't resist. There seemed to be a dragon's roar, deafening. There seemed to be a phoenix's cry, loud and clear. A dragon and a phoenix circled in the sky endlessly. The dragon and the phoenix were auspicious. After a long time, the dragon and the phoenix unexpectedly rushed down and once again fell to the place where they came from. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Everyone felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. The yuan qi fluctuations were many times more violent than before. The mining area of the blood group was suddenly surrounded by a bright light. After a while, the light gradually dissipated, and the yuan qi fluctuations gradually calmed down. It was as if the world had quieted down at this moment. Meng Wuya stood in the air and quietly looked down. His face suddenly trembled and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said involuntarily, "Heaven's cave inheritance?" But the mining area below had been razed to the ground. Only a huge deep pit was left. It was about 10 feet from the ground. There was a layer of light screen blocking the view of the situation inside. On the light screen, mysterious characters and patterns were constantly swimming. They were as happy as fish. How could it be? How could the Heaven's Cave inheritance appear in such a small place? Meng Wuya almost thought that he was dreaming, but what happened in front of him was so real. The Heaven's Cave inheritance was a magical and mysterious space condensed by a powerful cultivator at the end of his life. In this space, there was a hidden life of the powerful cultivator. If one could enter it, it would be a great fortune. Moreover, the Heaven's Cave inheritance was very likely to contain the powerful cultivator's belongings. For example, pills, secret treasures, and so on. How strong was the cultivator who could condense the Heaven's Cave inheritance? That was beyond the existence of the divine transcendence. Only those who had reached the spirit-severing stage could do it. A cultivator at the immortal ascension boundary was no different from an ant in front of such a powerful cultivator. It could be said that a heavenly abode of inheritance was a treasure trove that could rival an entire nation. If one could obtain the inheritance of the powerful cultivator, as long as they did not die, they would certainly be able to cultivate to the same level as the powerful cultivator. Moreover, when the Heaven's Cave of inheritance was formed, its momentum was extremely great. Presumably, the owner of this place was definitely not a small figure when he was alive. Perhaps, even among the group of people at the top, he was in existence like a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Meng Wuya's mood was somewhat excited. The appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance in this place was simply too incredible. He was excited, but the group of people from the blood group were even more excited. The restrictive spell that was buried hundreds of feet deep underground had been unintentionally broken. This was great news. Moreover, Hu Man and the others could tell at a glance that this was the legendary Heaven's Cave inheritance. There were rich treasures inside, and even more so, there were heavenly martial arts. Any one of these was enough to make people go crazy with excitement. But then, Hu Man and the others realized the seriousness of the problem. A moment ago, such a big movement had alarmed the other two sects nearby. Even if the blood group wanted to monopolize it, they would not be able to. After all, although this place was the blood group's mining area and the restriction was broken by the blood group, the entrance was so big. If others wanted to go in, how could they block it? If they really did so, they would only anger the other two sections. Storm House and High Heaven Pavilion would certainly join forces to eradicate the blood group. Then, they would slowly scheme to obtain the treasures here. Thinking of this, Hu Man waved his hand and said, "Go in first!" He was afraid that the other two sects experts would come and snatch the treasures inside. Naturally, he wanted to be the first to enter. Even if they came, he would only give them a small profit. Once the order was given, the 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of the Blood Group rushed towards the mining area. While rushing, they vigilantly looked at Meng Wuya, fearing that he would try to stop them. After the previous battle, everyone knew that this crazy old man was not to be trifled with. Who would have thought that Meng Wuya just sneered and did not say anything? He just stayed in the same place and watched. Hu Man and the others were overjoyed. If Meng Wuya did not come, they would have to stop him. The 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary experts arrived at the side of the giant pit. Looking at the mysterious light curtain below, they did not hesitate to plunge into it. Meng Wuya sneered. A trace of ridicule hung on his face. Just as Hu Man and the others were about to rush into the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the light curtain in front of them slightly flickered and directly bounced them back. The 10 people were like rubber balls, flying high up in the air. Then, after a few laps, they stopped in midair and looked at each other in dismay. What happened? Hu Man muttered to himself. He did not believe in evil and rushed down again. But when he touched the light curtain, the same thing happened again. He was once again bounced back. Only then did Hu Man realize that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at Meng Wuya. Seeing him standing there calmly, Hu Man realized that this old man didn't stop them before. He must have seen some clues. Hu Man couldn't help but lower his posture. He cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, may I ask if this is the Heaven's Cave inheritance below?" Meng Wuya snorted, rolled his eyes and ignored him. The appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance made him lose interest in finding trouble with Long Zai-Tian. In any case, Long Zai-Tian's life was already half gone. Moreover, his own losses were not small. If they continued to fight, it would absolutely be a lose-lose situation. Hu Man could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. While he was frowning and thinking hard, from afar came the sound of fluttering clothes. The faces of the blood group's experts changed. They were extremely bitter. So fast! A moment later, the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion led by Wei Shitong appeared on top of the mine. After a while, the Immortal Ascension Boundary experts of Stormhouse also arrived under the leadership of Housemaster Xiao Ruohan. When both sides arrived, they were shocked to see the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Their eyes were full of greed and surprise. Hu Man angrily said, "This is the blood group's mine. I am afraid it is not good for you to come here uninvited." Xiao Ruohan looked like a refined scholar. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Chief Hu, you are treating me as an outsider. Your blood group and my storm house have been neighbors for hundreds of years. No matter what, we are old neighbors. Now that such a big matter has occurred here, my storm house naturally has to come and investigate. If your blood group needs any help, my storm house will not refuse. I think High Heaven Pavilion also has the same intention. What do you say, Elder Wei?" The meaning of these words was that they wanted to temporarily form an alliance with High Heaven Pavilion to put pressure on the blood group. How could Hu Man not understand? Hu Man coldly snorted. His complexion was ugly. Wei Shitong nodded. Housemaster Zhao's words are reasonable. Master Hu, this place should be the legendary Heaven's Cave inheritance. Although there are countless treasures, there are also many hidden dangers. Your blood group is alone. I am afraid it is not appropriate for you to enter alone. Why don't the 3 of us discuss carefully and join forces to explore? Hu Man angrily said, "Why? This is my blood group's mine. The barrier was also broken by my blood group's experts. You did not contribute at all. What qualifications do you have to enter?" Meng Wuya coldly said, "The barrier was broken by this old man." Hu Man looked embarrassed. He bitterly looked at Meng Wuya, but did not dare to refute. Xiao Ruohan laughed. "Master Hu, please don't be angry. If there is a problem, we can discuss it. While this group of experts were arguing, the disciples of the three sects were crazily rushing over. Whether it was in the sect or in the Black Wind Trade City, everyone clearly saw the figure of the dragon and phoenix blending together in the sky. Although they didn't know what happened there, how could they miss such a spectacular scene? Even if they went to see the excitement, it would be good. Therefore, after a short period of panic, the speed of the crowd increased a lot. The whole Black Wind Forest at this moment was boiling. Yang Kai was also among them, rushing forward with the crowd. Although he was also excited, he was also secretly vigilant. The momentum of the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity was too great. If that was really the sign of a treasure being born, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. Therefore, his mind was very clear. Once he discovered that something was wrong, he would definitely turn around and leave. With his current strength, he was not qualified to participate in too fierce a battle. But until he followed the crowd to the blood group's mine, there was still no danger. There were already close to 10,000 disciples of the three sects gathered here. It was bustling with activity like a huge market. Chapter 124. The crowd was extremely noisy, but they were all stopped by the experts of the three sections. They formed a large circle around the center of the blood group's mining area. Yang Kai looked inside and saw the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion and a group of people fiercely discussing something. It seemed like they were quarreling, and each of them was red in the face. Among them, there was a burly man who was particularly agitated, spittle flying everywhere. Another scholarly-looking middle-aged man was comforting him. From the side came a discussion. That bear-like man is Hu Man, the helper of the blood group. That scholar is the Lord of Stormhouse, Xiao Ruohan. In the end, what happened here? How come the experts of the three sects all gathered here? Hey! I came early and ran a little closer. I heard the experts say that there is a Heaven's Cave inheritance here. What is the Heaven's Cave inheritance? The latter was obviously ignorant and inexperienced. Yang Kai also didn't know. He quickly perked up his ears and listened carefully. Many people around him also did the same. After speaking, he smiled and began to talk about the various benefits of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The group of people who listened to him became excited. They couldn't wait to immediately kill their way into the Heaven's Cave inheritance and inherit the mantle of the expert here. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Kai Yang thought back to 2 months ago when he had felt a trace of unusualness in this place. At that time, it was only because there was some kind of Yang attribute treasure buried here that he returned the favor by asking who may air to search for it. But he didn't expect that there was a Heaven's Cave inheritance hidden here. At that time, Yang Kai felt that the Yang attribute energy was blocked by something. Now that he thought about it, it should be the restriction here. This was an accident. Could be said that the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance had a lot to do with Yang Kai. He was the one who unwittingly promoted it. Next to him, the insider was still chattering away, but Kai Yang didn't listen anymore. He was thinking about what the experts of the three sects would do after the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. It was absolutely impossible for one side to swallow it all alone. Even if one side wanted to, the other two sides would not give them the chance. The blood group was undoubtedly such a party. Then the only possibility left was for the blood group to compromise and the three sects to jointly explore the secret. However, the blood group would definitely want to taste the sweetness first. After all, this place was discovered by others, so he had to take some benefits first. While Yang Kai was deep in thought, the masters of the three sects seemed to have reached an agreement. Each of them called out a powerful disciple and asked them to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance to explore the situation. The one from High Heaven Pavilion was Su Yen, the one from Blood Group was Long Jun, and the one from Stormhouse was Fang Ziji. The three of them came to the side of the huge pit and jumped in together. After a long wait, it wasn't until half a day later that Su Yen was the first to return. Her body suddenly appeared at the edge of the giant crater. Then she walked over to the three sect masters and reported her findings. After a while, Long Jun and Fang Ziki also returned. After listening to the three's reports, the three sect masters had an urgent discussion. They nodded to each other and dispersed in 3 different directions. Not long after, the sound of the 3 sect masters gathering their disciples could be heard. Yang Kai and a group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples walked towards the 5 great elders. The 3 sect masters formed their own groups and did not interfere with each other. Brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was waiting for Wei Shitong to speak, Sassafras led Li Yun Tian and the others over from the side. You also came? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Sassafras smiled. Such a big matter. We naturally came to see the excitement. Li Yun Tian asked, Brother, where did you go these past few days? How come you disappeared for 20 days? Yang Kai explained, I went out to do some things. I have to thank you, junior brother, for helping me clean the wooden house. Li Yun Tian and the others were stunned. We only helped you clean the floor, but we didn't clean the wooden house. This group of lazy people don't even fold their blankets when they wake up every day. How could they clean the wooden house? Sassafras laughed. You didn't? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Then why was his wooden house so clean and spotless? Silence. Everyone be silent. Wei Shitong suddenly shouted with a straight face. The nearly 2,000 High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had gathered here immediately quieted down, all of them looking at him expectantly. Everyone knew that the matter the Great Elder was going to talk about would definitely be related to the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Sure enough, Wei Shitong lightly coughed, looked around and said, You should already know what happened here and what kind of opportunity this is. The Heaven's Cave inheritance has been passed down for a long time, but not only have we not seen it, even in the entire Great Han Dynasty, not a single one has appeared in the past 1,000 years. We also don't know what kind of cultivation level the expert who can condense the Heaven's Cave inheritance has. But this is indeed a treasure trove that can rival an entire country. There are pills, secret manuals, treasures, and most importantly, the inheritance of that expert. The disciples were in an uproar, their eyes burning with passion and their breathing becoming rapid. Wei Shitong continued, but at the same time, there are countless hidden restrictions and dangers. The slightest carelessness will result in the destruction of one's soul. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, causing many people's excitement to fade. Benefits are not taken for free. Wei Shitong coldly snorted. Once you enter, you must first disregard life and death. Let me ask you, even so, do you still want to go in? The whole place was silent. Wei Shitong's oppressive gaze swept over the disciples, but when it fell on Yang Kai, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he immediately swept his gaze over them again. After a while, someone said, Great Elder, wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a great opportunity? Even if it is extremely dangerous, we still have to risk our lives. Yes, this is something we may not encounter in our entire life. How can we miss it? We want to go in. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were excited, and many of them were excited. Under the temptation of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, all restrictions and dangers were no longer in their minds. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Good. Wei Shitong nodded with satisfaction. My High Heaven Pavilion disciples should be fearless in the face of danger. This old man is very pleased that you all have this awareness. All disciples listen, those above 30 years old step out. A large group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples walked out, and the number of people immediately decreased by about 40%. Wei Shitong looked at them with some pity and said, You can't enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. This place denies entry to those above 30 years old, and it also denies entry to those above the Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator. How can this be? The group of disciples suddenly became depressed. Don't be noisy. This Heaven's Cave inheritance was left by a senior expert, and the restrictions were also set by him. He naturally has his reasons for doing so. Second Elder Su Xian Wu timely rebuked. Although he and Great Elder had always been at odds, this matter was related to High Heaven Pavilion's interests and even its future, so he naturally wouldn't undermine him now. Wei Shitong shouted again, Disciples below the initial element boundary, step out. Another group of people walked out, Although you all have the qualifications to enter, you are not allowed to go. Wei Shitong looked at them and said in a deep voice, there are many dangers inside, and your strength is too low. If you go in, it's tantamount to suicide. This group of people was self-aware, so they naturally didn't dare to complain about such an arrangement. After the two conditions were met, there were only 300 to 400 people left. Wei Shitong looked at the remaining group of people and said, if there are any of you who don't dare to enter, you can leave now. The sect won't force you to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Everything is voluntary, and you can't blame others whether you live or die. No one left. In the face of the temptation of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, who wouldn't be tempted? Wei Shitong waited for a long time before he smiled and said, since you all have chosen to enter, this old man will tell you all the information about this place, so that you can be mentally prepared. First, Su Yan and the other two went in to investigate the situation inside. Although they didn't know much, the information they obtained wasn't enough to cause the disciples of the three sects to panic. Yang Kai listened carefully and found out that although there was only one entrance to the Heaven's Cave inheritance, everyone would appear in a different position after entering. The world energy inside was also very abundant, very suitable for cultivation. Moreover, there were some special exits in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. If the disciples felt that something was wrong, they could leave the Heaven's Cave inheritance through these exits. Because Su Yan and the others had only explored for half a day, they didn't find much information, so Wei Shitong didn't say much. In the end, Wei Shitong said, because this place was first discovered by the blood group, they will first send 50 people in. After half a day, the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse will enter. What I want to tell you is that this time, not only must you be careful of the restrictions and traps inside, you must also be on guard against the disciples of the other two sects. Don't find a treasure but don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Hearing this, everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. In their minds, they couldn't help but think of the scene of killing and robbing. Disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, if you meet inside, you must help each other and support each other to overcome the difficulties together. Do you understand? Yes. The disciples replied. First, disperse and find a place to rest. Wait for the blood group to act first. When the time comes, I will gather you again. After Wei Shitong finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. The 300 to 400 disciples quickly dispersed and found a suitable place to meditate and recover. Li Yun Tian walked over with a sullen face. He looked at Sassafras and Yang Kai with a face full of envy. Young Master Su, Brother Yang, I can't go in. His strength was only at tempered body 9th level, not even at the initial element realm. Sassafras laughed. Who told you not to cultivate diligently? Serves you right. Look at Brother Yang. Every day he diligently and painstakingly trains. Now, he is already at the initial element realm. What level is he? The last sentence was directed at Yang Kai. 7th level. Yang Kai pinched his nose. Sassafras and Li Yun Tian were stunned. They looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. After a long time, they recovered. Their faces showed that they had suffered a great blow. I better hurry up and cultivate. Sassafras hung his head dejectedly. Brother Yang, you should hurry up and recover. I won't disturb you. Li Yun Tian tactfully left. Yang Kai nodded. He then found a quiet place nearby and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and waited for the moment to arrive. Chapter 125. Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he had spent a lot of money to buy a lot of Yang inflammation stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Now, the Dantian had nearly 50 drops of Yang liquid, which should be enough. But he didn't know what kind of dangers he would encounter in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. While meditating, Yang Kai felt as if someone was looking at him. He quickly opened his eyes and saw Su Yan a few dozen feet away. He didn't know what she was saying to Sassafras, but the latter nodded slightly with a dignified expression. His eyes flashed, but Yang Kai didn't care. Suddenly, there was a movement from the blood group side. It was the 50 people who were selected to enter the cave inheritance ahead of time. This was the result of the discussion between the three sections. High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse wanted to get a share of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Man and the others couldn't stop them, but they couldn't let these two sects take advantage of them. Therefore, the result of the discussion was that each of the two sects would compensate the blood group with 1 million silvers. In addition, the blood group would send 50 people to enter the cave inheritance first. After half a day, the High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse disciples could enter. Both High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse also agreed to this condition. Yongkai looked around and found that these 50 people should be the elites of the blood group. This time, they would enter the cave inheritance first. If there was something good inside, they would undoubtedly be the first to discover it. Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er, who he knew, were also among them. They were surrounded by the disciples of the blood group like stars surrounding the moon. These two sisters were like twins. Each of them was a first-class beauty. Both of them appeared together side by side. Their lethality was incomparable. They attracted the attention of many male disciples. Everyone was thinking that if they could have one of them, they wouldn't have lived in vain. The 50 people of the blood group arrived in front of the big pit. Under the protection of the experts of the blood group, one by one they jumped down and disappeared. While the group of blood group continued to enter the inheritance cave, from the direction of High Heaven Pavilion, a beautiful figure suddenly flew over. This person hurriedly flew all the way and directly arrived at the top of the mine. Man and the others angrily shouted, "Who are you?" They thought that someone wanted to fish in troubled waters and enter the inheritance cave together with the blood group. "What are you screaming for?" Meng Wuya angrily glared at the experts of the blood group. Then he waved his hand and said, "Disciple, come here." Only then did Man and the others know that this person was actually the crazy old man's disciple. Looking over, Man sighed. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. It was a woman, although her face was covered by a veil. Her clear and innocent eyes and her graceful and enchanting figure were clearly not something an ordinary woman could possess. What shocked Man even more was that this young woman actually had the strength of the Yuanqi realm. Elder Long. This is a good thing that Long Hui provoked. Man looked at Long Zitian with deep meaning, very dissatisfied. Long Zitian's eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred as he stared at the pair of master and disciple in the sky, but he felt so powerless. He had already experienced Meng Wuya's profound strength and knew that he had no hope of revenge in this life. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered half a day ago, he suddenly felt sad and spat out a mouthful of blood. The person who came was naturally Xia Ningchong. She was in seclusion in the High Heaven Pavilion. After receiving Meng Wuya's message, she hurriedly rushed over. Before she could figure out the situation, she saw thousands of people staring at her. For a moment, she was scared and quickly moved closer to her master. "There is an opportunity below, Yugo," Meng Wuya lightly said while pointing at the Heaven's Cave inheritance. "Oh!" Xia Ningchong obediently nodded. She glanced at the hologram below and then turned her head to look around as if she was looking for someone. But at this moment, the sky was already dark and there were so many disciples of the three sects gathered around. She couldn't find the person she was looking for, until Meng Wuya urged her again. Xia Ningchong bit her lip and rushed into the Heaven's Cave inheritance. She actually entered before many of the blood group disciples. From beginning to end, the people of the blood group just quietly watched. No one dared to stop her. Wei Shitong and the others were stunned. They never knew that the shopkeeper of the contribution hall could be so domineering. Facing the entire blood group alone, he was still calm and composed. He didn't care about the agreement between the three sections. With just a few words, he allowed his disciple to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Man and the others turned a blind eye. What's going on? Xiao Ruohan also didn't understand. He frowned and said in a clear voice, "Clan leader Hu, what's going on? Isn't this inconsistent with the agreement? Why can the people of the High Heaven Pavilion enter together with your disciples?" Man couldn't wait to find a needle, and sew up Xiao Ruohan's mouth. Meng Wuya was so rude and unreasonable that he lost face. He just wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. The less trouble, the better. In any case, it was just one more outsider entering. It didn't matter much. It could be considered as giving Meng Wuya face and resolving the dispute between him and the blood group. But he didn't think that Xiao Ruohan would bring up the pot that didn't boil. Meng Wuya sneered but didn't say anything. Helpless, Hu Man coughed lightly and had no choice but to explain. It's like this. It was all thanks to this senior's ability that the restrictions here were broken. Therefore, his disciple also has the qualifications to enter first. Xiao Ruohan sneered. Why didn't clan leader Hu mention this matter when the three sects were discussing it? Hu Man was speechless. How could he mention it? He didn't know that this crazy old man would do this. He was innocent. Clan leader Hu, are you bullying my storm house? If the disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion can enter first, why can't my storm house disciples? Xiao Ruohan pressed. Fuck your grandmother. Hu Man angrily cursed. He turned his head and looked around. He saw the last disciple of the blood group who was about to enter the hologram. Hu Man quickly shouted, You! Don't go in. Leave a spot for this senior's disciple. Unfortunately, the last person to enter was Long Zai Tian's grandson, Long Jun. Long Jun was originally full of excitement and expectation to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. He dreamt of obtaining the inheritance of this senior and leaping over the dragon gate. But this shout made him stunned. He turned his head and looked at Long Zai Tian. The latter took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He said, Since clan leader said so, Jun, you will wait for half a day. Yes. Long Jun gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied. Clan leader Xiao, you have nothing to say. Hu Man said angrily, This senior's disciple is occupying one of the spots of my blood group. Xiao Ruohan frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. He didn't want to be entangled with Hu Man, so he just snorted and turned his face away. Wei Shitong saw everything and said emotionally, It seems that Hu Man is very afraid of Treasurer Meng. Su Xianwu chuckled. We underestimated this treasurer's ability. Hu Man looked up at Meng Wuya and said with a smile, Senior, are you satisfied? Meng Wuya laughed strangely. Satisfied or not, wait until my precious disciple comes out. This old man will say the ugly words first. If she encounters something bad inside, don't blame this old man for turning hostile. Hu Man's face changed. He could only laugh and nod. Not really. Fuck. I have to tell my disciples that if they meet that little girl, they have to take good care of her and not let her encounter any danger. Without delay, Hu Man hurriedly passed down the order. Many of the blood group disciples obeyed. Meng Wuya's strength surprised all the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. They didn't expect that the contribution hall's treasurer, who was usually lecherous, was actually such a tyrannical person. Even the blood group's leader, Hu Man, was as obedient as a rabbit in front of him. Even the great elder Wei Shitong didn't have this kind of ability. The atmosphere of the scene was lively for a while before it returned to normal. The disciples of the three factions were seizing the time to recover and wait for the second half of the night to enter the cave inheritance. I don't know how many disciples will die inside this time, and how many will return with benefits. The second elder, Su Xianwu, suddenly sighed. But those who can come out with benefits will certainly become the pillars of the three factions in the future. Wei Shitong's eyes flashed with longing. I hope so. The night was quiet. Wind and frost hung on the treetops. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the three factions' leaders moved. Along with their shouts, the disciples who were preparing to enter the cave inheritance woke up. Time had come. The group of blood group elites had already entered for half a day. Now, the majority of them were going to enter. On the side of High Heaven Pavilion, Xia Hongchun and Su Yen took the lead. Behind them, the disciples who were preparing to enter the cave inheritance lined up and walked towards the light curtain. Yang Kai and Sassafras walked together. It could be seen that Sassafras was very nervous, constantly rubbing his hands. Yang Kai was also nervous, but he was more excited and looking forward to it. It would be good if we could meet inside. Sassafras whispered. I hope so, but the Great Elder also said that after entering the light curtain, it seems that everyone's place is not the same. The probability of meeting is very small. Brother, what kind of inheritance do you think will be inside? How would I know? What dangers will there be inside? I don't know. I'm so nervous. Originally, Yang Kai was not so nervous, but after hearing Sassafras's whispers, his mood became tense. In front of them, the leaders of the three factions had each occupied a position and were arranging for their disciples to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The light curtain was very large, so the speed at which the disciples entered was not slow. After a while, it was Yang Kai and Sassafras' turn. The two looked at each other and jumped down. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to his body, but when his body fell into the light curtain, his vision blurred. Immediately, he found himself in mid-air, about 5 feet from the ground. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai steadily landed. Standing still, he turned his head and looked around. This was a very strange space. There was no sun, no moon, no star field, no white clouds, and no blue sky. It was as if there was nothing above his head. The silence made him panic. But there was light here, so he could see what was inside. Chapter 126. The place where Kai Yang landed seemed to be a rocky mound, surrounded by thick and thin stone pillars that stood between heaven and earth. The stone pillars varied in height. Some were tens of feet high, some were only as tall as a person, and the ground was full of gravel and sand. Feeling around slightly, Yang Kai's expression brightened. He found that the world energy here was extremely rich, completely incomparable to the outside world. If he could meditate here, his efficiency would definitely be 3 or 4 times higher than outside. However, this was only the Heaven's Cave inheritance. No one would choose to give up on the unknown treasures and choose to cultivate here. Sassafras wasn't with him. There was no one else around. Presumably everyone had already scattered when they entered. Just as he was concentrating on investigating, a figure suddenly appeared a dozen meters away. This person was just like Yang Kai when he first entered, appearing out of thin air a few meters above the ground and then landing. After standing still, she turned her head to look around and saw Yang Kai not far away. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was surprised. It's you! Oh, what a coincidence! The person was also somewhat happy and quickly walked over to Yang Kai. This person was a woman. She was the senior sister who sold Yang Kai the seed at Black Wind Trade. They were all from the same sect, so it was fate that they met here. You're the only one? The woman asked. And I also just came in. Yang Kai nodded. So many people entered together. I don't know where they were scattered. Should we wait here a little longer and see if anyone else has settled down here? Then we can act together? She suggested. That's fine. Yang Kai didn't object. This place was full of dangers, so one more person meant one more strength. Although this would give away the benefits in this strange place, it was naturally more important to protect their lives first. They would wait and investigate the situation. If it was appropriate, it wouldn't be too late to act alone. After the two finished discussing, they stood in place and waited. Not long after, 3 more people landed nearby. However, only one of these 3 was a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. As for the remaining 2, one was from Blood Group and the other was from Stormhouse. The 5 of them gathered together. In this special place, there wasn't too much of a difference between sects and clans, and they could be considered harmonious with each other. After waiting for a while, no one else appeared. The woman said, "How about this? Let's explore and see if we can find anyone else who is alone. What do you think?" Her tone and demeanor were full of confidence, making her look somewhat flamboyant and beautiful. Everyone nodded. The woman said, "But before that, we need to familiarize ourselves with each other. At the very least, we need to know how strong each of us is. Only then would it be easier for everyone to move around. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lan Chudai, High Heaven Pavilion's disciple, Qi Transformation Stage 7th level. What about you guys?" After that, She looked at the four people with her beautiful eyes. The High Heaven Pavilion's disciple quickly said, "Senior sister, I have heard of your name before. Seeing you today, I didn't expect senior sister to be such a beautiful person." This flattery was too obvious. Yang Kai and the other two couldn't help but look at him with disdain in their hearts. This brat obviously had a good impression of Lan Chudai. That's why he couldn't wait to interrupt. It was no wonder that Lan Chudai was so beautiful, and her figure was so enchanting, especially the pair of jade peaks in front of her chest. It was as if they didn't belong to this world. If anyone could have her, just playing with those jade peaks would be enough for them to enjoy themselves every night. Lan Chudai smiled and didn't care. She looked at him and said, "You are." The man puffed out his chest and sucked in his stomach, pretending to be mature and reliable. He said in a sonorous voice, "Junior brother Nyeyong, great elder's disciple. Chi transformation stage 4th level." After that, he smiled and said, "Senior sister, rest assured. If there is any danger along the way, junior brother will go through water and tread on fire to help senior sister get rid of all difficulties." Junior brother is so considerate. Lan Chudai smiled sweetly, her beauty captivating. She immediately turned her gaze to the other person. This man was like an iron tower. He had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. He was taller than Yang Kai by a head. He had a rough appearance and seemed simple and honest. Seeing Lan Chudai looking at him, he said, "My name is Zuan, blood group's disciple, Chi transformation stage 5th level." After that, he closed his mouth. Obviously, he didn't like to talk too much. Lan Chudai nodded slightly and turned her gaze to the other woman. This woman was very slender and not very tall. She looked very delicate and pretty. From beginning to end, there was a trace of shyness on her face. "My name is Du Yishuang. I am from Stormhouse. You can call me junior sister Du brother and senior sister all call me that. I am at Chi transformation stage 6th level." Several people looked at her with some surprise. Junior sister Du couldn't help but lower her head. No one would have thought that this 14 or 15-year-old girl would have the strength of Chi transformation stage 6th level. She was only one level lower than Lan Chudai, who was the highest in the group. "Well, this is interesting." Lan Chudai suddenly smiled. "Is it possible that when we enter this place, we are transported according to our strength?" Listening to her, the others also pondered. Among the four people here, Lan Chudai was the leader. She was at Chi transformation stage 7th level, 6th level, 5th level, and 4th level, respectively. There was not much difference between them. It was no wonder that she made such an inference. "Right, what about you? What is the Chi transforming stage?" Lan Chudai looked up at Kai Yang and asked. Although these people's strength was higher than Yang Kai, because they did not have divine sense, unless Yang Kai exposed his Yuan Qi fluctuations, they would not be able to see the depth of Yang Kai's strength. Moreover, because these people were in the Qi transformation stage, Lan Chudai instinctively thought that Yang Kai was also in the Qi transformation stage. Yang Kai pinched his nose and said with some embarrassment, "My name is Yang Kai, a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, initial element stage 7th level." Zuan turned his head and looked at him. His eyes could not help but show some contempt. He bowed his head and spat, "Bad luck. You are Yang Kai." Lan Chudai looked at him in surprise. Even Nyeyong was very surprised. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe as if he wanted to carefully examine him several times. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. He knew that after the last incident, his name had become very popular in High Heaven Pavilion, so he didn't try to hide it. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that when Nyeyong heard his name, a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. On the other hand, Lan Chudai's eyes were full of interest as if she had discovered something new. Yang Kai had already expected that Nyeyong would be hostile to him. Since he was a disciple of the Great Elder, he should be in the same group as Wei Zhuan and Xia Hongqian. Previously, he had offended Wei Zhuan and had to face Xia Hongqian. It would be strange if he did not bear a grudge. However, in Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Yang Kai estimated that he would not dare to act rashly, so he did not need to care about him. Retracting her gaze, Lan Chudai clapped her hands and said, "Well, since everyone is familiar with each other, let's go. We don't know where the treasures are hidden here. Let's make things clear first. If we find something good, we will divide it according to how much effort we put in. If we can't divide it, we will exchange it with silver or other items. How about it?" Nyeyong quickly nodded. "Senior Sister Lan, you can make the decision." Yang Kai and Zuan did not object. As for Dui Shuang, she did not refute. Lan Chudai was a woman of her own mind. In just a few words, she had established her position as the leader of this small group of 5. When Yang Kai made the deal with her, he only knew that she was a person who did not want to make a loss. But now, it seems that this woman was also an ambitious person. She would not be willing to submit to others. "Then let's go. I will lead the way. Every 2 hours, we will change to another person to lead the way." Lan Chudai took the lead and led the way. The others hurriedly followed. Nyeyong stood side by side with Lan Chudai. While walking, he did his best to curry favor with her. All kinds of praises came out of his mouth and were thrown at Lan Chudai as if they were free. Lan Chudai always had a smile on her face. Occasionally, she would reply with a few words. She appeared to be very gentle, which made Nyeyong even more excited. Zuoren followed behind them. Listening to the corny words, he could not help but roll his eyes. Yang Kai was in the last position. After a few steps, Dui Shuang slowed down and pulled him to her side. She whispered to Yang Kai, "Don't mind it. If you practice well, you will definitely reach the Qi transforming stage." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. "I don't mind." Dui Shuang's face turned red. She thought that Yang Kai was silent because of Zuo-en's disdain. She wanted to comfort him, but she thought that it was unrequited love. "Haha, you look younger than me. How did you become so strong?" Yang Kai had a good impression of Dui Shuang. Although she was a disciple of Stormhouse, she was gentle and kind. He did not know her, but she actually came to comfort him. "I am 19 years old. How can I be younger than you?" Dui Shuang softly explained. Yang Kai really hadn't noticed, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. In this small group of 5, 2 were in front and 2 were laughing softly while the other 2 were at the back. Zuo-en was sandwiched in the middle. As they walked, Yang Kai suddenly felt a reaction from the origin of Yang on his chest. He could not help but look in front of him. He could feel that there were some Yang attribute things more than 100 feet away. The 5 of them were heading in that direction. There was no need for him to remind them. After a while, Lan Chudai, who was leading the way, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Nyeyong also quickly looked in front of them. "Yang inflammation stone? In stone?" There was a large pile of stones in front of them. These were not ordinary stones, but Yang inflammation stone and Yin stone. These stones were similar to the stones sold by the blood group in the Black Wind trade. Even the size was similar. Each stone was worth 500 taels. There were more than 1,000 stones in this pile. In total, they were worth 500,000 taels. The 5 of them were not very rich in their respective sections. Who had seen 500,000 taels of wealth? Chapter 127. For a time, the 5 people's breathing became somewhat rapid. Lan Chudai said, "Let's check the surroundings to see if there is any danger." Lan Chudai was calm. She knew that this place was not an ordinary place. With such a large amount of wealth placed here, it might be a trap. The 5 people quickly dispersed and checked the surroundings. After a while, they gathered together again but did not find anything. Lan Chudai was still not at ease. She vigilantly sent out a few palms to hit the pile of Yang inflammation stones and Yin primordial stones. She did not find anything unusual. She nodded and said, "There is no danger." The 5 people looked at each other and quickly stepped forward to pick up the pile of Yang inflammation stones and Yin primordial stones. The others picked up both types of stones. However, Yang Kai was different. He only picked up the Yang inflammation stones. Picking up the stones, Lan Chudai suddenly laughed at herself. She straightened her back and looked at the stone in her hand with some reluctance. She sighed and threw it away. Senior Sister Lan, what's wrong? Nyeyong asked with some doubts. Don't pick them up. Lan Chudai faintly said, if we carry a large bag of stones, not only will it consume our strength, but it will also become a burden if we encounter danger. Hearing this, the others finally came to their senses. They had been too excited to see so much wealth just now and had forgotten about this. Lan Chudai looked at everyone and continued, moreover, we found a pile of stones just as we arrived here. If my guess is correct, these stones are the lowest value in this place. In other words, these are just small profits. The real treasure is still waiting for us. Senior Sister Lan is right. Nyeyong agreed. Zuan also nodded slightly. Dui Shuang looked at the stones in her hands and reluctantly threw them away. Only Yang Kai was still picking up the stones, as if he did not hear Lan Chudai's words. Lan Chudai could not help but frown. Oh, it is not too late to throw them away when we encounter danger. Yang Kai explained while picking up the stones. Up to you. Lan Chudai did not stop him and said lightly, but we will not delay because of you. Once you have picked up enough, catch up. Don't be too greedy. Alright, you guys go first. Yang Kai nodded. Lan Chudai no longer hesitated. She stepped over the pile of stones and walked forward. Zuan looked at Yang Kai with contempt. Nyeyong was even more direct. He spat. You're just a pauper who has never seen the world. Sooner or later, you'll still get lost. It's a waste of time and effort. I'll wait for you, Du Yishuang said. No need, you go first. Yang Kai said as he took off his shirt. It seemed that he was going to pick up everything. Seeing his insistence, Du Yishuang didn't insist. She nodded and caught up with the others. After confirming that there was no one around, Yang Kai was no longer so reserved, and the true Yang secret art began to circulate wildly. While rapidly absorbing the energy from the Yang inflammation stone, he stuffed it into a bag made of clothes. Not long after, there were 20 more drops of Yang liquid in the dantian, and his bag was also full. This should be enough. Although there were still a lot of bright Yang stones here, Yang Kai didn't want to collect all of them. After all, he couldn't be too greedy. Lan Chudai's words weren't wrong. This pile of bright Yang stones was probably the least valuable thing here. Naturally, he couldn't waste too much time on them. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai finally caught up with the 4 people. During this time, Yang Kai had absorbed the energy from several Yang inflammation stones. After meeting up with them, except for Du Yishuang, the other 3 looked at Yang Kai with a somewhat unpleasant expression. In terms of strength, Yang Kai was the weakest in the group. He was not even at the Qi transforming stage. It was no wonder that others looked down on him. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the same sect, Lan Chudai and Nyeyong would not have brought Yang Kai along. This pile of stones seems to be very big. We still haven't walked out of it. Lan Chudai frowned. Let's check it out again. If we still can't get out, then we will find a place to rest. Okay. Everyone had listened to Lan Chudai's instructions. Naturally, at this moment, they would not refute. 2 hours have passed. Who will lead the way now? Lan Chudai's pair of beautiful eyes swept over the 4 people. In the end, they didn't know what dangers there were, but no matter what, the person in the front was undoubtedly in the worst situation. That was why she had suggested a different person to lead the way every 2 hours. Nyeyong said, there are disciples from all 3 sects here. High Heaven Pavilion has already sent a person. Next, Blood Group or Stormhouse will lead the way. Saying this, he glanced at Zuan and Du Yishuang. Zuan frowned, but before he could speak, Du Yishuang jumped out and whispered, let me do it. Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although the 5 of them had temporarily formed a small team, Du Yishuang was the only one who didn't scheme. The other 4, including Yang Kai, had their own plans. This team was not united at all. If they encountered too much danger, they would immediately fall apart. After walking for about an hour, a large open space suddenly appeared in front of them. From the moment they entered until now, they had been surrounded by many stone pillars. Now that they finally saw a place that was a little different, They were naturally very excited. Under the leadership of Du Yishuang, the 5 people quickly approached the stone pillars. Not long after, they arrived at the location of the open space. This place was still a stone pillar, but for some reason it was different from the other places. In this open space, there were many lifelike stone sculptures. All of them were stone sculptures of human shapes. These stone sculptures were about the height of a real person. Some of them were barehanded, while others were holding weapons. The weapons were also various and strange. After a rough count, there were no less than 100 of these stone sculptures, all of them of different shapes. The 5 of them didn't dare to rush in. Lan Chudai and Ye Yong probed the area and found that there was no danger. Then Du Yishuang led them into the group of stone sculptures. For no reason, Yang Kai felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. This feeling was very sudden, but it was so real. Yang Kai's heart could not help but beat faster. He turned his head to look at the other people. Their expressions were normal. Everyone was amazed by the lifelike stone sculptures. Looking around, Yang Kai suddenly saw a dark red color behind a stone sculpture. A faint smell of blood floated in the air. Next to the dark red color, there was a piece of cloth. It should be a person's clothes. Danger! It was too late to explain. Kai Yang hurriedly roared. At the same time, the hundreds of stone sculptures in the surrounding area began to move. The other 4 people were scared out of their wits. Lan Chudai, Nye Yong, and Zuan reacted quickly and turned back without looking back. On the contrary, Du Yishuang, who was leading the way, was stunned. This stunned her and made her miss a good opportunity to retreat. The 2 stone sculptures beside her raised their fists and fiercely smashed towards her. The attack power of these stone sculptures was very strong. Their fists were as big as a clay pot. If she was hit by one of them, it would be very uncomfortable. Du Yishuang sensed that something was wrong. Her yuan qi suddenly became violent. The originally quiet and kind girl gave birth to a kind of crazy aura. This was the sign of the qi transformation stage. At this stage, the yuan qi in the body was very unstable. Normally, it would not be seen. However, once a fight broke out, the yuan qi would become violent. Especially when angry, the violent yuan qi could easily affect a person's temperament. If it was not controlled well, one would lose oneself in this crazy power. However, although Du Yishuang's yuan qi was violent, her eyes were calm. It was obvious that she was very good at controlling her strength. She turned around and slammed her small palm towards the stone sculpture on the left. At the same time, she quickly retreated to avoid the attack of the other stone sculpture. However, she lost the best opportunity. The second stone sculpture's attack was very fast and was about to fall on her slender shoulder. While she was panicking, a few pieces of fiery red yang inflammation stones flew towards her like meteors. With a huge force, they hit the second stone sculpture's fist. Even though they were unable to stop the second stone statue's attack, they were able to deflect its fist slightly. The fist brushed past Du Yishuang's clothes and hit the air, saving her from serious injury. Go! Yang Kai's voice came from behind. Immediately, Du Yishuang felt her body become light. It was as if someone had grabbed her collar and pulled her back. At the same time, a hand stretched out from behind her and blocked the first stone sculpture's attack. With a muffled sound, Yang Kai and Du Yishuang were both sent flying. They fell to the ground and quickly ran away without looking back. Behind them, a rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. The 5 people quickly turned their heads and looked back. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. More than 100 stone sculptures were chasing after them. Each of them was as fast as the wind. The heavy stone sculptures stepped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Don't look back. Quickly run around the stone pillars. Lan Chudai shouted. The few of them understood tacitly, and hurriedly shuttled back and forth between the stone pillars like butterflies. After a while, they got rid of most of the stone sculptures. After a while, many more were left behind. Only the 2 stone sculptures that had attacked Du Yishuang were still chasing after Yang Kai and Du Yishuang like locusts. They did not seem to have any intention of stopping. "Yang Kai, you bastard! Don't lead them to me!" Nyeyong shouted as he rushed forward. Yang Kai's face sank. He ignored Nyeyong. Lan Chudai lightly jumped on top of a stone pillar. She turned her head and saw that there were no stone sculptures chasing after them. She stared at the two stone sculptures behind Yang Kai and Du Yishuang. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Her expression was somewhat hesitant. However, after a moment, she made up her mind and shouted to the people below, "Don't run. There are only two of them. We will break them." The group was circling around a place. When they heard Lan Chudi's words, they were shocked. Just now, Yang Kai and Du Yishuang were able to resist their attacks. It shows that their strength is not very high. Lan Chudi's tone was filled with confidence. She commanded proudly, "Zuan, you hold one of them. The other four of us will attack the other one." Zuan frowned but did not say anything. He quickly turned around. Accompanied by a roar, his huge fist surged with yuan qi. He smashed it towards one of the stone sculptures. This stone sculpture was chasing after Yang Kai and Du Yishuang. It was caught off guard by Zuan's punch. Stone fragments flew everywhere and the sculpture staggered. Chapter 128. His strength was really not high. Zuan's expression suddenly calmed down as he single-handedly blocked one of the stone sculptures in its place. Yang Kai and Du Yishuang led the other stone sculpture and ran 100 feet away. They looked at each other and hurriedly stopped to face the stone sculpture. Du Yishuang did not know what kind of martial arts she used, but her palms were shining with golden light. She hit the stone sculpture, causing it to stagger. Apparently, the stone sculpture did not feel pain. Even though it was in a difficult situation, it still fiercely fought back. Du Yishuang quickly jumped away, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to attack. His palms whistled as he once again gave the stone sculpture some minor injuries. At this time, Lan Chudai and Nyeyong also arrived. The former did not say a word and joined the battle. Nyeyong glared at Yang Kai as if blaming him for leading the stone sculpture to chase after him. One had to admit that Lan Chudai had some observation skills. She was able to judge the strength of the stone sculpture just by looking at Yang Kai and Du Yishuang's attacks. The stone sculpture's attack was very powerful. After all, its body was made of stone. Its punch had the strength of a few thousand kilograms. However, it could not withstand a beating. Moreover, its reaction was very slow. Although it had some speed, it could not pose a threat to anyone present. Under the siege, the stone sculpture's body cracked and became tattered. Seeing that victory was in sight, the four people's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Not long after, this stone sculpture was actually beaten into pieces of rubble. None of the four people were injured. However, the consumption of yuan qi was quite large. Lan Chudai quickly stepped forward and looked for the stone sculpture. However, she could not find anything. She could not help but frown and murmured, "Strange." In her opinion, there must be a mystery behind why these lifeless stone sculptures could move. However, she could not find anything, which made her somewhat disappointed. "Let's go to Zuan's place." Lan Chudai did not delay. She led the others back to the original path. On the other side, Zuan was circling around the stone sculpture. At the beginning, Zuan fought with it a few times. He found that he was not its opponent in terms of strength. His fists were broken and he learned to be obedient. Lan Chudai only asked him to restrain the enemy, not kill them. Just as Zuan was feeling restless, Lan Chudai and the others appeared. Without making a sound, they all charged towards the stone statue. With his previous experience, it was much easier for him to deal with the stone sculptures. Not to mention, he had Zuan as his combat strength. In less than 10 minutes, the stone sculpture was once again smashed into pieces. The five of them were gasping for breath. Although this battle wasn't life-threatening, it had consumed a lot of their energy. "Yang Kai, what do you mean?" Nyeyong glared at Yang Kai. "Don't think that I won't dare to make a move on you just because we are from the same sect." "What? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Why did you lead those 2 stone sculptures to chase after me? Is that so? Kai Yang's eyes flashed, a trace of impatience appearing on his calm face. Just now, he only cared about running away. Why would he care about others? Don't be noisy. Lan Chudai put on the airs of a senior sister and glared at the 2 of them. She then walked towards the rubble to investigate. Remember this. If you use such underhanded means again, don't blame me for being impolite. Nye Yong's expression was cold. Hey! Lan Chudai suddenly cried out in surprise. She then reached out and fiddled with the rubble. She picked up a small stone man the size of a baby's fist. Her surprised voice attracted everyone's attention, and they quickly turned their heads to look at her hand. The small stone man was not big, but they did not know what material it was carved from. It was crystal clear and looked as beautiful as a piece of jade. Inside the small stone man, there were red lines that intersected and shuttled back and forth. At a rough count, there were more than 30 red lines. This is... Xuan was amazed. He stared at the small stone man without blinking. Yang Kai and Du Yishuang also came over. The 5 of them formed a circle. Everyone's eyes were full of doubts. What kind of jade is this small stone man? Nye Yong asked excitedly. It doesn't look like it. Lan Chudai shook her head. Although she did not know the material of the stone man, she did not feel any energy from the small stone man. However, there were some mysterious red lines that seemed to be circulating in a circular manner. What do you think? Lan Chudai looked at the others. Can we use this thing to control the stone sculptures? Xuan suddenly thought of a possibility. Everyone's eyes lit up, but Lan Chudai immediately denied it. Shouldn't be. Of the 2 stone sculptures just now, one of them did not have a small stone man. Even if it is, as you said, the stone sculpture just now has already been destroyed. How can we control it? Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly said, Don't you think that the red lines inside are similar to something? Like what? Don't interrupt if you don't know anything. You are just an initial element realm cultivator, yet you dare to criticize us? Nye Yong retorted. He did not like Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. Although his temperament wasn't bad, he couldn't remain indifferent after being repeatedly provoked. Lan Chudai noticed the subtle atmosphere between the 2 and quickly mediated. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai, what do you think it looks like? Yang Kai's eyes flickered. Don't you think that these red lines are similar to the meridians in our body? Do I need you to say that? I have already seen it. Nye Yong sneered. Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. You mean, the way these red lines operate should be a kind of martial arts practice method? Yang Kai said with certainty. What a joke. Nye Yong was about to say something when Du Yishuang suddenly stepped forward. Her calm face became cold as she coldly rebuked him. Shut up. Nye Yong was startled and looked at Du Yishuang with some fear. He did not put Yang Kai in his eyes, but Du Yishuang's strength was higher than his by 2 levels. If they really fought, he would not necessarily be her opponent. Xuan also looked at him with disdain. You are very annoying. This was the truth. He did not want to help Yang Kai vent his anger. Nye Yong's face turned red in an instant. He did not expect that among these people, there would be 2 of them. 2 of them were willing to help Yang Kai, but they didn't have the guts to do so, so they could only coldly snort. He looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of hatred. Lan Chudai ignored this and took a deep breath. She held the small stone figure in her hand and said, If you do not have any objections, I want to investigate this matter. I want to investigate this thing. If what Yang Kai said is true, then we need to make other plans. Everyone naturally knew what she meant and nodded in agreement. Lan Chudai smiled and said, Then, I will have to trouble the protectors. She closed her eyes and poured the yuan qi into the small stone figure in her hand. After a while, Lan Chudai opened her eyes in surprise. She looked at Yang Kai and said, You are right. There is a martial technique hidden in this small stone figure. The four people's expressions changed. I did not carefully investigate it. I don't know what martial technique it is, but it is definitely not a low-level martial technique. It is at least an earth-level martial technique. There were more than 30 red lines in the small stone figure. This meant that the martial technique required the support of more than 30 meridians. Lan Chudai said that it was an earth-level martial technique. This was a conservative estimate. It was very likely that it was an earth-level martial technique. This time, not only did the other three people's breathing become rapid, Yang Kai was also excited. Speaking of which, after that night's battle in the Nine Mountain Valley, Kai Yang realized one of his shortcomings. He lacked martial techniques. He did not have a set of offensive martial techniques. All of his attacks relied on his own yang liquid. This was his biggest shortcoming. Unyielding will was a very good martial technique. However, it was not an offensive martial technique. It was only an auxiliary martial technique. If he was in the Nine Valley at that time, if he had an earth-level martial technique, the battle would not have been so difficult. However, Yang Kai did not have many contribution points. His status in the sect was also low. It was impossible for him to buy a decent martial technique. For example, a set of Earth-tier low-grade martial skills would require at least 400 to 500 contribution points to exchange for it. Moreover, there were not many types of martial skills available. But now there was a martial technique here. Since there was a small stone figure in the stone statue, there was naturally a possibility of 2, 3, or even more. There were hundreds of stone statues there. The temptation of an earth-level martial technique was too great for the people present. For a time, Lan Chudai was secretly glad that she made the right choice. If she did not make the determination to destroy the two stone statues, it would be impossible to obtain the small stone figure. Naturally, there was no way to know the wealth hidden in the stone statue. What do you all think? Lan Chudai looked at the excited crowd and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Although she was asking, she already knew the answer. Let's do it. Zuan was more vulgar and only said one word. Since there is a martial technique hidden in the stone statue, we naturally cannot let it go. Nyeyong's eyes lit up. He felt as if he was dancing with joy. This place is worthy of being called the land of inheritance. We have only just entered and we have already found such a good thing. Yang Kai and Du Yishuang also nodded. Well, since everyone agrees, we will put in some effort here. Lan Chudai smiled sweetly. I will keep this small stone figure. When we have enough, we will distribute it. Rest assured, I will not privately investigate the hidden martial technique. Senior Sister Lan, I believe in you. Nyeyong quickly expressed his loyalty. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the others. Senior Sister Lan is a famous person in the High Heaven Pavilion. This Nye can guarantee that she will not lie to you. Zuan and Du Yishuang naturally did not have any objections. What's more, other than this method, there was no better way to deal with it. After all, there was only one small stone figure. After deciding to do a big job here, the next thing to do was to discuss how to proceed. Everyone had already experienced the strength of the stone statue. This kind of thing's combat strength was higher than anyone present. Its advantages were obvious. It was fast and strong. They must not be hit by it. Its disadvantages were even more obvious. It did not know how to think. If they ran around the stone pillar, they would shake it off. Chapter 129. Based on their previous experience, they quickly came up with a plan to counter this weakness. One person would lure out the stone sculptures while the rest would find an opportunity to leave behind one or two stone sculptures. Then, they would attack with all their might and destroy the stone sculptures as quickly as possible. A new problem arose. Who would be responsible for luring the snake out of its hole? This was a very realistic problem because the person responsible for luring out the stone sculptures would undoubtedly be taking a great risk. With hundreds of stone sculptures chasing after them, if they were not careful, they would lose their life here. Everyone knew that this task was difficult. They looked at each other without saying a word. After a moment, Nye Yong looked at Yang Kai and said, "If you want to attack the stone sculptures, you must leave behind the stronger ones. So, it doesn't matter if the person who lures out the stone sculptures is weak. As long as you choose a good route, even if your speed is slow, you can still avoid the stone sculptures. I saw that junior brother's speed is good. Why don't you be responsible for restraining them?" Yang Kai grinned at him and said, "Okay, Kai Yang." Dewey Shuang gently tugged at Kai Yang's clothes. Just a moment ago, she had been chased by the two stone sculptures. That scene was still vivid in her mind. Now that she saw Kai Yang voluntarily taking on this task, she couldn't help but feel that it wasn't worth it for him. "It's okay." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked seriously, "Are you sure you can be safe under the pursuit of those stone sculptures? If you are not sure, then don't take the risk. We can take turns to restrain them. Dangerous things can't be done alone." "I'm not 100% sure, but 80%. Yang Kai's answer was more reserved, although the scene just now was dangerous. That was not Yang Kai's maximum speed. That night in the 9-in mountain valley, Yang Kai found some ways to use the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body. Although it was not a true martial skill, it could greatly increase his speed. Compared to fighting the stone sculptures, he preferred to restrain them. After the battle just now, he realized that with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to deal any effective damage to the stone statue. Using the unyielding will would naturally increase his strength greatly. However, this was a trump card that could not be revealed easily. "Since you insist, then let's try again. If it really doesn't work out, then we can change the person." Lan Chudai made the final decision. After the discussion, the 5 of them retraced their steps. Halfway through the journey, Lan Chudai found a good place to fight. He told everyone to pay attention to this place. "Yang Kai, thank you for just now." Dewey Shuang suddenly thanked Yang Kai softly. She was referring to Yang Kai's help at the critical moment. "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Yang Kai chuckled. "But I still have to thank you." Walking to the place where the stone sculptures were gathered, everyone looked up and found that the stone sculptures had indeed returned to their original positions. Yang Kai quietly looked at the place where there were bloodstains and found 2 corpses lying there. He did not know which faction's disciples had mistakenly entered and did not come out. It was a pity. "Are you ready?" Lan Chudai asked nervously. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Lan Chudai said, "If you are chased by them, run here. Then, Nye Yong and I will leave the last stone sculpture. Sister Du, you and Zua and will look for an opportunity to attack. If there is an opportunity, leave the second stone sculpture. If there is no opportunity, do not force it. Everything should be done to ensure our safety. After you leave the stone sculptures, immediately rush to the place where I just said and fight there." In addition, Yang Kai, you must not get close to the battlefield. Only after you have gotten rid of all of them can you return. Lan Chudai gave a few words to each of them. Their thoughts were clear and their tasks were simple. Everyone nodded. "Then let's move. Yang Kai, be careful." Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai encouragingly. Yang Kai threw the bag containing the Yang inflammation stone on the ground and strode towards the group of stone sculptures. A group of people looked at him nervously. Under the temptation of martial arts, Nye Yong was now worried about Yang Kai. If Yang Kai failed and died, then according to what he said just now, the next person to be responsible for restraining the stone sculptures would be himself. This was because among the remaining 4 people, his strength was the lowest. "Don't be so useless," Nye Yong whispered softly. Just like before, Yang Kai came to the front of the group of stone sculptures. At this moment, the stone sculptures were still standing in the same place, but Yang Kai knew that he had not stepped into the range of their vigilance. He carefully took a few steps forward, almost reaching out his hand to touch the stone sculptures. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt as he found that this distance was enough. These stone sculptures slowly began to move, and with a series of cracking sounds, they began to move faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, they had become extremely fast. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai turned around and ran. When he passed by the position where the other people were lying in ambush, he gave them a hand signal and disappeared. Asterisk rumble rumble rumble. Asterisk inside the rocky mound. More than 100 stone statues chased after Yang Kai. Just as the group of stone sculptures was about to fly past them, the 4 people who were lying in ambush rushed out. Lan Chudai and Ye Yong were in one group, while Zuan and Du Yishuang were in the other group. They joined forces to stop the last 2 stone sculptures and retreated, leading them to the predetermined battlefield. At this point, the plan could be considered to have succeeded. Any 2 of them would be able to eat a stone sculpture. The only thing that was uncertain was whether Yang Kai, who was responsible for restraining the stone sculptures, could escape unscathed. What they did not know was that Yang Kai was the most relaxed. He only needed to run around the stone pillars and easily get rid of the stone sculptures. Although he did not get rid of many stone sculptures at once, after a few times, the number of stone sculptures chasing after him decreased. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai was left with only 3 stone sculptures. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai did not try to get rid of them. Instead, he slowed down his pace and led them to the predetermined battlefield. After such a long time, the battle over there should be over. Yang Kai's prediction was correct. Lan Chudai and the others' battle was indeed over. The 4 of them were meditating and resting. They were waiting for his return. While they were waiting, the ground suddenly trembled again, and the rumbling sound from not far away quickly approached them. The 4 of them quickly opened their eyes. Nyeyong's expression changed greatly as he cursed. This useless trash actually led those stone sculptures here. Should we retreat first? In his opinion, Yang Kai should not be able to get rid of the stone sculptures. That was why they were lured here. Lan Chudai pondered for a moment and shook her head. Yang Kai should not be such a person. Listening to the sound, there are not many stone sculptures behind him. At most, there are 2 or 3 of them. 3. Zuan's eyes flashed with a burning light as he replied with certainty. My hearing is better than the average person. He did it on purpose. Lan Chudai smiled slightly. Get ready to take over. While speaking, Yang Kai's figure had already appeared. From a distance, he made a few hand signals to everyone and then rushed past them like a gust of wind. After a moment, the 3 stone sculptures that were chasing after him appeared. Just like before, Lan Chudai and Ye Yong were in a group, while Zuan and Du Yishuang were in a group. After they finished their battle, Yang Kai returned with the last stone sculpture. The 5 of them tore it into pieces in a few moments. Well done. Lan Chudai smiled at Yang Kai. In her original plan, at most, they could only leave behind 2 stone sculptures. She did not expect Yang Kai to be so good at controlling and bringing back 3 more. This was completely within the scope of what they could solve. Let's see if there are any spoils. Yang Kai did not care. They quickly rummaged through the rubble. The first 2 stone sculptures that were broken were already searched by the 4 of them, but they did not find anything. It was inevitable that they were disappointed. This time their luck was good. Among the last 3 stone sculptures that Yang Kai brought back, Du Yishuang found a small stone man. This small stone man looked similar to the previous one. The number of red lines in the stone man was similar, but the distribution of the red lines was very different. It should be a different kind of martial skill. Du Yishuang handed it over to Lan Chudai. Not bad. Lan Chudai nodded slightly. It seems that this thing does not exist in every stone sculpture. The first time we broke 2 stone sculptures, we only got 1. This time there are 5 stone sculptures. There is no pattern, so we can only rely on luck. Nye Yong said, there are nearly 100 stone sculptures. If we can break all of them, I think we can get at least 20 small stone men. 20 small stone men, that is 20 sets of martial skills. Everyone present can get 4 sets of martial skills. Everyone's eyes burned with passion. Let's recover first. When we recover, we will come again. Lan Chudi's face was full of excitement. Several people nodded. Then each of them found a stone pillar and jumped on it. They took out the medicinal pills that they carried with them and sat down to recover. These people were already in the Qi transformation stage, so naturally, they would carry some medicinal pills. Compared to them, Yang Kai was much more shabby. However, Yang Kai did not need medicinal pills. The battle just now had consumed a lot of energy, but it was not a problem for him. Nye Yong had been trying to please Lan Chudai. Even when he was meditating, he wanted to sit with her. This time, Lan Chudai did not listen to him. She coldly reprimanded him and shook him off. Yang Kai secretly sneered. Lan Chudai was a woman with self-confidence, strength, and ambition. She was not someone who could be tamed by someone like Nye Yong. If he wanted to get Lan Chudai, he had to be more confident and powerful than her. Of course, he had to have strength and influence that surpassed her. Only then would she fall in love with him. To put it bluntly, this woman was more realistic. Although she had always been amiable, Yang Kai could see the hidden arrogance and self-admiration in her eyes. Her beauty would only be enjoyed by powerful men. Nye Yong was nothing in her eyes. The four people were recovering, and naturally, Yang Kai was not an exception. He went to the place where he had thrown his bag, which was full of Yang inflammation stones, and then found a secluded place to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the Yang inflammation stones. After half a day, the number of Yang inflammation stones in his bag had decreased by half. Yang Kai estimated that the four people had almost recovered, so he went to the designated battlefield. Chapter 130. The four of them had already recovered and were waiting for Yang Kai. Nye Yong was impatient as he kept muttering under his breath. When Yang Kai arrived, Lan Chudai took a deep breath. Her plump breasts swelled exaggeratedly, and the clothes that were tightly wrapped around her body seemed to be about to burst open. Her beautiful eyes looked around and asked, "Are you all ready?" "We have long been ready," Nye Yong said excitedly. "Then let's do it again." She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you want someone else to restrain those stone statues? This is a dangerous task after all." "No, I have already tried it once. I have already experienced it." Yang Kai shook his head. He really did not want to fight with these stone statues. They had no flesh and blood, and his hands and feet hurt. "That's fine. This time it's up to you." Lan Chudai smiled slightly. Whenever she smiled at him, Yang Kai always felt a little strange. It was as if she was giving him a smile before carrying out a dangerous task. If it was Nye Yong, he would have been greatly encouraged. However, when it was Yang Kai, he always felt that it was not interesting. Without saying a word, Yang Kai quickly rushed to the place where the stone statues were gathered. This time, the stone statues chased after him. However, Lan Chudai's luck was not so good. When they were intercepting the stone statues, they accidentally blocked one of them. This caused them to be flustered and almost caused casualties. Yang Kai finally managed to lure back two stone statues. After ravaging them, they both turned into rubble. This time, his luck was off the charts. He was able to obtain two small stone statues at once. As a result, the number of small stone statues had increased to 4. This small team only had 5 people. As long as there was one more stone statue, each person would be able to obtain one. Yang Kai was full of expectations. What he lacked the most was martial skills. Of course, he wanted to obtain a small stone statue first. Then, he could increase his combat strength. For the next few days, the 5 of them stayed at the rocky mound, constantly luring out the stone statues to kill. After every battle, they would rest for half a day, then repeat the cycle. He didn't know if it was luck or something else, but ever since they obtained the 4 small stone men that day, the small team had already broken 30 stone sculptures. Unexpectedly, they didn't obtain anything else. This was very different from the expected result, which made everyone a little disappointed. Furthermore, as he lured them out again and again, Yang Kai discovered that these stone sculptures were becoming more and more difficult to deal with. It was not that they had become stronger, but it was very difficult to separate them. Once, when Lan Chudai and the others were intercepting them from behind, they attracted the pursuit of more than a dozen stone statues, causing them to have no choice but to flee. That time, they had to run for more than 2 hours before they finally got rid of all the stone sculptures. The operation became more and more dangerous, but the fifth little stone man did not appear. After another arduous battle, there was still no harvest. After resting for half a day, the 5 of them gathered together to discuss. Why don't we just leave it at that? I feel that something bad will happen if we continue. Nyeyong said worriedly. Zoran said in a muffled voice, there are only 4 sets of martial skills, but there are 5 of us. How do we divide them? There was a moment of silence. No one would take the initiative to give up their share of the benefits. In the past few days, everyone had put in a lot of effort, hoping to get an Earth-level martial skill. Nyeyong thought of Yang Kai again. He chuckled and said, Senior Sister Lan said before that we should divide the rewards according to how much effort we put in. Junior brother Yang's strength is the lowest, so he put in the least effort. We don't need the martial skill, right? Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. Nyeyong continued, of course junior brother Yang put in a lot of effort, so it's not right for him to not get anything. How about we compensate him with some silver? Zoran frowned and showed a thoughtful expression. This proposal obviously tempted him. Dewey Shuang firmly said, no. How can we compensate for an Earth-level martial skill with some silver? Yang Kai still sneered. Although he was looking at Nyeyong, he was looking at Lan Chudai from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to know what this woman would say in this situation. Her attitude would determine Yang Kai's next move. Lan Chudai remained silent all this time. Yang Kai's sneer deepened. The awkward silence lasted for a long time before Lan Chudai said, let's do it this way. Let's see if we can get the last small stone man. If we can't, then one of us will not be able to get the Earth-level martial skill. However, Lan Chudai, promise that the one who can't get the small stone man will not suffer a loss. When we return to the sect, I will find a way to compensate you. Her words seemed to be directed at the 4 of them, but in fact, Yang Kai knew that she was mainly talking to him. Among the people present, Yang Kai's strength was the lowest. He could provide the least amount of help to the team. If Lan Chudai wanted to offend someone, she would only choose to offend Yang Kai. I am afraid that this is our last chance. You must work hard. Lan Chudai stood up and turned to look at Yang Kai. She gently smiled. Junior brother Yang, I will have to trouble you again. Yang Kai looked at her deeply and nodded. He then stood up and walked towards the stone sculptures. Lan Chudai was aware of his cold attitude. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of apology, but it quickly disappeared. Yang Kai had done this many times in the past few days. Naturally, he was familiar with it. However, this time he had another plan. As usual, Yang Kai arrived in front of the stone sculptures and approached them step by step. After all of them had moved, Yang Kai began to run back in an orderly manner while observing the movements of the last few stone sculptures. When the stone sculptures at the back were crowded together, Yang Kai was satisfied and ran away. As usual, he rushed past the ambush of the other 4. Dozens of stone sculptures rumbled after him. Lan Chudai and the others saw the opportunity to intercept him. However, this time, the stone sculptures at the back were blocked together. There were 4 of them. Lan Chudai's face changed. She quickly shouted, Nyeyong, take 2 of them away. Why me? Nyeyong panicked. Dewey Shuang coldly laughed. Didn't you always say that controlling the stone sculptures is the easiest thing to do? Yang Kai can lead dozens of stone sculptures away. You can't even control 2 of them? Who said I can't? Nyeyong was enraged. He immediately launched a series of attacks, trapping the 2 stone statues. Once they were completely distracted, he hurriedly fled into the distance. There were only 2 stone sculptures left. However, there were 3 people in the field. As long as they spent some time, they would be able to easily defeat them. While the 4 of them were fighting hard, Yang Kai was also leading the several dozen stone statues behind him as they dashed through the rubble. Unlike before, this time, Yang Kai deliberately controlled the distance and did not shake them off. After running for about 50 miles, Yang Kai jumped on top of a stone pillar and looked back at the stone sculptures behind him. Half of the plan was successful. Yang Kai's heart was relieved. However, he did not know if his guess was correct. The reason why Yang Kai wanted Lan Chudai to stop the 4 stone sculptures was not because he wanted to use someone else's knife to kill. He did not have such a vicious mind. With their ability, they could definitely deal with the 4 stone sculptures. It was just that it would take a lot of time. Yang Kai wanted them to waste more time so that his next plan would not be discovered. Whether or not they could obtain the small stone man this time, Yang Kai would not place his hopes on others. Lan Chudai was too realistic. He could not expect her to be fair. If this time they still did not obtain anything, Yang Kai was sure that he would not be able to obtain the 4 small stone men. Therefore, if he wanted something good, he could only rely on himself. For the past few days, Yang Kai had been thinking about a problem. Why did these stone sculptures run back after being lured away? Finally, he came to an answer. They were probably guarding something. This thing should be more valuable than the small stone man's martial skill. This was only a guess, but it was worth the risk. Now that all the stone sculptures were lured here, he had a distance of 50 miles that he could use. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi madly revolved. 2 flames appeared under his feet. His body was like an arrow quickly returning to the original path. This time, his speed was twice as fast as before. This was also the method of using true Yang Yuan Qi that Yang Kai had discovered. It was not a martial skill but a skill. The advantage was that it could increase one's speed to the limit. The disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of energy. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians continuously poured into the soles of his feet. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. In just half a cup of tea's time, the Yuan Qi in his meridians dried up. A drop of Yang liquid exploded in the dantian, and the dried-up meridians were once again filled. After consuming 4 drops of Yang liquid, Yang Kai finally returned to the place where the stone sculptures were gathered. This was a flat area, but Yang Kai had not carefully investigated the specific terrain. Every time he lured the stone sculptures, he simply did not have the time to do so. Now that this area was empty, Yang Kai looked around and hurriedly searched the area. If his guess was correct, there must be something here. After searching for a moment, Yang Kai really found something. In the center of this flat area, there was a huge pit. In the pit stood a somewhat different stone sculpture. Whether it was in terms of size or shape, this stone sculpture was much more domineering than the other stone sculptures. That's it. Yang Kai did not hesitate to jump down, and then quietly approached it. With his many experiences, Yang Kai knew that once he got within 1 foot of these stone sculptures, they would move. Yang Kai had already prepared to run at any time. This was not a place to fight. If he stayed here for a while, the dozens of stone sculptures would return. If he was surrounded by them, he would definitely die. But what surprised Yang Kai was that when he got within 1 foot of the stone sculpture, it did not move at all. Instead, Yang Kai, who was about to run away, was rooted in place. What's going on? After testing it several times, the stone sculpture still did not move. Yang Kai's courage grew. No matter why it did not move, this was a good opportunity to attack. His true Yang Yuan Qi crazily circulated. Yang Kai did not hesitate, and fiercely punched the stone sculpture, wanting to use the fastest speed to break it. Chapter 131. It did not move at all, unlike the other stone sculptures that would attack. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that every time he attacked the stone sculpture, it would absorb a portion of the true Yang Yuan Qi that he emitted. As time passed, the stone sculpture began to emit a faint layer of red light, and its body began to emit the same Yang Yuan Qi as Yang Kai. Kacha. The stone sculpture's large hand seemed to move slowly. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly understood. It was indeed absorbing the Yuan Qi from his attacks, and using it as a source of energy to move its body. However, the amount of Yuan Qi it absorbed was too little, and was not enough to support its movements. After understanding this, Yang Kai did not stop, and instead attacked even more viciously. Let's see if you move first, or if I break you first. With stubbornness in his heart, Yang Kai continued to punch wildly. His fist was badly mangled. The hardness of this stone sculpture was much, much stronger than the others. Kacha. The stone sculpture absorbed more and more yuan qi, and its movements became more and more violent. A large palm was already raised high, and looking down at Yang Kai, it looked like it was about to hit him. However, the chest area of the stone sculpture that was attacked by Yang Kai was also badly damaged, and was full of cracks. With a swoosh, the stone sculpture's palm slapped down at an incredible speed. Fortunately, Yang Kai was prepared and quickly dodged. The ground trembled, and there was a palm print on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and Yang Kai's clothes and hair danced in the wind. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Yang Kai's fists burst into flames, as if he was holding two burning flames in his hands. Whether it was the speed or strength of his punches, they were all increased by a lot. Crash along with the ferocious punch. A large hole was finally punched in the stone sculpture's chest, and rubble scattered all over the ground. At first glance, Yang Kai saw a small, glittering and translucent stone man inside. He hurriedly took it out and put it into his bosom. Then, he leaped out of the deep pit before the statue's second attack arrived. He turned his head and looked around. In the distance, the dozens of stone sculptures that had been lured away earlier were about to return. Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly increased his speed to the limit and left in a hurry. After making a big circle outside, Yang Kai returned to where the four of them were. As soon as she appeared, Du Yishuang happily said to Yang Kai, "We finally got another small stone man. Now we have 5 people, 1 for each of us. Looks like my luck is pretty good." Yang Kai chuckled and faintly glanced at Lan Chudai. The latter was also looking at him with a smile. Seeing that his fists were full of blood, she couldn't help but quickly step forward and hold his hand. Frowning, she asked, "How did you get injured like this?" She appeared to be very concerned. There was even a trace of concern between her eyebrows. It was like a senior sister to a junior brother. Yang Kai pulled back his hand and lightly said, "There were a few stone sculptures that were too close. I had no choice but to move my hands and feet with them." Lan Chudi's beautiful face flashed a trace of astonishment. Immediately, she gently smiled and said, "It's good that you are safe. Let's divide the stone men first. Everyone can cultivate and increase their combat strength." Zuan suggested. "Okay." Lan Chudai nodded and then took out the 5 small stone men that she had collected in the past few days. The number of red lines in the 5 small stone men was basically the same. Although the level of the martial skill that required the use of meridians was high, this was not absolute. There were also some special martial skills that were not low in grade, but only required the use of a few meridians. Therefore, the 5 of them didn't know which of the martial skills hidden in the small stone men was good or bad. At this time, they could only rely on luck and luck. After so many days of hard work, although the harvest was very different from what they had expected, their eyes were still burning with desire. This small stone man contained an earth-grade martial skill. Who will go first? Nyayong was eager to try. He wanted to choose first, but he was afraid that he would choose a bad one. He was hesitant. "I suggest that junior brother go first. After all, he has been working hard these past few days to restrain the stone sculptures. Moreover, he was injured just now. He should be the first to choose." Lan Chudai smiled and looked at Yang Kai. She was generous to give everyone 1 small stone man. Moreover, even if they chose first, they would not necessarily get the best one. These words were cheap, but they could win people's hearts. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking. He nodded and said, "Senior sister, since you said so, it would be impolite for me to refuse." After that, he casually grabbed a small stone man Lan Chudai, and the others also chose 1 small stone man. Now that the items have been distributed, let's find a place to familiarize ourselves with our martial skill. After 1 day, we will gather here again. Lan Chudai instructed. In this strange place, 1 more martial skill meant 1 more battle power. Although it took a lot of time to cultivate a martial skill, it was still acceptable to everyone compared to the 1 day's worth of time they had to put in. Everyone nodded and turned to leave. Yang Kai, let me help you bandage your wounds. Du Yishuang saw that Yang Kai's hands were covered in blood and couldn't bear it. Then I will trouble you. Yang Kai did not refuse. Lan Chudai, who was about to leave, heard this sentence and couldn't help but stop. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled, but she didn't stop. Her figure flashed and disappeared. When only Yang Kai and Du Yishuang were left, Du Yishuang bandaged Yang Kai's wounds and said, "Wait a moment and see what martial skill you have. If it is not good, I will exchange it with you. I have already practiced an earth-level martial skill, so I don't really need it." "No need." Yang Kai smiled. "Since it is an earth-level martial skill, there is nothing bad about it. Do as you wish." Du Yishuang didn't force him. She stood up and said, "I will go and familiarize myself with my martial skill. See you tomorrow." Staring at her back, Yang Kai slowly said, "If there is a chance, leave by yourself." Du Yishuang didn't turn her head and replied, "I know." This small team was not reliable. Although they could temporarily unite together, it was also because they were not familiar with this place. Lan Chudai didn't have the qualifications to be a leader. She couldn't balance a bowl of water. She only cared about her own gains and losses. Such a person only cared about herself. In times of danger, she would not consider the safety of others. If they followed her, sooner or later they would be in trouble. After confirming that no one was around, Yang Kai also left. He found a secluded place and took out the 2 small stone men. Looking at them, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but tremble. One of the small stone men was from Lan Chudai. There was nothing special about it. It was similar to the small stone men. However, the small stone men that he obtained from the stone sculptures were very different. The small stone men's meridians were not red. Instead, they were golden. Not only that, but the number of golden lines were much more. What level of martial skill is this? According to Lan Chudai's analysis, the small stone men's martial skill was at least earth-level, middle-level martial skill. It was very likely that it was earth-level, high-level martial skill. But the small stone men's martial skill was obviously much higher. Could it be a heaven-level martial skill? Thinking of this, Kai Yang's breathing became a lot faster. This risky decision was indeed worth it. Just by obtaining these 2 martial skills, it was already worth it. And this was only the beginning. Which one should he learn first? Looking at the 2 small stone men in his hand, Yang Kai was somewhat hesitant. The small stone men's martial skill was undoubtedly higher. After learning it, it would be more helpful to him. However, he didn't have much time. He was afraid that a day's worth of effort would not be enough to learn it. After carefully considering it for a moment, Yang Kai put the small stone men back into his arms and held the small stone men that he obtained from Lan Chudai in the palm of his hand. In this situation, the right choice was to learn a martial skill that could increase his combat power as soon as possible. The small stone men's martial skill was certainly inferior. However, the time required to practice it was undoubtedly not too long. The difficulty was also lower. Circulating the yuan qi, he poured it into the small stone men in the palm of his hand. He felt the distribution and circulation of the red lines in the small stone men. At the same time, he compared it to the meridians in his body. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had already memorized the circulation method of the yuan qi. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked down. The red lines in the small stone men in his hand had disappeared. Even the small stone men itself had become fragmented. It had completed its mission. Yang Kai gently squeezed, and the small stone men turned into fine powder. This thing could only be used by one person to comprehend the mystery of the martial skill. After it was used up, it would be damaged. This should be related to the yuan qi that was poured into it. There was nothing to feel pity about. Yang Kai stood up and recalled what he had comprehended from the small stone men. The yuan qi in his body began to circulate through his meridians. It was his first time using this martial skill, so it was inevitable that Yang Kai was not successful. However, he was not discouraged. He once again activated the Yuan Qi and circulated it according to the circulation method of the red lines in the small stone men. At the same time, he used his heart to feel the changes in his body. As the Yuan Qi in his body circulated and flowed through those specific meridians, Yang Kai could feel a force gradually condensing on the tip of his fist. This force was very weak at first. However, with the circulation of the Yuan Qi and the support of the meridians, this force rapidly grew. It made people feel an urge to attack. Yang Kai resisted the urge to attack because the Yuan Qi in his body had not circulated through all the meridians required. After waiting for a while, the 36 meridians in his body were linked together by the Yuan Qi. Along with a resonance, the Yuan Qi in the 36 meridians surged and gathered at the tip of his fist, causing the strength that was not weak to become even more powerful. It was as if it wanted to break free from Yang Kai's restraints and rush out by itself. Yang Kai clenched his fist so tightly that it began to tremble slightly. He no longer suppressed it and ferociously punched out. Along with this punch, all the force and Yuan Qi that had converged on his fist were released at the same time. In the space where the tip of his fist pointed, the heaven and earth energy instantly became chaotic. Soon after, with a rumbling sound, the space seemed to explode. Layers and layers of visible fire rings swayed. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. His eyes were shining brightly. Was this the lethality of the martial skill? It was indeed powerful. Chapter 132. Strictly speaking, this was the first offensive martial skill that Yang Kai had learned. Before this, all his attacks relied on the Dantian's yang liquid and his body's reflexes. However, that was not enough to bring out his full potential. With martial skills, however, things were different. Martial skills were the foundation of a cultivator's battle. Only martial skills could bring out the full potential of Yuan Qi. Just now, it was only an experiment. Although it was successful, it was not the full potential of this martial skill. In battle, martial skills were released in an instant. How could they be like Yang Kai, who slowly condensed them and felt them? However, after all, he had just learned it. He could not practice it to perfection. This required time and experience. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai clenched his fist. Thinking about the scene of the punch, his heart surged. The small stone man only contained the cultivation method of this martial skill. It did not tell Yang Kai the name of the martial skill, so he had to give it a name. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai decided to call it Burning Sun Burst. The Yuan Qi in the 36 meridians suddenly exploded. This was a sudden killing move that could easily cause people to suffer a great loss. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi could only support this move 3 times. After 3 moves, his primordial qi would be completely depleted. If it was someone else, they would not dare to use this move casually. However, Yang Kai had a lot of yang liquid in his dantian. Naturally, he did not have to worry about this problem. This also meant that Yang Kai could quickly master the Burning Sun Burst. His efficiency in cultivating martial skills was many times faster than others. The Burning Sun Burst should be an earth-level, upper-level martial skill. His luck was not bad. He had obtained a fist martial skill. If he had obtained a sword martial skill or even a staff martial skill, Yang Kai would have been very depressed. He did not have a weapon. So what if he obtained it? After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai prepared to use this day to learn the Burning Sun Burst as soon as possible to increase his fighting strength. One day later, the 5 of them gathered together again after mastering the Burning Sun Burst. Except for Nyeyong, who was somewhat dejected, the other 4 were quite satisfied with their martial skills. Yang Kai himself did not need to say anything. Although he had worked hard for several days, he had finally obtained an earth-level, upper-level martial skill, Burning Sun Burst. In addition, he had also obtained a small stone man. The others did not say what martial skills they had obtained, but from their expressions, they seemed to have gained a lot. Nyeyong was the only one who was cursing in dissatisfaction. According to him, the martial skill he had obtained was a whip martial skill, which was very depressing. Dui Shuang, who was standing beside Kai Yang, smiled and whispered, Evil people have their retribution. Serves you right. Yang Kai nodded. Lan Chudai comforted Nye Yong with a few words, making him feel less depressed. Cet. Humph. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Nye Yong saw that Yang Kai had wasted a lot of effort. His heart felt much better. Yang Kai ignored him. He did not know that the Yang inflammation stones had been turned into energy and stored in his dantian. There was no sun, moon, or stars. There was no way to calculate the passage of time. Yang Kai estimated that they had walked for more than 2 days before they finally walked out of the rocky mound. Along the way, they had also encountered several corpses of the disciples of the 3 sections. They did not know what kind of danger they had encountered in the rocky mound. Anyway, Yang Kai and the others were safe and sound. After walking out of the rocky mound, the 5 of them could not help but exhale. Since they had entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, they had been in an environment where they could not see anything but rocks. It was inevitable that they would feel depressed. Outside the rocky mound, there was a dense forest. The dense forest connected into one, verdant and lush, full of greenery. Although there were many dangers in the forest, they could not return to the rocky mound since they had already come here. What's more, if there were dangers, there would be opportunities. Not to mention other things, in such a large forest, there would be a lot of spiritual herbs and miraculous herbs. They did not hesitate. They were secretly vigilant of their surroundings and plunged into the forest. After walking for a while, Zhuan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He lowered his head and groped on the ground. The others stopped and looked at him. After a while, Zhuan straightened up and said with certainty, "Someone passed by here 2 days ago, and there were many of them." Hearing this, Nye Yong's face lit up. He said, "It should be the other disciples of the 3 sections." Zhuan frowned slightly. It's hard to say. No one knows if there are outsiders in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Hearing his words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The Heaven's Cave inheritance had been sealed for at least 1,000 years. If there were people in here, who would they be? Zhuan also felt that this was unlikely. He quickly added, "I was just saying, but it should be the disciples of the 3 sections. Then let's chase after them." Nye Yong suggested, "If the person in front is Brother Jie or Senior Sister Su, that would be great." Lan Chudai frowned slightly, but she nodded in agreement. Although she was the temporary leader of the 5 people, their strength was not high. If they encountered too much danger, she was afraid that they would all die. Instead of risking their lives to explore here, it was better to find the brother and senior sister of Sky Tower Pavilion. With their protection, the probability of safety would be increased. Then let's go find them. The group followed the traces left a few days ago. After half a day, they suddenly saw a small lake in front of them. There were many footprints left by the lake. It seemed that the disciples of the 3 sects had briefly rested here. Since the disciples of the 3 sects had rested here, it meant that there was no danger here. It just so happened that the group was tired from sleeping in the open. After a brief discussion, they decided to rest here for a while before setting off again. The 5 of them scattered around and meditated. Not long after, Lan Chudai suddenly came to Du Yishuang's side and whispered a few words. Du Yishuang slowly shook her head. Her expression was hesitant, but she immediately nodded. Her face was somewhat red. Then, Lan Chudai walked over to Yang Kai and gently patted him on the shoulder. "What's the matter?" When he thought of Lan Chudai's full and smooth body hiding behind the stone, he could not help himself. A few more steps, and the beauty behind the stone would be imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered. He calmly put his hand in a circle and put it in front of his mouth. Dantian shouted, "Brother Nye, why are you running over there?" Chapter 133. This was originally a quiet place. Apart from the sound of two women laughing and splashing water in the distance, there was no other sound. Yang Kai's shout, even though it was not loud, was quite sudden. As soon as his voice fell, there was a violent splash of water. It should be the sound of the two women suddenly plunging into the water. Nie Yong also seemed to be greatly frightened. He jumped back a few steps like a rabbit. He turned around and glared at Yang Kai. He immediately used his movement skill and quickly retreated. Before he left, his eyes were full of resentment. Obviously, he did not expect that Yang Kai would dare to offend him. Coward! Yang Kai laughed disdainfully. If he was Nie Yong, since his whereabouts were already exposed, he might as well take a few steps forward. Maybe he would really see something beautiful and not have wasted his trip. Not long after, Lan Chudi's hair was dripping wet as she walked back. Dewey Shuang puffed up her cheeks. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. On the contrary, Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai indifferently and said softly, "Thank you. You're welcome." Yang Kai responded indifferently. The three stood up and were about to return when they suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of yuan qi from afar. They turned their heads and saw a dazzling light flashing in the distant sky. They could vaguely hear the sound of fighting and killing. Immediately, an angry roar of a beast drilled into their ears. The three's face suddenly changed. This roar was obviously made by the monster beast. How could there be a monster beast in this place? At this moment, there should be many people fighting with the monster beast. Swish! 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 Nie Yong and Zuan, who had just escaped, also came back. Their faces were dignified as they looked in the direction of the sound. Dewey Shuang looked at Nie Yong with hatred. There was undisguised disgust and disgust in her eyes. Lan Chudai did not mention a word about what had just happened. She only asked, "Zuan, what did you hear?" Zuan's hearing was better. Although the others could hear some of the sounds, it was certainly not as clear as him. "Over 100, Zuan replied in a deep voice. "There are hundreds of people gathered over there, and they are attacking a monster beast. Judging from the commotion caused by the monster beast, I'm afraid it's around level 6. Everyone's expression changed. 6th order, that was equivalent to the immortal ascension boundary. Those who entered the Cave of Inheritance were, at most, Yuan Qi experts. How could they fight against a Heaven's Gate expert? Could it be that these hundreds of people were idiots? Why would they actively seek death? This monster beast's roar is very weak." Zuoren frowned slightly. It sounds like he just woke up not long ago. It should be related to the seal here. The few of them suddenly understood. The seal here had only been broken a few days ago, and the monster beast here must have been sealed for many years. Although he did not know why these monster beasts were still alive, he was certain that they could not perform at their original level. No wonder those hundreds of people dared to attack it. The monster beast is injured. Zuoren raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, an angry and unwilling roar came from the other side. At the same time, the original noise suddenly quieted down, and the hundreds of people did not move. "What's the situation?" Lan Chudai asked anxiously. "I don't know." Zuoren slowly shook his head. "Should we go and take a look?" Lan Chudi's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she carefully considered. After a long while, she turned to look at the other four. "What do you think?" "I personally think that we should go and take a look. Since there are hundreds of people gathered there, not all of them are at Yuan Qi or separation and reunion boundary. There should also be people at the Qi transformation boundary. If they can stay there, then we can too. However, there should be danger. It is up to you whether you want to go or not." "Of course we want to go." Nie Yong was the first to nod. After such an embarrassing incident, he was embarrassed to stay in this group of 5. Naturally, he wanted to find his other brothers. "I'll go too," Zuoren said in a muffled voice. Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai and Dewey Shuang, and the two nodded slightly. "Then let's go." The few of them quickly used their movement skills and rushed towards the source of the movement. After more than an hour, the 5 of them finally saw the other disciples of the 3 sections. In the distance, there were two groups of people confronting each other. Each group had about 50 people, and there was not much difference between them. However, the light in the forest was too dim, so the five of them did not know which sect the two groups belonged to. After a while, a familiar voice sounded from afar. Fong Ziki, your storm house only has this much ability. You want to steal from me? You are too inexperienced. When he heard the voice, Nyeyong's face was filled with joy. Brother Xie. Lan Chudai also showed a trace of a smile, but Yang Kai's face sank. One of the groups was from High Heaven Pavilion, but the one leading them was Xie Hongchen. This was not the kind of person he wanted to see. Du Yishuang had the same expression as Yang Kai. Du Yishuang was a disciple of Storm House, and Fong Ziki was the strongest disciple of Storm House's younger generation. The few of them looked at each other, and Du Yishuang quietly moved away from Lan Chudai and the others. Although the five of them had joined forces to explore the enemy, now that there was a large group of people from their respective sects, they had to draw closer to their respective sections. As a result, they had become enemies with each other. In the face of Xie Hongchen's ridicule, Fong Ziki said indifferently, Xie Hongchen, I just don't want to fight with you. You have just broken through to Yuan Qi stage, so you are not my opponent. Don't humiliate yourself. What did you say? Xie Hongchen's voice was cold. On the other side, many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were clamoring, each of them shouting for Xie Hongchen to teach Fong Ziki a lesson. Humph! Other than Su Yen, no one from High Heaven Pavilion can enter my eyes. Fong Ziki chuckled. His attitude was very arrogant. You want to fight with me? If you want, I will accompany you. But if you lose in front of so many people, I am afraid it will not look good on you. These words touched Xie Hongchen's heart. Although he and Fong Ziji were both true element boundary first stage cultivators, one had just broken through while the other had broken through a long time ago. If they really fought, they might not necessarily win. Just as Xie Hongchen was stuck between a rock and a hard place, Nyeyong came out of the jungle and shouted, Senior Brother Xie. Hearing the shout, Xie Hongchen quickly turned his head and looked over. His expression relaxed as he smiled and said, Junior Brother Nye, I finally found you. Nyeyong was very excited. His speed suddenly increased as he left the group of five and rushed towards the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. However, the other four people stopped in their tracks. Du Xiaomei and Zuan were not from High Heaven Pavilion, so naturally they would not go. Yang Kai and Xie Hongchen had a grudge, so of course they would not go. As for Lan Chudai, she knew that Yang Kai and Xie Hongchen had a grudge against each other. She could not help but look at Yang Kai with some hesitation. Yang Kai, I will go to Brother Fong's side. Thank you for these past few days. Du Yishuang said softly. And go. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Zuan, what are you going to do? Are you going with me or with Sister Lan? Du Yishuang did not forget to ask Zuan before she left. After all, there was no one from blood group here, making him feel homeless and alone. Zuan said in a muffled voice, I will go with you. Although Storm House's disciples were not necessarily good people, Zuan knew that Du Yishuang was a kind girl. Instead of following Lan Chudai, it would be better to follow Du Yishuang. At least she would not play any tricks. Du Yishuang nodded and walked with Zuan towards Storm House's group. Let's also go. Lan Chudai said. Yang Kai did not answer. His eyes swept over the group of people from High Heaven Pavilion. After a moment he said, You go, I will not go. He did not see Sassafras, Su Yen and Xianing Chong. This group of people was led by Xie Hongchen. If he went there, he would only be humiliated. Junior brother, bear with it for a while. There are many dangers here. You will not be able to cope with them alone. Lan Chudai knew his concerns and could not help but softly persuade him. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. His expression was firm. On the High Heaven Pavilion side, Nyeyong's arrival made many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples laugh happily. Apparently, they were all familiar with each other. Then, Nyeyong came in front of Xie Hongchen and whispered something to him. While speaking, he turned his head towards Yang Kai and Lan Chudai. His face was filled with cold hatred. Separated by about 20 meters, Xie Hongchun stared at Kai Yang with a look of disdain and pride. On the other side, Fang Ziki did not know the situation and urged, Xie Hongchun, since you don't want to fight with me, let us join forces to kill the monster beast first. As for the treasure guarded by the monster beast, it will not be too late to talk about it later. Xie Hongchun turned his head to look at him and smiled. Let's talk about this later. This Xie needs to deal with a family matter first. Then, he gently looked at Lan Chudai and smiled. Junior sister Lan, you must have worked hard. Since you have found us, come here. Everyone is here. It is very safe. Lan Chudai gently nodded and then pulled Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai did not move. Xie Hongchun smiled and said in a clear voice, Junior brother Yang, if you want, you can come here. After all, we are all from the same sect. This place is very dangerous. Your strength is low. As a brother, I should protect you. Nie Yong angrily said, Brother Xie, this kind of person is not worthy of being your junior brother. Did you forget what he did in the sect last time? You have no respect for your brother. Why do you have to take care of him? Xie Hongchen's face was cold. How could he forget what happened last time? In front of so many law enforcement disciples, Su Yan's hand was held in the palm of his hand. Every time he thought about it, Xie Hongchen felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Xie Hongchen let out a long sigh, still wearing a smile on his face. But that smile was quite forced as he pretended to be indifferent. So what? Junior brother is still young and ignorant. As a senior brother, I should be tolerant. Don't tell me that you have not made mistakes? While speaking, Xie Hongchen's face was slightly twitching. He looked at Yang Kai coldly. However, his words touched the hearts of many High Heaven Pavilion disciples. They were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Compared to Yang Kai's despicable and shameless actions, Xie Hongchen's actions were much more righteous and noble. Chapter 134. Well, the protagonist of this book is a person who will not give up, so I will not give up either. Yang Kai, quickly come over and kowtow to Brother Xie and admit your mistake. A roar came from the other side. Yang Kai, Brother Xie is not willing to argue with you. But that does not mean that we will forgive you. If you do not apologize today, we will be your enemy from now on. We will not look at you as a junior brother anymore. That's right. This junior brother of yours is really shameless. His strength is inferior, but he actually wants to eat swan meat like a toad. He doesn't know his own strength. He doesn't even take a mirror to look at himself and see what kind of virtue he has. Not only did those senior brothers clamor, even one of the senior sisters joined in the crusade against Kai Yang. Her voice sharp, like a shrew cursing on the streets. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he let these words blow past his ears. Lan Chudai pulled Yang Kai and whispered, Junior brother, don't be stubborn. A man should know when to yield and when not to. Isn't it just an apology? It's not a big deal. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Lan Chudai indifferently. This indifferent look made Lan Chudai's heart jump. She frowned and asked, What's wrong? Don't tell me that you don't know the real intention of Xie Hongchen. Don't tell me that you don't know what kind of treatment I will receive when I go there. Yang Kai's voice was slightly cold. Lan Chudai was annoyed. How would I know about your matters? Although you and I are senior sisters, we have been together for a long time. We have been through difficulties together for the past few days. But there is no friendship between us. You don't have to feel guilty about leaving me here. You go by yourself. I don't need you to care about my matters. Lan Chudai's face turned white as she said angrily, How can you be so ungrateful? Stomping her feet, Lan Chudai no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Instead, she walked towards Xie Hongchen. After walking a few steps, she stopped and turned back. I don't owe you anything. Don't be so aloof. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. On High Heaven Pavilion's side, Yang Kai's words never stopped. A cold smile appeared on Xie Hongchen's face as he stared at Yang Kai with a complacent expression. It was as if he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. In this situation, no matter what choice Yang Kai made, he would be happy to see it. You want to join this team to protect yourself? Sure. Come here obediently and apologize. Kneel down and kowtow. Unwilling to do so? That works too. You should explore this dangerous Heaven's Cave inheritance by yourself. Let's see how long you can live. Xia Hongchen didn't know what to expect from Yang Kai. While they were waiting, Yang Kai's cold voice came from the other side. A bunch of ignorant people who only know how to climb up the social ladder. This Yang won't keep you company. Lan Chudai, who was walking towards Xia Hongchen, heard this sentence and could not help but stop. She always felt that Yang Kai's words were directed at her, and she couldn't help but feel humiliated and uncomfortable. But immediately, Lan Chudai felt bitter. How did he manage to climb up the social ladder and climb up the social ladder? This is a dangerous place. Naturally, it is safer to follow those with higher strength. Do you want to follow a junior brother who is only at the initial element boundary 7th stage? You don't know how to appreciate kindness, yet you blame others. If you have the ability, you should also increase your strength. Naturally, there will be people around you. At that time, even the senior sister will side with you. It's not like I didn't persuade you. I didn't really abandon you. This is the path you chose. How can you blame me? Thinking so, Lan Chudi's heart became more and more aggrieved. But the guilt she felt towards Yang Kai also lessened a lot. In the jungle, Yang Kai's figure gradually infiltrated the darkness. But that sentence was like sprinkling a handful of salt in boiling water. Nyeyong was anxious to see the world in chaos. Yang Kai, you are presumptuous. You dare to speak to the senior sister and brother like this, and you still want to leave? Stay here. As he spoke, he threw a punch in the direction of Yang Kai's departure. With a bang, there was a burst of fire in the darkness, and Yang Kai's cold face flashed. Yang Kai's cold voice rang out. Xia Hongchen, you know very well what you've done. Junior brother will settle this debt with you sooner or later. Hearing this sentence, Xia Hongchen's face sank. He naturally knew what Yang Kai was talking about. It was nothing more than the last time he sent someone to inform Long Hui. At that time, Xia Hongchen thought that Long Hui would be able to kill Yang Kai, but he didn't expect that Long Hui would fail. A few days ago, when Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Xia Hongchen was on tenterhooks for several days. He wasn't afraid of Yang Kai, but he was afraid of Meng Wuya. After all, the three of them had returned to High Heaven Pavilion together. However, Meng Wuya didn't come to find trouble with him. Xia Hongchen thought that it was because he was careful and didn't give himself away. Today, when he heard Yang Kai's words, he knew that the matter had been exposed. Murderous intent surged. Xia Hongchen quickly gave Nyeyong a meaningful glance. Nyeyong was overjoyed. He had wanted to peek at Lan Chudai and Du Yishuang, but was exposed by Yang Kai. In his heart, he hated Yang Kai to the bone. Now that he got Xia Hongchen's acquiescence, he angrily shouted, "Rebel! Yang Kai, you dare to speak to Brother Xia? Watch how I teach you a lesson." At the same time, he raised his arm and shouted, "Which brother? Come with me to help Xia brother vent his anger." Several figures followed Nyeyong and rushed out. Lan Chudai stretched out her hand, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. She helplessly watched as those people chased Yang Kai into the forest. On the other hand, Du Yishuang from Stormhouse wanted to help Yang Kai, but was stopped by Fang Ziki. "Brother Fang, he saved me a few days ago," Du Yishuang anxiously said. "Don't meddle in other people's business." But Fang Ziki coldly looked at her and said to his two junior sisters, "Watch her. Don't let her go." Yes. The two junior sisters quickly grabbed Du Yishuang's left and right arms. Fang Ziki looked at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared with great interest. Then he looked at Xia Hongchen. He whispered, "Internal strife in this place. Sky Tower Pavilion is nothing more than this." Du Yishuang struggled to get rid of her two senior sisters. Someone couldn't bear it and whispered, "Don't worry." Although he is only at the 7th level of the initial element boundary, he has been giving me a very dangerous feeling these days. Maybe he won't be the one to suffer this time. Are you sure? Dui Shuang gave up struggling. Dui Shuang asked softly. I don't know. It's just my intuition. Zuoren faintly replied. That was why he didn't provoke Yang Kai in the past few days. In the forest, Yang Kai was running with many people behind him. Nie Yong's voice came from behind. Yang Kai, since you are from the same sect, I will let you suffer less if you surrender. Otherwise, you will suffer less. Friendship? Yang Kai sneered. I don't have any friendship with you. Fine, fine, fine. You said it yourself. Nie Yong was enraged as he shouted. Senior brothers? This brat obtained a high-grade Earth-level martial skill a few days ago. Capture him and force him to tell us the cultivation method of the skill. We will all benefit from it. What? A high Earth-level martial skill? Someone exclaimed with a greedy look in his eyes. Although they had gained a lot in the past few days, there were too many people gathered in one place. So they didn't get much benefit from it. Now that they heard that Yang Kai got a high Earth-level martial skill, who wouldn't be envious? With benefits at the forefront of their minds, the speed of the several people chasing after him suddenly increased significantly, closing the distance between them and Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai, do you still want to resist? One of them shouted as he swung his sword. The sword moved like a cloud and lightning, heading straight for Yang Kai's back. Sensing danger, Yang Kai hurriedly dodged. Before he could steady himself, another attack came. He rolled on the ground and avoided the second attack. When he stood up again, Yang Kai's expression was cold. He was surrounded by the people chasing after him. Apart from Nie Yong, there were 4 people. Although they were all in the Qi transforming stage, they were all stronger than Nie Yong. The 5 of them formed a circle with Yang Kai in the middle. They all looked at him with cold smiles. Nie Yong was especially happy. He looked at Yang Kai and said, Junior brother Yang, you ruined my plans. Did you ever think that you would end up like this? Peeping on a woman bathing is considered a good thing? Yang Kai snorted. Nie Yong's face reddened. This kind of thing was indeed shameful. Even the 4 people who chased after him looked at him with deep meaning, making him even more embarrassed. The person on the left withdrew his gaze and coughed lightly. Yang Kai, you are our junior brother. We won't take your life. Obediently tell us the cultivation method of that martial skill. We will take you back to brother and put in a few good words for you. Maybe brother Jie will forgive you for this offense. Junior brother appreciates your good intentions. Yang Kai felt the pressure from the 5 people. His unyielding willpower and arrogance boiled in his chest. His expression was calm. But if you want to steal from me, then take it with your own abilities. The person on the right shouted angrily. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that we won't do anything to you just because you are from the same sect. If you offend brother Jie, only death awaits you. Even if we kill you here, no one will stand up for you. Among the 5 people, Nie Yong had a grudge against Yang Kai. After hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. He waved his hand and said, Don't waste time talking nonsense with him. Even if we cripple him, we can still force the cultivation method of that martial skill out of him. Last time, when they divided the small stone men, Nie Yong only got one martial skill that was useless to him. Naturally, he was jealous of Yang Kai's gains. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai got, he was sure that it was more useful than his. As soon as he finished speaking, Nie Yong was the first to rush forward. A cold wind blew from his palm, carrying with it a dangerous aura as he attacked Yang Kai. He had made up his mind to keep Kai Yang here, so he had used his strongest martial skill right from the start. When the other 4 saw Nie Yong make his move, they were conceited and just watched. After all, Yang Kai's strength was too low. Nie Yong alone was enough to deal with him. Not only that, but one of them even commented on Nie Yong's moves. Junior brother Nie's cool wind palm can be considered to have reached perfection. It seems that he has put a lot of effort into it. The other 3 nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with his words. Cool Wind Palm was a low Earth-level martial skill of Sky Tower. It required 500 contribution points to exchange for. When the palm struck, a cool wind blew, killing the enemy invisibly. In order to obtain this martial skill, Nyeyong had spent a lot of time and effort. Using this move to deal with an initial element cultivator was as easy as crushing a conch with 10 fingers. There was no suspense. Everyone could almost imagine the scene of Yang Kai being defeated and injured. Facing such a palm, Yang Kai only met it with a punch. Chapter 135. As the palms and fists collided, a gentle force rushed into Yang Kai's body and flowed along his meridians. Yang Kai's yuan qi circulation slowed down. It was as if the meridians in his arms had been weakened by the cool breeze palm. Nyeyong sneered, "Yang Kai, this brother will cripple one of your arms today as a small lesson for you." Yang Kai's face suddenly flashed with a trace of murderous intent. The yuan qi in his body surged fiercely, resisting the invasion of the cool breeze palm. Nyeyong's plan was foiled in an instant. "You still want to resist?" Nyeyong clenched his teeth. He felt ashamed that he couldn't defeat Yang Kai in one move. He sent another palm over and ridiculed, "Although your yuan qi is strong, it's too weak. Let's see how you block it." Another cool breeze palm came, but this time there was an undercurrent in the breeze. Obviously, there was a follow-up change. Yang Kai no longer hid his strength. The 36 meridians in his body surged. A day of hard work was finally showing its results. Scorching sun explosion. "I told you your strength is too weak," Nyeyong sneered. Before he could finish his words, the gentle palm suddenly turned into a gust of wind and swept toward Yang Kai. It seemed that he was determined to cripple Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai's scorching sun explosion erupted at the same time. With a loud bang, a ball of fire suddenly appeared. The burst of light lit up the surrounding area, making it as bright as day. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. "What?" Nyeyong was shocked. His cool breeze palm concealed a powerful change, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai's seemingly ordinary punch would do the same. The two's methods were shockingly similar. The wind from their palms and fists burst out. They were evenly matched. With two muffled groans, Nyeyong staggered back until he was blocked by a large tree. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Yang Kai didn't have a good time either. His strength was 6 or 7 levels lower than Nyeyong's. It was rare that he could rely on the power of his martial arts to exchange a blow. Nyeyong was injured. How could he be safe? However, he didn't show any signs of weakness. After Nyeyong was pushed back, the bones in his body made clanking sounds. A warm current flowed through his body. Yuan Qi became irritable. He threw out 4 punches at the speed of wind and thunder, hitting the 4 people around him. 4 balls of fire burst out at the same time, ferociously rolling up the air waves and killing power, which shocked everyone. The 4 of them were stronger than Nyeyong, and Kaiyang was in a rush to attack, so he couldn't hurt them. But by the time they blocked his attacks, they had already lost Yang Kai's. Yang Kai's voice came from afar. "Nyeyong, see you next time. I'll take your life." His voice drifted, making it impossible to tell which direction Kaiyang had fled in. "Junior brother Nye." One of them hurriedly looked in Nyeyong's direction. He saw blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed with unwillingness and fear. His expression was not good. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Nyeyong struggled to stand up. "Yang Kai is injured. Quickly chase after him. We can't let him escape." "Chase after him." Someone hesitated. They didn't have any grudges with Yang Kai. They were only here to cheer for Nyeyong and put on a show for Xiahongchen. Now that he had escaped, what was the point of chasing after him? Who knew what dangers lurked within these towering mountains and precipitous ridges? What if they encountered 1 or 2 powerful monster beasts? Wouldn't they all be dead? Nyeyong sensed the change in attitude of the 4 people. He hurriedly said, "Brothers, did you see the power of his martial arts? That's what he obtained a few days ago. Relying on this martial arts, he injured me. Aren't you guys tempted? Hearing him say this, the high heaven pavilion disciples' expressions brightened. After a moment of hesitation, one of them said, "Then we will chase after him. But let's make it clear first. We only want that martial arts. If you have any grievances with Yang Kai, settle it yourself. Don't involve us. If you want to kill him or cripple him, you have to bear the consequences." Of course, Nyeyong's expression was ferocious as he cursed. "You dare to threaten me? Who do you think you are? You even want to take my life. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, let's see who will take whose life." Finished speaking, he took the lead to chase. The other 4 people looked at each other. They all felt that Yang Kai would not be able to escape this calamity. This time, if Nyeyong really caught up to him, he would definitely lose his life. Nyeyong was ready to kill. Near the small lake where Lan Chudai and Du Yishuang were bathing, Yang Kai finally couldn't hold his breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had just escaped a moment ago, the danger he had experienced during that brief exchange was something no one but Yang Kai could understand. These people were all at the Qi transforming stage. The weakest among them, Nyeyong, was at the Qi transforming stage 4th level. The strongest one was at the Qi transforming stage 7th or 8th level. The enemies he encountered in the 9-in mountain valley could not be compared to them. It could be said that any one of them was on par with Wen Fei Chun when his cultivation was sealed. If not for the burning sun's explosion, Yang Kai would not have been able to escape from their encirclement. 5 punches, 5 exchanges with 5 different people. 5 different kinds of hidden energies had rushed into his body. Not to mention the injuries he suffered. The 5 kinds of hidden energies were flowing through his meridians, causing his Yuan Qi to be unable to circulate smoothly. If he did not find a safe place to dissolve these hidden energies, he was afraid that it would leave behind hidden dangers. The pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer. Yang Kai bent down and covered the blood he spat out. Then he plunged into the lake. Yang Kai didn't know if he would encounter any danger in the jungle, but in his current state, if he were to encounter any kind of danger, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight back. Therefore, he could only return the way he came. Only the path he had taken was the safest. This lake was also the best place to hide. If Nyeyong and the others did not dare to come down to investigate, Yang Kai would be happy to see them. If they dared to come down to investigate, they would have to face Yang Kai's counterattack. Holding his breath, Yang Kai dove into the lake, hiding his body in the darkness. The lake was very large, but Yang Kai did not expect it to be so deep. After diving for more than 10 feet, he still did not reach the bottom. On the contrary, the lake water was getting colder and colder. Not daring to swim any further, Yang Kai floated in the water, listening to the movements above. Sure enough, after a while, Nyeyong and the others arrived. Although Yang Kai tried his best to hide his tracks, these people had their own intuition. Moreover, Nyeyong, who had been with Yang Kai for several days, was leading the team. A few people's voices came from the lakeside. Then, someone jumped into the water. Yang Kai's face darkened. He did not expect these people to be so decisive. Perhaps he had underestimated Nyeyong's hatred for him. He had no choice. Yang Kai could only continue to dive. The surrounding lake water was cold. Fortunately, Yang Kai practiced the true Yang tactics. Warm true Yang Yuan Qi flowed through his body. The cold did not hinder him. The person who jumped into the lake swam around the lake. After searching for a long time, he found nothing. He did not dare to go too deep, so he climbed back up. After searching for a while, Nyeyong and the others finally left the area. Yang Kai was dizzy from holding his breath underwater. Although he had reached the 7th level of the initial element state and could breathe much longer than ordinary people, there was still a limit. Now he was almost at his limit. If those people did not leave, things would become very troublesome. Just as Yang Kai was about to swim up, he suddenly heard a whistling sound. Hearing this movement, Kai Yang immediately became alert. He turned his head and looked around, but found nothing. After a while, Another whistling sound was heard. It sounded like the wind. Strange. Where did the wind come from? Suspicious, Yang Kai looked in the direction of the wind sound. His eyes swept over, and he could not help but be shocked. Immediately, he fiddled with the lake water and swam down. He found a dark hole at the bottom of the lake. He went to the hole and listened. Sure enough, there was the sound of wind whistling. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He was sure that there was a waterless space at the other end of the black hole. Moreover, it was also a way out. Otherwise, there would not be the sound of wind. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai swam into the black hole. Nie Yong and the others must still be searching outside. If Yang Kai went out now, even if he could be safe for a while, there was still the risk of being found. It was better to explore the black hole. If he guessed correctly, there would be a safe place for him to stay. The black hole was very long, about 1,000 feet long. It first extended downwards, then a straight tunnel, and finally all the way up. Just as Yang Kai was about to run out of breath, he finally surfaced. Wiping the water from his face, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He found that things were as he had guessed. The black hole led to a spacious space. This should be a cave. Yang Kai had noticed before that there was a mountain beside the lake. The black hole at the bottom of the lake should be connected to a cave on this mountain. The wind was blowing into the cave, and the whistling sound was transmitted to the bottom of the lake through the black hole. That was why he noticed it. The interior of the cave was abnormally dry. There were stalactites of unknown age hanging upside down on the ceiling like long spears. Jumping out of the water, Yang Kai took a quick look around before finally feeling relieved. There were no traces of life here. It should be very safe. Relieved, Yang Kai was exhausted. He quickly sat down cross-legged and operated the True Yang secret art to dry his clothes. Then, he began to expel the 5 people's hidden energy. Their strength was much higher than his, so Yang Kai couldn't expel the hidden energy. If it was an enemy of equal strength, he wouldn't have to worry about this problem. Fortunately, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was vigorous and pure. Even if the hidden energy invaded his body, as long as he could expel it in time, there wouldn't be any hidden danger. If it was another initial element 7th stage cultivator, they could only sit and wait for the hidden energy to corrode their meridians. Therefore, between cultivators, the stronger one had the absolute power to control life and death. After more than 2 hours, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of black blood. Along with the black blood, the hidden danger in his body was completely removed. He looked a little weak, but there was no longer any obstruction in his meridians. Cool breeze palm. Kai Yang remembered that when Nie Yong used his martial skill, someone had commented on his martial skill. The power of this martial skill was not small, especially the changes after that. It was like a raging storm, exactly the same as his burning sun's explosion. However, the power of Cool Breeze Palm was slightly inferior to Scorching Sun Explosion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight with Nie Yong. Chapter 136. After meditating for half a day, Yang Kai got up to investigate the situation in the cave. He was pressed for time just now, so he only took a cursory look. Now he naturally had to search carefully. His current position should be in the middle of the cave, because both sides were accessible. Listening to the sound of the wind, Yang Kai judged that the left side should lead to the exit, because the wind was blowing in from that side, while the right side led to the inside of the cave. After thinking about it, Yang Kai walked to the right side. After all, he was in danger now, so he was not in a hurry to leave the cave. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly smelled a medicinal fragrance. Under the dim light, he found that there were many strange flowers and herbs on both sides of the cave. At a glance, he knew that these things were of extraordinary quality, but he did not know if they were poisonous. Sure enough, it was the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Although Yang Kai did not know what these things were and how much they were worth, Yang Kai believed that any one of them would be worth a lot. For the time being, he did not touch them. First, Yang Kai did not know how to take them, and second, even if he did, Yang Kai did not have a place to put them. Anyway, he was alone here, so there was no harm in leaving them here. As he walked and looked, Yang Kai found that there were many treasures here. They were all flowers and herbs that he had never seen before, and he did not know how many years they had been growing. After walking for a full hour, Yang Kai suddenly found a faint light shining in front of him, and a dreamy voice calling out to him. Secretly vigilant, Yang Kai walked towards the place where the light was coming from. Not long after, he arrived in front of the light. It was a fist-sized bead, emitting a soft light, illuminating an area of several feet. Looking around, Yang Kai's pupils could not help but shrink. He found that he was at the bottom of the cave, and not far from him, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. This skeleton was wearing a luxurious purple robe. Its empty eyes were staring in the direction he came from, giving people an indescribable feeling of strangeness. This person had been dead for many years, but there was no reason for it. Yang Kai always felt that he was not a good person when he was alive, because the bones were emitting an evil and murderous aura that made Yang Kai feel uneasy. Was he the one who condensed the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the origin of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. If that was the case, then this place must have the inheritance of this person. Just as Yang Kai was frowning and thinking hard. However, a series of violent noises came from behind. Yang Kai's expression changed. Turning his head, he found that his path had been cut off. He didn't know when, but a huge rock had fallen into the cave, blocking the space outside. When he turned his head back, the bead that was emitting light suddenly flickered. In this sealed space that was less than 100 feet in radius, there were bursts of ghostly wails and howls. A chilly wind blew, as if he had fallen into the Azura hell, chilling his entire body. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his body began to circulate crazily. Yang Kai's expression was dignified, and he didn't speak. He just narrowed his eyes and looked around vigilantly. The ghostly wails and howls continued for an unknown period of time, constantly disturbing Yang Kai's mind. If it was someone else with a weak mind, they would definitely panic. However, perseverance and unyielding spirit were Yang Kai's greatest strengths. How could a mere sound shake him? As time passed, Yang Kai clearly felt that the ghostly wails and howls were faintly becoming impatient. Although it was very subtle, it was obviously different from before. Yang Kai's calmness seemed to have made the voice very angry. But it couldn't do anything. Aware of this, Yang Kai became calmer. Although he didn't know what was going on here, he simply sat down cross-legged and entered a meditative posture. The voice indeed became impatient. Bursts of chilly wind whistled back and forth in this narrow space. The light in the bead flashed rapidly, making this place more and more gloomy. Yang Kai remained unmoved. His breathing was even, and even his expression didn't change in the slightest. After a few hours, the voice suddenly disappeared, and the strange flashing bead finally stabilized. Except for the way behind, which was blocked by a stone door, this place was no different from when Yang Kai came. Not coming! A disdainful smile appeared on Kai Yang's face. Suddenly, he shouted in a stern voice, "Who's playing tricks on me? Come out!" His shout reverberated endlessly in the narrow space, reverberating endlessly. Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter rang out. Hearing this strange laughter, Yang Kai's hairs involuntarily stood on end. It wasn't because he was frightened, but because this laughter was simply too unpleasant to listen to. Just hearing it made his 5 viscera and 6 organs churn. Not only did his body have an uncomfortable reaction, but even his mind seemed to be buzzing. Soul attack? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He thought that someone had come here before him and deliberately played tricks to scare him away so that they could monopolize the treasures here. But now, Yang Kai didn't dare to think so. A laugh and the soul attack. This was obviously not something a disciple of the 3 sects could do. This was a skill that could only be displayed by a master who had reached the immortal ascension boundary. There was something strange about this place. Young man, your willpower is not bad, and your courage is not small either. You dare to speak to this old master like this? The unpleasant voice suddenly spoke. It was erratic, and Yang Kai couldn't find the source of the voice. "Who are you?" Yang Kai's expression was cold as he carefully examined the voice and asked. Another burst of unpleasant laughter sounded. After that, the voice said, "Who am I? This old master doesn't remember. Who am I? I am probably the owner of this place." "You are the owner of this Heaven's Cave inheritance?" Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his voice. Thousands of disciples from the three sects gathered in one place to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Their goal was to obtain this mysterious inheritance. It could be said that if anyone could obtain this inheritance, as long as they didn't die in an accident, they would definitely reach a height that the world would revere in the future. Yang Kai didn't expect to obtain any inheritance. Like most people, he only came here to get some benefits. But no matter what, as long as he came in, he would be interested in this inheritance. Now that the voice said that he was the owner of this place, even the calm Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. The voice didn't answer immediately. After a while it said, "Yes, I am the owner of this place. Young man, you want to obtain this old master's inheritance?" Yang Kai didn't answer. He frowned, considering the authenticity of the voice's words. "I see that you have just been injured. You should have been injured by someone, right?" The voice said calmly, "You want revenge? You want to kill the people who hurt you and let them know that you are not to be trifled with?" A few wisps of cold wind lingered in Yang Kai's ears. They were very slow, so slow that Yang Kai couldn't detect them at all. But after hearing the voice's words, Yang Kai couldn't help but nod slightly. "Yes, you have hatred in your heart. It's buried deep, a hatred that others can't see. You want to become stronger. You want to kill those who look down on you, right?" Yang Kai's expression showed that he was struggling. His brows were furrowed, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Although he felt that there was something wrong with these words, Yang Kai had a sense of agreement with the voice. "Yes." Yang Kai's voice trembled slightly. "This old master can help you achieve your long-cherished wish. I can make your dreams come true. Are you willing to inherit this old master's legacy?" The voice continued to persuade him. "If you are willing, nod your head. This old master will give you his inheritance. This is a great opportunity. Are you willing or not? It's just a light nod. It's easy for you. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it." Voice after voice, like a drizzle, like a spring breeze, entered Yang Kai's mind, full of incomparable bewitchment. Yang Kai's eyes were a little confused. His head moved slightly, and his mouth opened and closed, as if he was about to agree to the voice's request. But suddenly, accompanied by a muffled groan, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became clear. His face was filled with fear, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He didn't know what method the other party had used just now, but he had almost fallen for it. "Huh?" The voice was very surprised. "Biting the tip of your tongue to stimulate your body with pain. Your willpower is really strong. Humph. Who are you and what method did you use to bewitch my mind?" Yang Kai asked coldly. To be able to detect this young man is amazing. As for who this old master is, who is this old master? Even if you don't say it, I know that you are it. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly fell on the skeleton in front of him. His eyes were full of fear, and he slowly said, "I heard that masters above the immortal wander realm, as long as they can condense their divine sense, even if their physical body is destroyed, as long as their divine sense is not destroyed, they can find a new body to possess. You should be a master who fell here many years ago, and now you want to occupy my body, right? You bewitched my mind precisely for this purpose." As soon as Yang Kai said this, the voice suddenly stopped. After a long time, it laughed wildly. "Amazing! Just a little kid, your strength is only at initial element 7th level, but you can see through this. This old master admires you." Saying this, the voice suddenly became cold. "Since you noticed this, aren't you afraid?" Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "Why should I be afraid? If you really have the means to forcibly erase my mind and occupy my body, why are you talking so much nonsense with me? Do you still need to bewitch me and make me fall into your trap? You are a master, and I'm afraid you also have extraordinary means. But that's before you die. Now you can only play tricks like this. You tell me, why should I be afraid of you? Yang Kai sneered. You, on the other hand, if I find the hiding place of your divine sense, do you think you can still live? Young man, you are too arrogant. The voice said coldly, do you think I am talking so much nonsense with you just to bewitch you? Ha ha. This old master's 3 strands of divine sense have already penetrated your mind. Even if you resist now, this old master will gladly accept your body. Chapter 137. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression changed, and almost without thinking, he threw a punch directly at the skeleton in front of him, shouting, wishful thinking! The withered bones that had died here countless years ago were shattered by a single punch without any suspense. Instead of relaxing, Yang Kai's expression became even more dignified. Decisive enough, but you chose the wrong target. The voice was filled with pride, and the bead suddenly emitted a faint light. Immediately, Yang Kai saw an illusory and ferocious face fly out from the bead, wrapped in a black gas, baring its fangs like a ghost as it rushed towards him. The soul was not hidden in the skeleton, but in the glowing bead. Yang Kai was about to attack again, but the flying face opened its mouth and hissed. The hissing sound drilled into Yang Kai's ears, and his mind suddenly hurt as if it was being pricked by thousands of needles. With a miserable groan, Yang Kai's movements could not help but stop. He knew that the voice was not lying. His mind must have been tampered with, otherwise such an unforeseen event would not have happened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the face laughed and drilled into Yang Kai's body. His body shook, and Yang Kai's whole body stiffened, unable to even move his eyelids. It was as if he had lost control of his body. The voice came from inside his body. Ha ha ha! Ignorant junior. You actually want to resist this old master. Watch as this old master erases your consciousness and takes over your body. Yang Kai's expression was slightly panicked, but his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. Junior, your body is too weak, and your strength is too low. Forget it, you can still use it. It won't be too late to find a better body later. Don't worry. After this old master takes over your body, I will help you settle any deep hatred you have. Come, obediently give up resisting, you will suffer less, and this old master will save some time. In your dreams, Yang Kai transmitted his thoughts. Heh, now that things have come to this, you still want to resist? It's your luck that this old man has taken a fancy to you. Junior, don't be ungrateful. As expected, the human face heard Yang Kai's thoughts. He laughed strangely and said, forget it. Since you don't want to cooperate, this old man will have to do something. You have to endure the pain of having your consciousness erased. It's not something an ordinary person can endure. He kindly reminded Yang Kai. Then, using some unknown method, a loud bang sounded in Yang Kai's head. A pain that was thousands of times more painful than before came from there. This kind of pain, unlike the pain of a knife wound, came from the divine soul. Involuntarily, Yang Kai let out an extremely mournful scream from his throat. His clothes were instantly drenched in sweat, and his body trembled like a pendulum. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. The human face coldly snorted as an even more intense pain spread through his body. Yang Kai felt as if his whole body was about to collapse. The consciousness in his mind was also erratic, like a candlelight in the wind and rain, which could be extinguished at any time. Only his pair of bloodshot eyes still maintained a stubbornness and persistence. Huh? The human face was surprised. How can you still resist? This is really strange. While speaking, Yang Kai clearly felt an intense warmth coming from his bones. As soon as this warmth spread, his erratic divine soul settled down, and even the great pain was reduced a lot. At the same time, a huge suction force was transmitted to his mind. What is this? The human face's voice suddenly became sharp and panicked, as if he had encountered the most terrible thing in the world. He panicked. What is this? No, no. Accompanied by his screams, his mind suddenly became clear. Yang Kai faintly felt that something had been sucked into his golden body. His body became light, and Yang Kai gasped for breath. What happened just now happened very quickly. From the time the human face drilled into his body until now, only 10 breaths of time had passed. But Yang Kai felt that a very long time had passed. And after successfully resisting the erosion of the human face, Yang Kai clearly felt that his willpower had become a little stronger. The human face's shrill screams came continuously, but at this moment, he was like a mouse meeting a cat. His voice was sharp and trembling, and he kept begging for mercy. Feeling slightly, Yang Kai found that the human face was now in a corner of his golden body. The expression on his face was fear and trepidation, and he was trembling. Young man, this old man was wrong. Let me out, I won't dare to do it again. The human face's frightened voice came. He didn't know where he was, but he seemed to feel that there was a pair of eyes with bad intentions staring at him, as if looking at a delicious meal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Last time in the Ninein Valley, the golden body directly absorbed half of the 9 yuan condensing dew, and now it was stored in the body, waiting to be used when he broke through the yuan qi state. Today, the golden body unexpectedly absorbed the human face again. Although Yang Kai also knew that the golden body could absorb any energy except for the yang attribute, he never thought that it could even absorb a person's divine soul. The divine soul of a strong person was also a kind of energy, and it was definitely a very nutritious energy. For the golden body, the human face was really just a dish. It was just that this dish was not ready yet, and it had to be refined by the true yang yuan qi before it could be absorbed. With a thought, Yang Kai ignored the human face's begging and silently operated the true yang tactics. Under the guidance of the true yang tactics, the human face finally got out of the golden body. Before he could be happy, he found that he had fallen into a place of pure yang energy. Screams immediately sounded. What are you doing? Stop! Don't! As soon as Yang Kai made a move, he realized what Yang Kai was planning. Young man, don't do this, I will be refined. Yang Kai was unmoved and operated the true yang tactics again and again. As time passed, the voice became weaker and weaker until it was finally undetectable. But from beginning to end, he was begging for mercy and did not dare to offend in the slightest. When it was about time, Yang Kai stopped the operation of the true yang tactics and sent him back to the golden body. Thank you, young man, for not killing me. After waiting for a long time, the voice recovered a little, and the yuan qi thanked him with a trembling voice. Now he was like a weak girl who had been raped by hundreds of strong men, weak and confused. What do I get for not killing you? Yang Kai asked lightly. The life or death of the human face was only in his mind. After realizing this, Yang Kai felt that he had to think carefully. In fact, Yang Kai did not want to keep him alive. Although they had not known each other for long, Yang Kai could see that this person was neither evil nor demonic. His strength was still low, and keeping him around would only do more harm than good. But Yang Kai did not know how to kill him other than refining him. But once he refined him, the golden body would absorb him. It was equivalent to eating a person's divine soul. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt a little disgusted. Benefits? 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 The human face understood the meaning in Yang Kai's words, and hurriedly answered. Let's hear it. Yang Kai said calmly. I don't know, what benefits do you want, young man? The human face asked. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The human face could not help but tremble, and quickly said, Young man, don't misunderstand. I have been dead for many, many years, and then I was sealed here. It was not until a few days ago that I woke up, so I don't remember much about the past. Let me think, I will definitely give you some benefits. Yang Kai remained silent, knowing that what he said should be true. After a while, the voice said in surprise, "Yes, yes, young man, your current strength cough is not high. You should cultivate some self-defense martial skills. I have thought of some powerful martial skills." "Oh?" Yang Kai could not help but become interested, straightening his body and saying, "What do you have in mind? Tell me in detail. If I am satisfied, I will spare your life." Hearing this, the human face could not help but relax a lot, and quickly said, "Young man will definitely be satisfied. My martial skills are at least mysterious grade." Yang Kai's breathing could not help but become more rapid. Martial skills were divided into ranks. From the bottom to the top were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade, spirit grade, and saint grade. Each rank was divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. There were only a few sets of mysterious grade martial skills in the entire Great Han Dynasty. A few days ago, Yang Kai, Lan Chudai, and the others went through life and death situations, and each of them only obtained 1 set of earth grade martial skills. Even so, the 5 of them were satisfied. Mysterious grade martial skills were 2 levels higher than earth grade martial skills. Sensing Yang Kai's desire, the human face could not help but relax a lot. He knew that only by satisfying Yang Kai, he would be able to live. Without hesitation, he slowly said, "There is a martial skill called Heart-Devouring Seal." Yang Kai could not help but frown. This name sounded strange. "It is relatively simple to cultivate. Take the heart of a child under the age of 10, eat 3 hearts a day, and refine the blood in the heart. In 100 days, you can reach the minor completion stage. Once the heart-devouring seal is used, the victim's heart will explode, and you will be killed in 1 hit." The human face explained the cultivation method of this martial skill, and there was a sense of pride in his voice. When Yang Kai heard this, his face turned ugly. Without waiting for the human face to finish explaining the power of this martial skill, Yang Kai coldly interrupted him. "Change to another one? Oh, there is also a martial skill called Falling Red Flower." Yang Kai nodded slightly. This name sounded good, and it had a poetic feeling. The human face chuckled and said, "It'll be easier to cultivate, but you'll have to circulate your mental cultivation method to refine the drop of falling red blood when you make love with the virgin. With the woman's essence, if the conditions are right, you'll be able to master this martial skill very quickly. Moreover, the higher the strength of the woman used to cultivate, the faster the cultivation speed." About 100 people will be able to reach the major completion stage. I see that young man is majestic and mighty, and it is not a problem for him to have sex with 10 women in a night. In other words, in 10 days, the young man will be able to cultivate falling red flower. Yang Kai's face was a little dark, and he coldly said, "Isn't this gathering in to nourish Yang?" Yes, 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 young man, this is gathering in to nourish Yang." "Change to another one." The human face was depressed, and he had no choice but to say, "There is another martial skill called Fist of Joy." "Change to another one." "Change again." The human face looked panicked. If he had a physical body, he would be wiping the sweat on his forehead. None of the martial skills he mentioned met Yang Kai's requirements. They were all extremely evil, and they required unconventional methods to cultivate, and they also needed to do evil deeds that were completely devoid of conscience. Chapter 138. He switched between 7 or 8 people in a row. The human face was terrified. Yang Kai sneered. "Young man, all I know is this kind of martial skill. I'm not lying to you. If you're only worth this much, what's the point of keeping you?" Kai Yang's voice contained a trace of coldness. From the martial skills that he had mentioned, Kai Yang already knew that this person must have been a devil who had committed many evil deeds. "Young man, calm down. Let me think carefully. I just woke up not long ago. My memory is a bit messy. I can't think of much for now. Give me some time. Give me some time. I'll definitely satisfy you. You only have 1 chance. You have to grasp it well." "Yes, I won't disappoint the young man." Yang Kai didn't bother with him anymore. Since this place was sealed, he could heal in peace. As for the human face, although he must have been an expert and a great devil, he couldn't do anything now. Yang Kai didn't need to worry. He didn't have any good healing medicine on him, but this injury shouldn't take long to heal. He reached into his pocket and took out the remaining small stone man. Then he used the Yuan Qi to feel the circulation of the golden threads and pry into the secrets of the small stone man. Just the burning sun explosion wasn't enough. Yang Kai wanted to use this time to cultivate a second martial skill. If he didn't become stronger, he would still be bullied when he went out. There were a lot of golden threads in this small stone man, a total of 70 to 80 threads. It was very likely to be a heaven-level martial skill, or even a profound-level martial skill. It took Yang Kai a full day's worth of effort to memorize the operation of these golden threads. Just like the small stone man, when Yang Kai took back the Yuan Qi, it turned into powder. During this day, the human face was also thinking hard about what he could do to impress Yang Kai so that he would let him live. At this time, although he thought of some bargaining chips, without Yang Kai's permission, he didn't dare to speak. He could only hide in the golden body in fear. Yang Kai didn't care about him. His mind was immersed in the martial skill that he had seen from the small stone man. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, he followed the path of the golden threads and let the true Yang Yuan Qi flow through his meridians. After going through a cycle, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't like when he had obtained the scorching sun explosion. He didn't make a move at all. Instead, the back of his hand pulsed faintly. Is there something wrong with the route of operation? Yang Kai was suspicious. Impossible. He had clearly followed the circulation pattern of the golden threads in the stone man without any deviation. He circulated it again, and the back of his hand jumped again. What was going on? Wasn't this a martial skill? Why didn't he have the urge to attack? This wasn't the case when he used scorching sun explosion. What was so special about this martial art? Why was it so different from the others? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He could only slowly feel it through practice. Relaxing his mind, Kai Yang circulated his Yuan Qi over and over again. Every time he circulated his Yuan Qi, the same reaction would come from the back of his hand. Moreover, the throbbing sensation became more and more obvious, as if something was about to break out of his body. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had circulated the Yuan Qi for at least 800 cycles. After a certain cycle, he suddenly felt a huge pain on the back of his hand. The pulsing sensation also broke free of its shackles and rushed out of his body. Yang Kai opened his eyes in shock. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand. He found that there was an additional pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was a little strange. Yang Kai looked at it for a long time and found that it looked like a star field at night. It occupied half of the back of his hand and was dotted with stars. When he didn't circulate the Yuan Qi, it didn't look very strange. Once he circulated the Yuan Qi, this star seemed to come alive and shone brightly. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a space that he couldn't see under the skin of this pattern. When the Yuan Qi was circulated, it was stored in this space. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai poured all of his Yuan Qi into the star on the back of his hand. Then, he casually pointed his finger at the ground. Yang Kai didn't use any strength in this point. If there was an ant under his finger, it definitely wouldn't die. But when the Yuan Qi in the star on the back of his hand burst out, the entire tip of his finger rolled and rolled, illuminating the cave as bright as day. With a crack, Yang Kai's entire arm sank into the ground. The ground shook violently and the dust on the top of the cave rustled down. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. Although this point was equivalent to consuming all of his Yuan Qi in one go, the lethality of this attack was much higher than a normal eruption. It was almost twice the lethality. Yang Kai estimated that if he only used all of his Yuan Qi without any fancy eruption, he wouldn't be able to achieve the same result as just now. This martial skill is so strange. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He had finally figured out something. Young man, the voice in his body sounded, with a hint of flattery and caution. Yang Kai frowned and thought about the idea in his mind. Young man, I think I know a little bit about the martial skill you practice. Do you want me to tell you? There was no response. The face in his body was very anxious. It couldn't wait to show off its value in front of Yang Kai, but it was afraid that Yang Kai would refine it. Although it hadn't known Yang Kai for long, the face could see that although Yang Kai was young, he was very determined. Ordinary people couldn't compare to him, and there was a hidden evil in his character. This evil made the face afraid. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came back to his senses and said, "What do you know? Tell me." As if it had received a great favor, the face was moved to tears. It hurriedly said, "I don't know what martial skill you practice, young man, but in my memory, I think I've seen a martial skill similar to this one. When you practice it, you will open up a space that belongs to this martial skill in a certain part of your body. The power of this martial skill is related to the amount of yuan qi stored in this space. When you have nothing to do, young man, you can pour your yuan qi into this space. When you need to use this move, you will be able to display the power of this martial skill. If you use this martial skill well, it will be very powerful. If you don't use it well, it will only be a joke. The root of everything is the amount of yuan qi you pour into this space. If you pour more yuan qi into this space, the damage will be greater. If you don't have enough yuan qi, it won't even be as good as a child's punch. But then again, young man, this martial skill is a one-time deal. You use the accumulation of hard work in exchange for a moment of explosion. This is also a life-saving martial skill. The human face quickly told him everything it knew and then obediently shut its mouth. A slight smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. What he said was similar to what he found out himself, but it was more comprehensive. Some parts that he didn't understand were suddenly understood. Using the accumulation of hard work in exchange for a moment of explosion, this was a martial skill tailor-made for himself. Yang Kai couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Other people need to accumulate their yuan qi through hard work, but do I need to? I'm gonna study it carefully. Don't disturb me. Yang Kai reminded him. Yes, that young man. What you said is not very valuable. Think carefully about how you can survive. The face suddenly became very bitter. Yang Kai's way of doing things was so mature and calm. It made him feel like he was facing an old fox. What kind of sin did he commit? Why did he want to take over his body? Just as he was sighing and lamenting, the face felt that Yang Kai was driving his yuan qi into that special space. He was pouring it in very quickly and unscrupulously. He didn't care if it would cause any harm to himself. The face wanted to remind him to take it slow, because if the yuan qi was consumed too quickly, it would also cause a burden to the body. But he rolled his eyes and swallowed his words. Humph, you asked me not to disturb you. It's not that I didn't want to remind you. You better hurry up. When your yuan qi is exhausted, I'll think of a way to escape from this damned place. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. Yang Kai's yuan qi, if he relied purely on cultivation, it would take him at least 3 to 5 days to be full. But he only spent 4 hours to pour all his yuan qi into the space under the star on the back of his hand. When the human face inside Yang Kai's body noticed this, it almost jumped for joy. It could feel that Yang Kai's body was now extremely weak, and there was not a single drop of yuan qi left in his meridians. This was its best chance to escape. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly stopped, because he found that Yang Kai's meridians, which were originally empty, were full again in an instant. Fuck, what's going on? The human face was on the verge of going crazy. This strange situation was beyond his knowledge. He thought to himself, could it be that I've been sealed for so many years that my mind is not clear and I'm hallucinating? That's not right. What I felt just now was so real. This kid's yuan qi was obviously gone. How could it be recovered in the blink of an eye? I must be seeing things. The face comforted himself and then concentrated on observing Yang Kai's movements. Another 4 hours later, the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body disappeared completely again. The star on the back of his hand started to rotate according to an inexplicable pattern. The face swore to his own spirit. This time it was definitely not wrong. This kid's yuan qi was really gone. There was not a single bit left. After observing for nearly 4 hours, he knew the whereabouts of every strand of yuan qi in Yang Kai like the back of his hand. Couldn't be wrong, it definitely couldn't be wrong. But the next moment, he was dumbstruck and shocked on the spot. His previously empty meridians were once again filled with energy. It was like the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was inexhaustible. The face was shocked. Although he couldn't remember a lot of things, he still had at least some common sense. No matter how strong a person was, it was absolutely impossible to recover the lost yuan qi so quickly. If everyone did this, wouldn't the world be in chaos? What kind of cultivation method did he practice? How could it have such a heaven-defying effect? At this moment, the face no longer dared to look down on Yang Kai. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of fear and dread. He had an inexhaustible meridian and an inexhaustible supply of yuan qi. How terrifying would this kid be when he grew up in the future? He could release powerful killing moves without any fear. He didn't have to worry about the depletion of yuan qi. His battle strength was probably equivalent to 10 people, or even 100 or 1,000 people. Chapter 139. It had to be said that the human face had overestimated Yang Kai. The reason why he had an endless supply of yuan qi was because of his daily accumulation. The true Yang tactics and this inexplicable martial skill had some similarities in that they both required accumulation. However, the accumulation of the true Yang tactics required one to turn their yuan qi into Yang liquid and store it in the dantian, while the accumulation of this martial skill required one to pour yuan qi into the space under the star and release it when needed. There was also a difference. There was no limit to the amount of Yang liquid stored in the dantian. Could be said that as long as the conditions were right, Yang Kai could store as much as he wanted. However, the space under the star on the back of the hand was different. After 2 days of hard work, Kai Yang transformed the energy from the 10 drops of Yang liquid into yuan qi and infused it into the space. He felt that the space was already saturated. In these 2 days, Yang Kai only operated the true Yang tactics while healing himself. He did not deliberately pay attention to the energy in the star, and the yuan qi in his body entered the space by itself. This was a good thing. During normal cultivation, this martial skill was accumulating and did not require him to take time to deal with it. 2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and lowered his head to look at the star on the back of his hand. It was much more realistic than before. Through the pattern, he could even see a 3-dimensional image. It was as if there really was a huge star field sealed on the back of his hand. With a thought, the pattern on the back of his hand disappeared and hid under his skin. Yang Kai exhaled. This pattern was too dazzling. If it was left on his hand, it would definitely be seen by others. After staring blankly for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "What is the name of the martial skill that is similar to this in your memory?" "Young man, I don't remember." There was less fear in the voice from 2 days ago, but more obedience. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He naturally did not know how much shock he had brought to the human face in the past 2 days. It was because of this shock that the human face did not dare to look down on Yang Kai anymore. "I'll give you a chance. Give it a name." Yang Kai had a headache thinking about the name Scorching Sunburst previously. Now that there was someone who could use it, he naturally threw this problem to face. This old demon was definitely very old and had seen a lot. Wouldn't it be easy for him to come up with a good name? Yes. The voice was silent for a moment. Then it said, "Since there is a star, and there are a lot of stars when you use it, how about we call it the star mark?" "Star mark, star mark." Yang Kai murmured and nodded. "Yes, let's call it the star mark." The human face hurriedly said respectfully, "Congratulations to the young man for learning the star mark martial arts technique. From this, you will become a virtuous martial artist and benefit the common people. In the future, you will definitely be invincible and invincible." "Humph." Yang Kai remained unmoved. The human face quickly shut up. He felt that his flattery had gone too far. "Have you thought of a way to survive?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. The human face suddenly trembled. Young man, if you spare my life, I am willing to give you an artifact. Yang Kai looked around and said lightly, if you have an artifact, you will definitely leave it here. I can find it even if I kill you, so why should I let you live? To be honest, I have no interest in keeping someone like you. I don't dare to keep you, so refining you is the best way. The human face hurriedly said, young man, please spare my life. If you don't feel at ease, I can recognize young man as my master. As long as a strand of young man's soul brand remains in my body, my life and death will be in your hands. I beg you, young man, to be merciful and not refine me. Oh, Yang Kai seemed to be interested and said, how do I know if you are telling the truth? The human face smiled bitterly. Although I don't know what is strange in your body, this strange thing is quite restrained, so how could I dare lie to you? Yang Kai was silent. He didn't want to keep this kind of demon alive, but he definitely knew something about this place, so it would be a pity to kill him. At least before he got the information he wanted, Yang Kai didn't want to kill him. Yang Kai's silence made the human face more and more uneasy. Young man, if you spare my life, you can also use my artifact. You may not know, but my artifact is indeed here. But without me, young man, even if you get it, you won't be able to use it. Why? Yang Kai asked. Because that artifact is an evil thing. Without my divine soul, you wouldn't be able to control it on your own with the attribute of the Yuan Qi in your body. Yang Kai let out a long breath and fell silent again, frowning and thinking. The human face knew it was a matter of life and death, so he didn't dare to speak too much lest he annoy Yang Kai, but he couldn't avoid being on edge. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly said, what do I need to do to make you recognize me as your master? The human face's heart suddenly relaxed, his voice trembling as he said, please relax, young master. This old servant will enter your mind and draw out a strand of my divine sense, engraving it on this old servant's body. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. The human face quickly explained, young master, your strength has not yet reached the immortal ascension boundary, so you can't use your own divine sense. Please believe in this old servant's sincerity. You do it, Yang Kai said and relaxed. The human face was secretly shocked, admiring Yang Kai's decisiveness, and in his heart his opinion of Yang Kai increased. If it were anyone else, they would only worry about personal gains and losses at this time. How could they be as decisive as Yang Kai? But then again, he really didn't need to worry about anything. The last time he rushed into Yang Kai's mind, he was sucked out by a suction force. If he did this again, the human face believed that this scene would happen again. At this moment, he didn't dare to have the slightest improper thoughts, carefully sneaking into Yang Kai's mind and drawing out a strand of his divine sense, integrating it with his own soul. After a long time, the human face said, young master, it's done. From now on, this old servant's life and death will be at young master's discretion. Yang Kai opened his eyes and felt with his heart, finding that he really did have a connection with this human face. But this connection was one-sided and he had complete control of the other party. You seem to have recovered quite a bit, haven't you? Yang Kai asked meaningfully. The human face said, after integrating a strand of young master's soul, naturally I have recovered. But young master doesn't need to worry, you can take back this strand of soul at any time. It will definitely not cause you any loss. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and with a thought, the human face's screams immediately came out. As if he had been fried in a pot of oil, the screams were extremely tragic. Young master, spare me, spare me. Everything this old servant said is true. I have not hidden anything from you. The human face begged for mercy again and again. The expression on his face was terrifying and ferocious, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, rolling around in Yang Kai's body. After tormenting him for a while, Yang Kai let him go and said slightly, if you dare to have any thoughts in the future, I won't kill you, but I will use the method just now to let you taste the consequences of offending me. This old servant doesn't dare. The human face's voice trembled. After this incident, he discovered another character of Yang Kai's, ruthless. After completely subduing the human face, Yang Kai felt a little relieved. What is your name? How should I call you in the future? Yang Kai asked. The human face pondered. I don't know what this old servant is called, but I vaguely remember someone calling me the old demon. I don't know if this is a name or a title. The old demon. Yang Kai nodded slightly. You really are a demon. The old demon smiled awkwardly. That was probably a long time ago. From now on, this old servant will only listen to the young master's orders. Where is the secret treasure you mentioned? Replying to the young master, it is on this old servant's bones. Following the old demon's guidance, Yang Kai searched the scattered bones together and immediately pulled out a rib bone that seemed to be a chest bone. But this rib bone was very different from the other bones. It was pitch black. The moment Yang Kai touched it, he even heard a ghostly wailing sound coming from it, and his vision blurred again. What a strong evil aura. Yang Kai's face sank. The old demon said, This thing is called the Soul Breaker All. This old servant refined it into his own bones. It should have taken the lives of many people, so its evil aura is slightly stronger. Yang Kai sneered. When refining it, many people's souls were used, right? The old demon laughed dryly. Young master is wise. Because of this secret treasure is not suitable for the young master. If you forcibly refine it, I am afraid your mind will be affected. But with this old servant's soul in the middle, there is no need to worry about this. But it will consume a lot of yuan qi. But it has been dormant for many years, so I am afraid it will not be very strong now. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He could also feel that this artifact was currently equivalent to an Earth-grade low-rank offensive artifact. It really wasn't a high-end artifact, and a stronger cultivator would be able to easily block its attacks. How do I refine it? The old demon hurriedly taught Yang Kai the method of subduing it. After several days of effort, Yang Kai finally managed to subdue this dark secret treasure. This dark bone had now turned into a black gas, entangling Yang Kai's fingertips, flying around as if it had a mind of its own. Yang Kai could feel that there was a faint connection between him and it, but the old demon's soul was also mixed in. After experimenting a few times, Yang Kai had a plan in his mind. If his guess was right, this soul breaker all could only display the power of an Earth-grade low-grade secret treasure, and using it consumed a lot of yuan qi. Because it had to go through the old demon as a transfer station, it was more or less a waste. The old demon said, if the young master wants to refine it, it is possible, but it will take a long time. When he said this, the old demon was very nervous. He was afraid that Yang Kai would agree, but he had to say it. I will not refine it, it will be under your control in the future. Many thanks, young master. The old demon was grateful. If Yang Kai did not refine it, it meant that he could hide inside the secret treasure, no longer having to stay in Yang Kai's golden avatar and be afraid. Inside the golden avatar, the old demon always felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board, so helpless and desolate. Absorbing the black gas at his fingertips into his body, the old demon also impatiently rushed out of the golden avatar and hid inside the soul breaker all. Glancing around again, Yang Kai found that there was nothing else here except for the bead exuding a faint light. You only have this one secret treasure? Yang Kai was somewhat dissatisfied. The old demon must have been a master when he was alive, so there was no reason for him to only have the soul breaker all left. The old demon smiled bitterly. Young master may not know, but there was an earth-shattering battle here, and this old servant was also involved. During the battle, everything else was broken, leaving only the soul breaker all that was refined into my bone. Chapter 140. A Great Battle? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Tell me in detail. Yes. As the old demon narrated, Yang Kai slowly understood some things. The old demon didn't remember much, only a few scattered memories. But when put together, it was probably that he was somehow involved in a great battle back then. And it was a battle where countless people besieged two enemies. The two enemies were a man and a woman. In the end, almost all of them were wiped out, and the man and woman died on the spot. This old servant was seriously injured and fled, and finally died here. I remember. The old demon's voice was a little hesitant and a little frightened. Remember what? There was a dragon and a phoenix. The combination of the dragon and phoenix destroyed the heavens and the earth. This old servant was seriously injured by this move. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He remembered the dragon phoenix seal hovering in the sky when the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened a few days ago. After saying this, the old demon seemed to be greatly frightened and couldn't think of anything else. According to what you said, this place isn't your inheritance? Yang Kai asked. Young master, please calm down. This old servant was just speaking casually. But there is an inheritance. If young master wants it, this old servant will definitely teach it to you. No need. I'm not interested in those things of yours. Yang Kai quickly shook his head. The old demon was shocked. Although he didn't remember what his identity was, he was probably an expert when he was alive. Countless people would fight to be his disciple. But when it came to Yang Kai, he didn't even spare him a glance. Sigh, a phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. The old demon sighed. The bead was also useless. The old demon had been residing in it before. It was fine if he didn't touch it, but once he touched it, it turned into powder. After circling around for a while, Yang Kai couldn't find anything. So he let out a long sigh and decided to leave. He had been here for a long time and didn't know what the situation outside was like. Since this place was Heaven's Cave inheritance, he might as well try his luck. Arriving in front of the stone door that sealed this place, Yang Kai opened it according to the method taught by the old demon. Before he could walk out, a red and white light suddenly rushed toward him. Yang Kai's expression changed. He thought that someone had sneakily attacked him, so he hurriedly threw out a punch. Unexpectedly, the light seemed to have a mind of its own as it avoided Yang Kai's attack and flew around his arm. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, his other hand reached out to grab the light. Realizing this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. He realized that this was not an attack. Instead, what he had grabbed was a solid object. At the same time, he could feel a sense of struggle coming from his hand. Puzzled, he took a closer look and found that he was holding a ginseng in his hand that had already taken a human shape. This ginseng was also strange. One side was red while the other side was white. Yang Kai could feel that this ginseng contained two completely different types of energy. The red side contained heat, while the white side contained cold. The two opposing attributes perfectly fused together in this ginseng, forming this strange spirit of heaven and earth. At this moment, it was being held in Yang Kai's hand. Its facial features were distorted, but it couldn't escape from Yang Kai's grasp. "In Yang Monster Ginseng," the old demon exclaimed. "Do you recognize it?" Yang Kai asked. "Strange treasure. This is a black-level high-rank strange treasure." The old demon seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and was shocked. Before Yang Kai could ask, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the other side of the cave. "Someone's coming." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he quickly put the Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng into his pocket. Strangely enough, after being put into his pocket, the Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng no longer struggled. Instead, it calmly stayed there without moving. Just as Yang Kai was vigilant about who was coming, a familiar voice came from the other side. "Sister, did it really run this way?" The other voice replied, "Yes, it went in here. This cave is really hidden. If we hadn't followed it in, I'm afraid we wouldn't have found this place." The two people's voices were similar. They both had a delicate quality to them. Listening to them was like a spring breeze, making people feel comfortable. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He knew who these two people were, but he didn't expect to meet them here. There are so many strange flowers and herbs here. Really? This is really an unexpected harvest. Let's not rush to pick them. Let's go in and take a look. While talking, The two people's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yang Kai didn't hide. First, he knew these two people. Second, there was no place to hide. Not long after, the two people had already arrived a few dozen feet away from Yang Kai. One of them suddenly saw someone blocking their way and couldn't help but stop. She tenderly shouted, "Who's there?" Yang Kai dryly coughed and chuckled. "Two ladies, we meet again." Hearing his voice, one of them let out a soft cry. The other flashed from behind and stared at him for a moment. She was pleasantly surprised and said, "Yang Kai, my air lady." Yang Kai nodded slightly and said to the other person, "Jiao air lady, long time no see." These two people were the beautiful sisters of the blood group, Hu Jiao air and Hu Mei air. Seeing Yang Kai distinguish who was who at a glance, Hu Jiao air couldn't help but stare at him. "It's you stinking brat." The last time they met, Yang Kai said that one side of her butt was big and the other was small. Hu Jiao air still took it to heart. Compared to her sister, Hu Mei air was pleasantly surprised. "Why are you here?" "I accidentally found this place." Yang Kai didn't elaborate. While talking, the two sisters had already walked over. Hu Jiao air coldly glared at Yang Kai. She stuck out her chest and sucked in her stomach, raising her round and plump buttocks high. The old demon's voice sounded in Yang Kai's body. "In this world, there are two girls who are so similar. What's more, they are not twins. Young master, if you use their bodies to cultivate the falling red flower, it will be twice the result with half the effort. It will only take a few days to reach the Dashang stage." "You shut up." Yang Kai transmitted his thoughts. The old demon hurriedly shut up. "Did you see anything coming?" Hu Mei air opened her mouth and asked. Just now, when he heard the two of them talking, Yang Kai knew that they must have chased after the yin-yang monster ginseng. He didn't hide it and nodded. "Yes." "Where is it?" Hu Jiao air hurriedly asked. Yang Kai pointed to his chest. The two sisters blinked their eyes together. Hu Jiao air asked, "You took it?" "And, I don't know why, but when I put it on my chest, it became very quiet." Hu Jiao air took a deep breath. Her full chest heaved up and down. She was about to die from anger. She and her sister chased after the heavenly wonder for a few mountains. With great difficulty, they waited for it to enter a cave. They chased it along the way, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would beat them to it. Why was it that nothing good ever happened when they met him? Hu Jiao air clenched her teeth. With her strength, if she really wanted to snatch it, she could snatch it. But Hu Jiao air didn't want to do that. She knew that her sister felt guilty towards the stinking brat, although she didn't know what happened between them. If she really wanted to snatch it, her sister would definitely stop her. "It's good that you took it." Hu Mei air didn't mind. Instead, she felt relieved. What was so good about this stinking brat? Hu Jiao air looked up and down at Yang Kai. Suddenly, her expression changed. "You're at the initial element stage 7? Hu Jiao air was shocked. The last time they met, Yang Kai was only at the tempered body stage. How long had it been? How did he reach the initial element stage 7? If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter here, then his cultivation speed was too fast. One must know that his sister's strength was similar to his at that time. But now, she was only at the initial element stage 2. Compared to Miss Jiao air, what is the initial element stage 7? Yang Kai was surprised by the generosity of the two. Heavenly wonders weren't something that could be found easily. Yang Kai didn't expect that they didn't ask him for it. Humph. Hu Jiao air obviously didn't like Yang Kai. "There are some exotic flowers and herbs outside. If the two of you don't mind, you can pick some." Yang Kai didn't want to owe them any favors. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a heavenly wonder. Its value should be much higher than the exotic flowers and herbs outside. He took the yin-yang monster ginseng that they found first and compensated them with the exotic flowers and herbs outside. "You don't need to say that." Hu Jiao air glared at him. "Sister." Hu Mei air noticed her sister's attitude towards Yang Kai and couldn't help but shake her arm. Okay. Hu Jiao air was helpless. She looked at the cave behind Yang Kai and said, "Don't be in a hurry to pick those things. We sisters have been running around for a few days. We need to find a place to recover. Help us guard it for a while. The two of you can help yourselves." While saying that, he stepped aside. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei walked in together. The latter smiled at Yang Kai with a sweet and apologetic smile. After entering the cave, the two sisters looked around. They were a little surprised by the bones of the old demon, but immediately, both of their eyes stared at the rock wall on their left. The two pairs of beautiful eyes became dignified at this moment. They stared without blinking. Yang Kai was puzzled. He followed their eyes and looked at the rock wall, but found nothing. "What are you looking at?" After observing for a long time, Yang Kai felt a little strange. There were no words or flowers on the rock wall. Why were they so focused? Neither of them responded. It was as if their minds were immersed in the rock wall. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what was going on. He had been here for many days. There really wasn't anything on the rock wall. After waiting for a long time, the two sisters suddenly sat down cross-legged, closed their eyes at the same time, and meditated. Faintly, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the two of them had merged into one at this moment, almost becoming one person. But when he looked carefully, they were still two. This sudden discovery caused Kai Yang to be shocked. "I'm afraid there is an opportunity for them here." The old demon's voice sounded. "Is there something on the rock wall?" "There must be, but young master and this old servant can't see it. Only those who have the opportunity can take a peek or two." "So, it's not your inheritance?" Yang Kai frowned. "Of course not." This was strange, but since the two of them had found something, Yang Kai naturally couldn't leave easily. No matter what, they had some friendship. He just stood at the door and waited quietly. Chapter 141. Yang Kai waited here for 3 days before Hu Mei and Hu Jiao finally reacted. Two golden lights suddenly burst out from the empty stone wall, then disappeared into the top of their heads. At the same time, the yuan qi in their bodies began to riot at the same time, producing a trace of resonance at this moment. The entire cave was filled with a humming sound. Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he raised his eyes to look at them. He saw a brilliant light flowing from their bodies, as if the yuan qi in their bodies had fused together. First, it circulated around Hu Jiao on the left, then it circulated to Hu Mei on the right. Gradually, the fluctuations of the two women's yuan qi became exactly the same. The yuan qi gradually calmed down until it finally returned to normal. The two sisters exhaled a long breath and opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other with unconcealable excitement and surprise in their beautiful eyes. "Congratulations to the two of you." Yang Kai's congratulatory voice sounded. He had been waiting here for a few days and had discovered some things. For some unknown reason, the two sisters had coincidentally obtained the inheritance here. However, this inheritance was not the old demon's. According to the old demon, in the war that year, countless experts died here, so there should be more than one inheritance in this Heaven's Cave inheritance. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei were lucky enough to obtain one of them. Hearing Yang Kai's congratulatory voice, the two sisters turned their heads at the same time and said almost in unison, "Thank you." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly smiled together. Yang Kai was stunned, not because of their beauty, but because at this moment, he could not tell who was Hu Mei and who was Hu Jiao. The two of them seemed to have really become one, and there was no difference. "Now do you know who I am?" The beauty on the left looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her eyes flashing with pride and slyness. "Miss Jiao." Yang Kai chuckled. The beauty wrinkled her nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "You guessed blindly, right? Miss Mei wouldn't ask me this kind of thing," Yang Kai explained. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes at him. "I didn't expect you to know my little sister so well." Hu Mei, who was on the right, blushed upon hearing this. She glanced at Yang Kai and saw that his expression was normal. Only then did she feel less awkward. "No matter what, I have to thank you this time." Hu Jiao Air smiled sweetly. When Yang Kai was guarding them, their entire minds were immersed in the opportunity, and they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Yang Kai had any ill intentions towards them at that time, these two sisters wouldn't have been able to escape. But from the beginning to the end, Yang Kai just stood by the door and did not move. They meditated for 3 days while Yang Kai stood there for 3 days. Perhaps because of this, Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but find Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye. Her tone was also gentler than before. Hu Jiao Air thought to herself, "This stinking brat isn't that hateful after all. You're welcome. Let's leave this place first." Yang Kai wanted to go out a few days ago, but was delayed by these two for a long time. Naturally, he was in an urgent mood now. And the two nodded and followed Yang Kai out. Passing by the place where the exotic flowers and rare herbs grew, the two sisters naturally plucked them. Since these things were said to be compensation for them, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to touch them. The harvest of the yin-yang monster ginseng was enough. Yang Kai had already inquired the old demon about the use of this world spirit treasure. It was of great benefit to him. Contained both yin and yang qi. It could be used in medicine, refined into pills, or consumed. However, its greatest use was to increase one's cultivation speed. But there was a prerequisite, and that was that he had to find another woman who cultivated a yin attribute cultivation method. He had to form a bond with her and share the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects. When he and the woman's hearts were connected, the yin-yang demon ginseng would automatically split into 2 types of energy and disperse into the woman's and his body. With the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects, he and the woman's hearts would become one. When they cultivated together, the two's cultivation speed would increase. This condition was a bit harsh. How difficult would it be to find such a woman in the world? Because of this, the yin-yang monster ginseng was only a mysterious level high-grade spirit treasure. But for those who met the conditions, its value was simply immeasurable. The yin-yang monster ginseng only grew in strange places where yin and yang qi coexisted. It had an instinctive affinity with yin qi and yang qi. Yang Kai had the true yang secret art, so his body was filled with true yang yuan qi. It was also a good explanation for why it stayed in Yang Kai's chest. In these 3 days, Yang Kai also sent a drop of yang liquid to the yin-yang monster ginseng. After the yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed the yang liquid, its facial features showed a touch of enjoyment, and it became more and more reluctant to leave Yang Kai. After waiting for a while, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air finished gathering the herbs. The two of them discussed and took out half of the herbs to share with Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. "I took your things, you took mine. No one suffered a loss, so you don't have to share with me." Hu Jiao stared at him for a long time, then pursed her lips and smiled. "Silly boy, don't take it. And these are not yours. We worked hard to gather them." Yang Kai also smiled. "Ladies, why don't you tell me what's going on outside?" He stayed here for more than 10 days and knew nothing about the outside world. Naturally, he wanted to inquire. "Don't call us ladies, it sounds weird." Hu Jiao frowned. "Just call us Jiao and Mei Air. If you feel apologetic, you can also call me elder sister Jiao. Then I'll call you by your names." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's walk and talk." Hu Jiao glared at him. As the two sisters chattered, Yang Kai gradually began to understand the events that had transpired in the past 10 days. Although the 3 sects' thousands of disciples had entered this place from different places, with the passage of time, everyone had slowly gathered at the central location. Many people had obtained benefits here, but many had also died. In the past 10 days, the 3 sects' disciples had gathered into 3 forces. Under the leadership of their respective sects' experts, they had encircled and annihilated a few powerful monster beasts. There were a total of 9 monster beasts, each one of which had reached the 6th stage. However, because they had been sealed for too long and had just awakened, these monster beasts' true strength was not very high. The disciples of the 3 sects could kill them and obtain the treasures guarded by the monster beast. The yin-yang monster ginseng that Yang Kai had obtained was one of the treasures guarded by a monster beast. However, it was intelligent and felt that something was wrong, so it fled in advance. The two sisters chased it all the way here, where they met Yang Kai and obtained their own opportunity. When we left, 8 of the 9 monster beasts had already been killed, leaving only one in the central location. That one is stronger, probably at the peak of the 6th stage. For the time being, no one dares to have any ideas about it. Hu Jiao Er laughed. For the treasures guarded by these monster beasts, the disciples of the 3 sects have all gone crazy. Hu Mei Er nodded fiercely. Yes, yes, you don't know how powerful those people were when they stole the treasures. The two of them were now speaking very interestingly. One sentence after another, the connection between them was flawless. It sounded as if they were speaking at the same time, as if they were waiting for the right moment. Not long after, the 3 of them walked out of the cave together. Just as they walked out, an angry roar came from afar. It was the roar of a beast. The dull sound was like the sound of a war drum, shaking the earth. The 3 people's expressions changed. Hu Jiao Er said, "Which side has the guts to provoke it?" According to what she said, the only remaining monster beast was at the peak of the 6th stage. The peak of the 6th stage was equivalent to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Even if it had been sealed for countless years and was in a weakened state, it was not something that the disciples of the 3 sects could resist. During this time, the disciples of the 3 sects had killed the other 8 monster beasts and suffered heavy losses. If they really faced this monster beast, no one could stop it. They could only be slaughtered. Let's go and take a look. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he dashed over. Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er also used their movement skills and followed closely behind. Not long after, the 2 sisters were abreast of Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at them, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He found that the 2 people's breathing rate was exactly the same while running. He didn't know what kind of mysterious footwork contained, but it actually allowed the weakest of them, Hu Jiao Er, to keep up with her sister's speed without the slightest sign of breathlessness. What kind of opportunity did they obtain in the cave? It actually had such a miraculous effect. Yang Kai stared at them for a long time. The beauty on the left couldn't help but blush. "Why do you keep looking at us? Are you Jiao Er or Mei Er?" Yang Kai really couldn't tell. The beauty giggled, her eyes fluttering. "I'm Mei Er." The other beauty quickly said, "I'm Mei Er." "Sister, don't talk nonsense. Why are you calling me sister? You're the sister." The one on the left suddenly became anxious. "Don't mess around. He really can't recognize us." "I'm not messing around. Sister, don't confuse him." Yang Kai felt dizzy and almost fell down. The 2 sisters suddenly laughed together. This laugh immediately made Yang Kai realize that he was played by them. He couldn't help but feel helpless and could only keep silent. "I was just joking. You won't be angry, right?" It was unknown whether it was Hu Jiao Er or Hu Mei Er who asked. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Then why are you so serious? Smile." Yang Kai dryly coughed, his expression cold as he ignored them. After running for dozens of miles, the 3 of them finally arrived at the location of the beast's roar. Looking closely, not only was Yang Kai stunned on the spot, but even Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er were also stunned. Not far in front of them, there was a huge turtle-shaped monster beast. It was more than 100 feet tall and 300 feet long. His body was like a moving hill, running and trampling on the ground. With every step it took, the ground trembled incessantly. On its back was a thick carapace with deep grooves and crisscrossing patterns that seemed to tell the vicissitudes of time. On its back was a long tail like a meteor hammer. Its speed was not very fast, but every step it took covered a distance of more than 100 feet. Its mountain-like body rampaged in the vicinity, and its tail swung back and forth like a meteor hammer, bringing with it an unparalleled force, bringing with it gusts of fierce wind. Roars constantly came out from its mouth. In mid-air, hundreds of people were fiercely attacking, but no one was able to stop its pace. With an invincible momentum, every attack and roar made everyone tremble in fear. Chapter 142. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces in the sky. Su Yan, Xia Hongchun, and Lan Chudai were among them. Most of the others looked familiar. These people were all High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The Blood Group Stormhouse's people were hiding in the distance. They were pointing at the battlefield, rejoicing in other people's misfortune. Among the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples, Su Yan was the strongest. Wherever the holy white figure passed, snow would fall. However, even Su Yan couldn't cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast. She tried her best, but could only use her cold yuan qi to slightly slow down the monster beast's speed, reducing the casualties of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The monster beast's defense was too strong. Although its speed was relatively slow, its turtle shell and thick skin were the best defensive artifacts. These yuan qi cultivators couldn't even break its defense. In the field, there were many corpses, all of which belonged to High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. It was actually High Heaven Pavilion's disciples who provoked it? Hu Jiao'er frowned. Su Yan is not that kind of reckless person. While she was puzzled, a young man rushed over with a trace of surprise and undisguised love in his eyes. However, when he saw the two women standing together intimately with Yang Kai, he couldn't help but frown. Jiao'er. The young man stopped in front of the two women and looked at them. He couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao'er, so he could only rely on his intuition. Long Jun, what's the matter? The other person suddenly asked. Turned out that this was Hu Jiao'er. Long Jun didn't feel embarrassed and just gloated. High Heaven Pavilion actually took the initiative to provoke it. I don't know why, but it actually chased after these people, which led to the current scene. Su Yan provoked it? Hu Jiao'er was extremely surprised. Not Su Yan, it was Xia Hongchun. Long Jun laughed and said, this idiot led a group of people to take advantage of the time when the monster beast was resting. They wanted to go in and steal the treasure it was guarding. They didn't expect to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Several people died before they could escape in distress. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He asked, what did Xia Hongchun get? If he hadn't obtained something, how could he have provoked this monster beast to chase after him? Long Jun looked at Yang Kai arrogantly and said impatiently, who are you? Answer his question. I also want to know. Hu Jiao'er faintly glanced at him. Long Jun quickly reined in his attitude and said, I'm not too sure, but according to Xia Hongchun himself, there was nothing there at all. After the monster beast ran out, I also went to check, but there was nothing. Hu Jiao'er sneered. It's impossible for there to be nothing. It must have been taken away by Xia Hongchun and is unwilling to take it out. Long Jun nodded slightly. I think so too. But now that Xia Hongchun had not been handed over, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples could only face the monster beast's wrath. Su Yan also didn't want the High Heaven Pavilion disciples to suffer too many casualties, so she had no choice but to be dragged into the battle. This woman's ability was much higher than Xia Hongchun's. If not for her taking action, those people would have died long ago. Humph, relying on a woman to turn danger into safety, Xia Hongchun only has this much ability. Hu Mei didn't hide her disdain. Yes. Long Jun nodded again and again. Stormhouse's Fang Ziki and I also thought so. Originally, we wanted to help High Heaven Pavilion, but Xia Hongchun was unwilling to admit that he took something. It's really too infuriating. How could they not understand the principle of interdependence when the lips are gone? This turtle-shaped monster beast was so tyrannical that even Su Yan couldn't do anything to it. Unless the experts of the three sects joined forces, there was no way to eat it. But Xia Hongchun, what benefits did you obtain from the place it was guarding? Why should we help you? Fighting this monster beast without knowing anything? Blood Battle Gang and Stormhouse weren't stupid to this extent. We can help, but you have to at least tell us what you obtained. What can you give us? The reason why the Blood Battle Gang and Stormhouse's people were watching from the sidelines was also because of this idea. They were waiting for High Heaven Pavilion to be unable to hold on. Then they could discuss the price. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on the white figure in the air. Su Yan's complexion wasn't good, probably because of the huge consumption. But the lives of hundreds of High Heaven Pavilion disciples were tied to her. How could she retreat? If she retreated, at least dozens of High Heaven Pavilion disciples would die. The reason why the turtle-shaped monster beast was so slow was all because of her. Standing in mid-air, Su Yan danced in the air, her graceful figure fluttering like a butterfly. With a snap of her fingers, several small ice flowers flew out and sprinkled onto the turtle-shaped monster beast. Kachacha, those ice flowers grew in size in an instant. Each of them had a radius of several zhang. Cold air spread out, and the huge body of the turtle-shaped monster beast was suddenly covered by a layer of ice. With such a restriction, the speed of the turtle-shaped monster beast dropped another level. Countless attacks landed on its body, but they only caused some sparks to fly out from its thick and heavy shell. There was no effect at all. However, Su Yan's complexion was somewhat pale. "Xie Hongchen, I'm going to ask you one last time. What did you take from it?" Su Yan's pair of beautiful eyes stared at the tortoise monster beast below, as she asked Xie Hongchen without turning her head. Hearing those cold and emotionless words, Xie Hongchen couldn't help but shudder. He could hear the anger hidden in Su Yan's voice. Su Yan had never been angry before, but this time was different. Seeing so many innocent High Heaven Pavilion disciples die because of this matter, as the great senior sister, how could she remain indifferent? Xie Hongchen hesitated, struggled, fear, panic. All kinds of expressions flashed across his face. But soon he became firm and said, "Su Yan, do you still doubt me? If I really took something from it, why wouldn't I tell you?" Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred and disgust. Her cold voice rang in the ears of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple. All High Heaven Pavilion disciples, quickly retreat. Since they couldn't beat the turtle-shaped monster beast, their only choice was to escape. Although they didn't know if it would chase them, it was still the only way to survive. After Su Yan's voice rang out, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples didn't hesitate to use their movement skills and quickly fled from the turtle-shaped monster beast. The number of people attacking in the sky also rapidly decreased. One by one, they quietly retreated, but there were still many people who continued to attack. Su Yan's face became extremely dignified, coldly shouting, "Why haven't you left yet?" As soon as her voice fell, the layer of ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast exploded. At this moment, the sluggish tortoise monster beast also broke free from its shackles. The speed suddenly increased. Its huge meteor hammer tail swept through the air, and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were still fighting suddenly fell like dumplings. A few unlucky people were directly swept by this tail and directly turned into a pool of dark red meat paste. Most of them were swept up by the wind created by the tail. They all fell down in a sorry state. The turtle-shaped monster beast roared towards the sky, and as if it had the help of a god, it began to move. With red eyes, it rushed towards Su Yan. The woman in front of it had sealed it in ice again and again. It hated her to the bone, so naturally it wanted to kill her first. Su Yan's hands quickly moved, and as her hand gestures changed, a shocking chill descended from the sky, turning the entire world white as a layer of frost began to form on the ground. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Su Yan. At this moment, her pale face had an intoxicating blush to it, making her look like a real fairy. Distancing herself from the mortal world, standing above the ninth heaven, the people of the world could only look at her with admiration, and would never be able to touch her. The turtle-shaped monster beast dashed forward, roaring. It quickly closed the distance between it and Su Yan. The two were like a watermelon and a sesame seed, but the latter's eyes didn't show the slightest panic or hesitation, only indifference. A cold aura that seemed capable of freezing the entire heaven and earth suddenly condensed and fiercely rushed towards Su Yan. In the next moment, a huge white figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yan. It was Su Yan who had been enlarged countless times. Pure white dress, an exquisite and graceful body, a devastatingly beautiful face. Every part of her body had been enlarged countless times, but it was still flawless. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This huge figure's eyes were closed, but in the next moment her eyes opened. In her eyes, there was a majestic snow mountain, and the sky was filled with snow. The sensational chill descended once again, and it was several times stronger than before. Everyone who stared at this figure couldn't help but have the illusion that they were sealed in ice, and their whole body shivered. Following Su Yan's last move, the huge figure rushed towards the turtle-shaped monster beast without hesitation. The distance between the two was less than 100 feet, and in the blink of an eye, the white figure drilled into the turtle-shaped monster beast's body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a layer of ice appeared on the monster beast's body once again. This time, it was thicker than before, completely sealing the monster beast in ice. Its moving limbs were also frozen in the ice. Su Yan's mouth overflowed with blood. That move just now had consumed a lot of her energy. Her slender body swayed in mid-air, and in the end, she couldn't hold on and fell down. At the same time, the frozen turtle-shaped monster beast continued to rush towards Su Yan. His body was too big, and even if it was frozen while running, it couldn't stop immediately. Su Yan's expression was calm as she fell. Her eyes reflected the turtle-shaped monster beast's body that was quickly approaching her. Her eyes were filled with regret, and longing, but there was no hatred. Cries of alarm sounded. Only at this moment did everyone recover from the shock just now. But now, the person who was regarded as a goddess by everyone was about to die. Amidst the cries of alarm, a figure that couldn't be considered strong was quickly approaching Su Yan. A faint flame appeared under his feet, dragging a faint red light as he ran. Immediately, this figure was wrapped in red light, as if he had turned into a burning fireball. His speed, which wasn't slow to begin with, increased by another level. He flew to the place where Su Yan was about to fall. His feet stomped on the ground, and his whole body shot up like an arrow released from a bow. He stretched out his hands to catch Su Yan, and then arched his body, protecting Su Yan in front of his chest, using his back to face the turtle-shaped monster beast's charge. Chapter 143. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The hundreds of people had yet to recover from the shock and confusion in their eyes when cries of surprise came out of their mouths. The red light left behind by the figure did not dissipate. Following the trajectory of the red light, they could clearly see where the figure had rushed out from and where he had jumped to catch Su Yan's falling body. The huge turtle-shaped monster beast was rushing over at lightning speed. Less than a foot in front of the turtle-shaped monster beast, a man and a woman were tightly huddled together. Looking at these two figures, it was as if one could see a kind of determination to live and die together without hesitation. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yan's eyes met. The latter's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, while the former's eyes only had a trace of pity and sadness. This kind of gaze made Su Yan's heart tremble. No one had ever looked at her with such eyes. When the elders looked at her, they only felt gratified and approved. When the peers looked at her, they only felt love and respect. When the younger generation looked at her, they only felt admiration and worship. Perhaps some people had looked at her with jealousy and envy, but this kind of pity and sadness was the first time Su Yan had seen in her life. She was a proud daughter of the heavens. No one was qualified to look at her like this. Was he feeling pity for her? What was he sad about? This faint pain was like a sharp needle, piercing Su Yan's frozen body and mind, causing her heart to ache. At this moment, she seemed to be able to understand why he was sad. But, so warm. This person's body was very warm. Ever since she was born, Su Yan had never experienced such a warm feeling, as if her whole body was about to melt. After cultivating the Ice Heart's secret art, her body, mind, and emotions were all frozen. In her world, there was only cold, nothing else. Cold and warmth were originally opposites. She should be disgusted by the warmth of his body. So why did she have a kind of lingering feeling, being held like this by him? Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, she did not want to move a finger. Su Yan involuntarily squeezed Yang Kai's clothes. Time passed again. "It's Yang Kai," Hu Jiao Er cried out in alarm. She hadn't even noticed when Kai Yang had rushed out. Just a moment ago, she had also been shocked by Su Yan's shocking display of strength. By the time she reacted, there was no trace of Kai Yang beside her. Hu Mei Er covered her mouth with one hand, suppressing that cry of surprise. Her eyes trembled violently as she looked in front of the tortoise monster beast, afraid that she would see a scene that she didn't want to see. "Courting death," Long Jun coldly. In the next moment, the frozen tortoise monster beast slammed into Kai Yang's arched back. Although Kai Yang had done his best to turn his body and make some evasive movements when he jumped up, his current strength was too low, so he was unable to fly. Furthermore, he had used his own momentum to counteract Su Yan's falling momentum, causing the two people's bodies to be practically frozen in the air for a moment. So this collision was unavoidable. Just as the turtle-shaped monster beast made contact with Yang Kai, his arched back moved forward. Taking advantage of this little buffer time, he minimized the damage he suffered. Pong! Yang Kai and Su Yan were sent flying like cannonballs. They flew for several tens of meters before slowly falling to the ground. The two hugged each other and rolled like a gourd. They rolled for several tens of meters before the impact on their bodies gradually disappeared. Finally coming to a stop, Yang Kai's body was battered and exhausted, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, while Su Yan, who was under his body, was completely unscathed. Only her pure white clothes were a little dirty, and her hair was a mess. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai seemed to have lost all his strength. His head fell on Su Yan's chest. Su Yan's beautiful eyes trembled. Her heart, which was rarely filled with waves, could no longer remain calm at this moment. She slowly stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Kai Yang's head, as if she was caressing him, as if she was comforting him. Just now, Yang Kai had protected her with his own body. Almost all of the residual force from the collision had been neutralized by his body alone. Su Yan's body hadn't even hit the ground. Chi. The frozen turtle-shaped monster beast let out a teeth-numbing screech as it plowed a deep gully in the ground. It slid for several tens of meters before gradually coming to a stop, not far from Yang Kai and Su Yan. The world fell silent. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the man and woman who had fallen to the ground and were tightly hugging each other. If it were any other time, this kind of thing would have aroused the anger of countless people. No man could take advantage of Su Yan like this. Every inch of her skin was sacred and noble. The world could only look up to it, only see it from afar and not profane it. But at this moment, not only was there a man lying on top of her, he even buried his head in Su Yan's chest, smelling her fragrance and feeling her softness. Even so, no one felt there was anything wrong with it. Towards a dead person, could you be angry? Towards a dead person, what was there to be angry about? He had risked his life to save Su Yan. This was a moment of grace that he should enjoy before his death. Everyone felt that, under that kind of brute force, Yang Kai would undoubtedly die. Only Xie Hongchen's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. The last time he had seen Yang Kai play with Su Yan's jade white hand, it had already caused him to go crazy with jealousy. It was like a nightmare that he could not get rid of, and every time he thought about it, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. But this time, this person was even more excessive. Actually doing such a thing in front of so many people, how could he tolerate it? Xie Hongchen's resentment and anger burst out like a flood, almost causing him to lose all reason. Staring at Yang Kai, a thick murderous intent spread out unscrupulously. Su Yan, who was lying underneath Yang Kai, slowly raised her eyes and glared at him coldly. Xie Hongchen shuddered and suddenly sobered up. Looking down again, he was filled with annoyance and regret. If he had risked his life to save Su Yan just now, wouldn't he be the one enjoying this situation now? With his strength, even if he had been hit by that turtle-shaped monster beast, he would never have died. At most he would have been seriously injured. Exchanging his seriously injured body for Su Yan's favor, how could this be a good deal? Why? Why hadn't he reacted at that time? Why had he been so immersed in the huge illusory shadow of Su Yan that he had ignored the crisis she was in? Why hadn't this person been affected by that illusory shadow? Such a good opportunity had been missed in vain. The wind blew, and the world was bleak. Su Yan's hair and Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind, causing them to flutter. No one dared to step forward, everyone standing in place. Su Yan's pair of eyes looked up at the chaotic sky, whispering a song from her mouth. This song couldn't be heard by others, only by Yang Kai's ears. Her voice was ethereal, cold and filled with a trace of yearning. Accompanied by the song, her hand gently patted Yang Kai's head over and over again, like a responsible mother coaxing her child to sleep. On the side, the huge turtle-shaped monster beast raised its forelimbs, its ferocious face frozen in ice, as if it would trample Su Yan and Yang Kai into meat paste at any time. This was a poetic and picturesque scene, but with a desolate beauty. After singing the song, Su Yan stopped and exhaled, a fragrant wind blowing Yang Kai's hair as she whispered, "You've recovered. Get up. What song is this?" Yang Kai didn't move. Only a faint voice came out. His voice was weak, but it wasn't fake. Su Yan was silent for a long time before replying, "I don't know. It's a song from my memory. It's very good." Yang Kai slowly raised his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, his body trembling, but he slowly propped himself up. Su Yan faintly glanced at him. The various emotions that originally existed in her eyes disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that his senior sister had forcibly smoothed out the ripples in her heart, allowing the lake of her heart to once again return to tranquility. Reaching out his hand, he gestured to her. Su Yan reached out her small hand, and with the help of Yang Kai's pulling force, she slowly got up. Brushing her messy black hair, she tucked it behind her ear. At this moment, even though Su Yan was covered in dust and her hair was slightly disheveled, her sacred and inviolable temperament remained unchanged. How is this possible? Cries of shock finally sounded, followed by a series of cries. Everyone looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This man, who they had thought was bound to die, at this moment unexpectedly stood up, and although he looked bleak and desolate, there was no danger to his life. Was his body made of iron? After withstanding such a blow, he actually didn't die? Over at the blood group side, Long Jun couldn't help but be moved. Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei-er also couldn't hold back their breaths, heavily gasping for breath. Hu Mei-er's face hung a trace of a relieved smile, the corner of her eyes faintly showing traces of tears. She lost her voice and murmured, "That's great! That's great!" As she spoke, she unexpectedly covered her mouth and choked with sobs. Hu Jiao'er was stunned, her hand reaching out to wipe the corner of her eye. There was also a drop of tear there. What's going on? Hu Jiao'er was stunned on the spot. Although she didn't hate Yang Kai now, she was also worried about the soul-stirring scene a moment ago. But Hu Jiao'er knew that most people's feelings were the same as hers. No one would be indifferent. But she wouldn't cry tears of joy for an unfamiliar man escaping death, right? What's more, although she didn't hate Yang Kai now, she also didn't have a good impression of him. Glancing at her sister, Hu Jiao'er could almost clearly feel that her heart was relieved of a great burden and relaxed after a great deal of tension. This kind of feeling was deeply felt as if it was her own. So it was like this. Hu Jiao'er's eyes flashed a trace of relief, but also a trace of confusion. In the storm houses area, Fang Ziqi's eyes were shining, and he said, "Junior Du, he didn't die." Du Yishuang's face was flushed with excitement, and she patted her chest and said, "Just now, he scared me. If he died, it would be a pity. This person is not bad." In the High Heaven Pavilion's area, Xia Hongchen's face was ashen, and his eyes were lifeless. He lamented that he didn't seize the opportunity just now, and even more so because of Yang Kai's luck with women. He was like a general who had lost a great battle and had lost the ability to think. It was an extremely slow movement, breaking the visual perception of everyone. His hand clearly had nothing, but at this moment, it was as if his right hand was holding a 10,000 gene sledgehammer, and he was using all of his strength to swing it. Kacha! The sound of bones dislocating came from that side. At the same time, a little bit of starlight flashed, and a kind of aura that made people tremble in fear erupted from Yang Kai's position. The wind whistled, and his robes fluttered. His black hair also swayed and danced. Kai Yang's roar could also be heard. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted out one word at a time, 3 sect disciple. His right hand was finally raised, and accompanied by a roar, it clenched into a fist. With a brilliant brilliance, the place where Yang Kai stood seemed to have transformed into a beautiful starry sky. As the starlight flowed, his right fist also moved backwards inch by inch. Every time it moved, the power it gave off became stronger, as if he was accumulating strength. If you have the heart, Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open. He tried to control the energy erupting from his fist, not letting it rush out, and still shouted each word clearly. What kind of martial skill is this? Fang Ziqi's face changed greatly. Even from a few hundred feet away, with his Yuan Qi realm strength, he could feel the enormous killing power contained in that fist. Moreover, this fist was only accumulating power, and had not truly been thrown. If it was already so powerful after accumulating power, how terrifying would it be when it was actually thrown? So beautiful! Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er both said this sentence almost in unison. On the other side, the sky was filled with stars like a clear night sky, and in the midst of the madness it made people forget to return. With a crashing sound, the ground under Yang Kai's feet could not withstand such a violent force, and a crack appeared. His body sank down, and immediately his legs bent. The turtle-shaped monster beast, which was rapidly unsealing, no longer had resentment and murderous intent in its scarlet eyes. What was left was only panic and fear that was slowly becoming stronger. It wanted to run, could feel the terrifying power in Yang Kai's fist. It had been sealed for countless years, and was in a weak state. It had not been easy for it to wake up from the seal, and it did not have time to taste the joy of freedom. It did not want to be injured, and did not want to fall into that endless sleep again. However, the huge block of ice restricted its movements. Can you help me? Yang Kai opened his mouth for the 3rd time, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Just controlling the energy in his right fist took all of his concentration, so he could only use this intermittent roar to let everyone know what he wanted to express. After shouting out this half of the sentence, Yang Kai's feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and his whole body quickly shot up into the sky, bringing with it the dense star field. The starlight shone, boundless, and majestic. After jumping up 10 feet, Yang Kai's rising momentum stopped, and then he turned around, and fell towards the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. Just at this time, the ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast finally exploded. Roar! As soon as it was free, the turtle-shaped monster beast looked up to the sky and let out a deafening roar. Lend me a hand. Yang Kai's roar was also mixed in, but it clearly passed into everyone's ears. In the next moment, that fist full of starlight quickly swung out. This was a kind of change from extremely slow to extremely fast, and it brought about an extremely strong visual conflict. The fist exploded above the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. It was as if there was a muffled thunder in the sky, and also as if there was a violent tremor deep in the earth. When that extremely small fist smashed into the monster beast's head, everyone's heart throbbed, as if this fist could also destroy their minds. A huge halo visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from the point of contact between the fist and the monster beast's head, and quickly spread in all directions. An unbelievable scene appeared. The boundless turtle-shaped monster beast was unexpectedly hit by this fist, and it staggered. Its 2 legs at the back flew into the air, and its 2 legs at the front bent down. Its head was like a falling meteor, and it crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit, and dust and smoke everywhere. Yang Kai was also hit by the rebound of this attack, and flew up into the air. He somersaulted many times in the air before he staggered and fell to the ground. At this time, his right fist was badly mutilated, and his entire arm was dripping with blood, and it was trembling uncontrollably. However, he stood there firmly, and looked disdainfully at the turtle-shaped monster beast that was countless times bigger than him. His thin body exuded a wild and violent bloody aura. The whole audience was shocked, and everyone's eyes trembled violently. No one thought that Yang Kai would be able to beat the turtle-shaped monster beast into such a state. After all, it was an opponent that even Su Yan couldn't do anything about. But now, that earth-shattering fist really did something that they didn't dare to imagine. What kind of fist was that? Thinking back, everyone could only think of the magnificent star field, and the boundless murderous intent hidden within the beauty, but they couldn't figure out the trajectory of that fist. Looking at the thin back in front of the huge monster beast, Su Yan's heart fiercely beat. She knew that from today onwards, she would never forget this back, because the owner of this back had done something that she couldn't do. Hu Mei-er's cheeks were flushed red, and she looked at Yang Kai with extraordinary splendor in her eyes. Driven by her sister's emotions, even Hu Jiao-er's heartbeat sped up. What should I do? Hu Jiao-er's heart was full of hesitation. Her current emotions were not her own, but her reaction to her sister's feelings, which made her a little scared. Lan Chudai also felt a rush of excitement, but immediately her heart was filled with bitterness, and only a touch of sadness could be seen on her beautiful face. It could be said that such a back had already become a brand in the hearts of many women. He represented safety and reliability. This was the kind of back that any woman yearned for. Amazing! Fang Ziqi's heart was shaken, and at the same time he felt a little frustrated. There is actually such a martial skill in this world. There is even someone who can use it. Today I have learned something new. Why? Xia Hongchun muttered to himself as if he had lost his soul. Why isn't this martial skill mine? Why didn't I get this kind of adventure? If I had obtained it, then I would be the one who attracted the attention of everyone and moved the hearts of all the girls. Why is it him? He's just lucky. Is no one going to help? He's not dead yet. If you don't help, then everyone should prepare to run. Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Hearing this sentence, everyone recovered from their shock. Su Yan quickly shouted, "Those who can still fight, go help." Chapter 145. Under her command, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who could still move rushed forward. Elder sister, Hu Mei-er turned her head and looked at Hu Jiao-er. Jiao-er, let's not get involved in this mess. Who knows that the monster beast won't be able to fight back? It's better for us to wait and see how the High Heaven Pavilion disciples react. Shut up, coward. Hu Mei-er glared fiercely at Long Jun. Long Jun was stunned. Hu Jiao-er smiled bitterly. She looked at her sister and then looked at Yang Kai. Her eyes flashed a trace of tenderness and she shouted, "Blood group, go and help." After she finished speaking, she took the lead and rushed forward. On the Stormhouse side, Du Yishuang looked at Fang Ziqi nervously and whispered, "He saved my life." Fang Ziqi pinched his nose and said, "If I say we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, I will despise you and look down on you for the rest of my life." Du Yishuang looked at her big brother without fear. "Sigh," Fang Ziqi said helplessly. "If you say so, what can I do?" Then he laughed and said, "Today, I have seen such a brave hero. How can I Fang Ziki, fall behind. Storm House disciples, listen to my command and follow me to kill. Let them know that the men of Storm House are real men. Roar. The male disciples of Storm House roared in unison. Brother Fang, what about us? What about us female disciples? Dui Shuang asked unrelentingly. Stand aside and watch obediently. You women only need to know how to take care of your husband and children. Why do you care so much? After he finished speaking, he led a group of people and rushed towards the monster beast. Humph! Dui Shuang wrinkled her nose and said, I knew you would prefer men over women. I am not worse than you. Then she also rushed forward. After so many days, there were only 700 to 800 disciples left from the 3 sections. Some of them had already lost their lives in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, out of these 780 disciples, about 80% of them had charged forward. The remaining 20% were either injured or too weak to fight. Even if they went up, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Shouts shook the heavens. The disciples of the 3 sects, 3 forces, 3 directions, but only one target. That was the turtle-shaped monster beast that was lying on the ground. Yang Kai's punch seemed to have injured it quite badly. Even if it didn't take its life, it seemed like it wouldn't be able to move for a while. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were the first to rush up, each one of them with bloodshot eyes, displaying their best martial skills, attacking the turtle-shaped monster beast fiercely, sending sparks flying everywhere. The blood group followed closely behind, followed by the Storm House. Among these people, there were only a few who had reached the Yuanqi realm. Among them, Su Yan had no more strength to fight, and Xia Hongchun was still in a daze in midair. Only Fang Ziki, Long Jun, and Hu Jiao Er were left. Moreover, all of them were cultivators at the 1st or 2nd level of the Yuanqi realm. With such strength, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast, which was famous for its defense. After using their martial skills, the Yuanqi was exhausted, but it didn't have any effect. Even so, the disciples of the 3 sects didn't shrink back and continued to release their killing moves. The area where the turtle-shaped monster beast was located was filled with endless clanking sounds. Yang Kai stood in place and laughed. He felt that he didn't waste the star mark that he had accumulated for a long time. It was enough to arouse their fighting spirit. Su Yan stared blankly at the scene that could almost be called a miracle. The disciples of the 3 sects had always been fighting, especially after entering the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The open and covert fighting had become more and more obvious. She didn't like fighting, so these days she had been acting alone. Otherwise, with her status and prestige, as long as she waved her hand, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples would gather around her. This time, Xia Hongchun had provoked a big trouble, so she had no choice but to act. She thought that this time High Heaven Pavilion would be doomed, but she didn't expect things to turn around. And this turning point was brought by the man in front of her. No one had ever been able to make the disciples of the 3 sects cooperate to this extent. In everyone's eyes, there was no fighting, no scheming, and only one thought: to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast. This in itself was a miracle. Looking at his trembling right arm that was still dripping blood, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She wanted to go forward and help him heal, but she restrained herself, because at this moment, this man represented iron blood. If she went forward, she would feel tenderness. At this time, he didn't need to be touched by tenderness. Just as her heart was moved, Su Yan saw the little girl from blood group called Hu Mei Er rush to Yang Kai's side. Then, with a worried face, she asked a few questions about his injury. Immediately, she took out a healing medicine from her bosom, tore off a piece of her dress, and bandaged his wound. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she slowly turned her gaze away. On the battlefield, perhaps the attacks of the 3 sects disciples had awakened the turtle-shaped monster beast. Its originally muddled mind slowly became clear, and its huge body showed signs of moving. Its thick and heavy limbs had already begun to move. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was raised, and their attacks became more and more fierce. Hit its head. It's injured. Suddenly, a woman shouted. It was Storm House's Du Yishuang. Hearing her shout, Fang Ziki and Hu Jiao hurriedly rushed over. When they looked, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They found that, on the turtle-shaped monster beast's forehead, there was indeed a crack like wound. At this moment, dark red blood was gurgling out. Because its head was buried in the deep pit, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed it. Fuck! Fang Ziji couldn't help but curse. He had been fighting for a long time, but he couldn't even leave a mark on the tortoise monster beast. However, there was a 1-foot-long wound here. This was the mark left by Yang Kai's punch. How powerful was his punch? How could it cause such an effect? Although his mind was shocked, Fang Ziki's hands were not careless. He fought with Hu Jiao to hit the wound first. When the two's moves collided, the turtle-shaped monster beast's body spasmed, and its movements became bigger. Woman, get out of my way! Fang Ziki felt that Hu Jiao was in his way and couldn't help but shout. This girl doesn't want to lower herself to your level, you idiot! Hu Jiao rolled her eyes. Fang Ziki's personality was well understood by the disciples of the 3 sections. He seriously valued men over women and believed that only men could achieve great things. He didn't put women in his eyes, and only Su Yan could make him slightly look at her. According to rumors, there was a time when he continuously advised the Storm House's housemaster, Xiao Ruohan, to not recruit female disciples in the future. At first, Xiao Ruohan ignored him, but in the end, he couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, the master and disciple went to Black Plum Town's Spring Breeze Drizzle building together. Since then, Fang Ziki never mentioned this matter again, but his deep-rooted thinking had never changed. Of course, it wasn't that he hated women, but in his mind, men and women were 2 different species. The former was much more noble than the latter. I am a man, I am proud. I am a man, I am proud. It was reasonable to say that Fang Ziki, with this kind of thinking, should not speak to women. However, he was an extremely flirtatious and unrestrained person. In addition, he was young and promising, his strength was tyrannical, and he himself had a dignified appearance, so he never lacked women by his side. He was often surrounded by beautiful girls. This was an extremely contradictory combination of men. Hearing Hu Jiao's words, Fang Ziki's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. He fiercely attacked the wound on the monster beast's head and shouted, "Little girl, who are you calling an idiot?" Hu Jiao's hands flew, and a powerful killing move followed by attacking the wound. She didn't show any weakness. Stinky man! If you really hate women so much, why don't you have sex with your junior brothers and have fun every night? When these words came out, Fang Ziki's face suddenly paled. His stomach turned, and he almost vomited on the spot. With those junior brothers. When he thought of this kind of scene, Fang Ziki felt dizzy and was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing his face change, Hu Jiao giggled. Her laughter was filled with pride and schadenfreude. You shameless woman, you really dare to say anything. Fang Ziki couldn't take it anymore. Whoever marries you in the future will be unlucky. None of your business. Hu Jiao couldn't help but blush and roll her eyes. Fang Ziki said, I won't bicker with you. Let's see who gives the monster beast a fatal blow first. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hu Jiao sneered. But before the 2 of them could make a move, a pure white figure suddenly rushed over, carrying with it an icy chill. Her slender jade finger pointed downwards, and a pure white ice flower suddenly appeared in the monster beast's open wound. The ice flower absorbed the monster beast's blood, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red flower, revealing a beautiful and enchanting beauty. With a crack, the ice flower shattered, turning into countless sharp icicles, and pierced straight into the monster beast's head. Roar! The turtle-shaped monster beast suddenly pulled its head out of the big hole in the ground and roared towards the sky. Its huge body swayed, and it couldn't stand steadily. Its scarlet eyes dimmed, and it seemed to be on the verge of death. Fang Ziki and Hu Jiao turned their heads at the same time, and saw Su Yan, whose face was as white as snow, using the little bit of strength she had just recovered to attack with a killing move. After the attack, Su Yan turned her head and fell down. She couldn't fight anymore. Fang Ziki and Hu Jiao could clearly feel the chill that Su Yan was emitting this time, and it was slightly different from before. In the past, the cold was pure and it was completely cold. It was a kind of extremely pure cold, without any other attribute mixed in. But now, this cold seemed to have something more, and it was even more unbearable than before. Who provoked her? Fang Ziki asked doubtfully. How would I know? Hu Jiao said impatiently. Coming from the blood group, she felt that the disciples of the other two sects were not good people. Needless to say, this Fang Ziki in front of her was the epitome of male chauvinism. In the High Heaven Pavilion, Su Yan was a character, but unfortunately, she was like an emotionless ice doll, always keeping people thousands of miles away, making it difficult for people to get close to her. As for Xiahong Chun, there was no need to talk about him. He was a complete coward. He was just a person who worshipped fame and fortune, and chased after power. Her own blood group was stronger, at least she was still normal. Once her little sister grew up, she and her sister would be able to support half the sky for their father. If no one provoked her, why did she use the little bit of Yuan Qi that she had just recovered? Fang Ziki couldn't understand, so he shook his head. Seeing Hu Jiao taking advantage of this opportunity to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. You woman, even if you win, it's an unfair victory. Chapter 146. Hu Jiao sneered. You said that I am a woman, so what if I have an unfair advantage? As for you, since you think that men are superior, then you want to compete with me. That itself is very problematic. Fang Ziki was speechless. He sighed again and again. Sure enough, only women and villains are difficult to deal with. The fate of the turtle-shaped monster beast was already half decided when the disciples of the three sects attacked. Su Yan's attack had completely ruined its only chance of survival. At this moment, facing the attacks of the three sects' disciples, it had no power to fight back. Death was only a matter of time. The root of all this was Yang Kai's majestic punch. It was that punch that aroused the fighting spirit of the three sects' disciples, giving them the courage to fight against such a behemoth. Hu Mei was helping him bandage his right arm. The blood vessels on his right arm had burst, causing it to tremble incessantly. Yang Kai never thought that the power of the star mark would be so strong. It was so strong that he could not control it. After that punch, his body was directly paralyzed, and he could not move. If not, why would he be standing there like a javelin? Until now, the numbness in his body had lessened a lot, and the intense pain all over his body followed. Looking at the hundreds of disciples fighting, Yang Kai did not notice the ferocious expression on Xiahong Chen's face. Since Yang Kai's punch burst out, Xiahong Chen had been standing in the air, as if he had lost his mind. It was not until recently that he finally woke up. He knew that Kai Yang must have obtained some kind of incredible fortuitous encounter in this Heaven's Cave inheritance. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to survive. If not, he would not have been able to burst out with such a punch. That was a punch that caused the peak sixth-order monster beast to suffer heavy injuries. He could not let him continue to grow. If he continued to grow, not only would he not be able to obtain Su Yan, but he would also be in danger. Thinking of this, Xiahong Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He glanced at the person below. This person was Nie Yong. Like Lan Chudai, he was injured in the battle just now. At this moment, he was recovering not far behind Yang Kai. Nie Yong had mixed feelings. He didn't know what to feel. He had been with Yang Kai for a few days, and had always been unkind to him. He had made things difficult for him everywhere, and had even led people to hunt him down. But at that time, they couldn't find Yang Kai's hiding place, so the matter was left unsettled. However, the existence of Yang Kai still made him feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a thorn in his back. He still remembered what Yang Kai had said when he was escaping 10 days ago. In just a dozen days, Yang Kai had become so powerful. Nye Yong was scared out of his wits. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been smashed to pieces. What to do? What to do? Now that everyone's eyes were on the monster beast, they had no time to care about anything else. After the monster beast died, how would they face Yang Kai's anger? Nye Yong noticed that Xie Hongchen was winking at him from the sky. He understood what his brother meant and couldn't help but shiver. But shortly after, Nye Yong's eyes turned cold. Yes, if he wanted to live, he had to kill Yang Kai. Otherwise, he would definitely come for revenge. Moreover, Brother Xie also wanted him to do so. Even if he killed Yang Kai, with Brother Xie's protection, he would be safe. He was sure that he would be safe. Yang Kai's punch had caused Nye Yong to be unable to think calmly. He could only pin his hopes on Xie Hongchen. Slowly standing up, Nye Yong walked step by step towards Yang Kai. In the face of such a crisis, Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of it and still stood in place. Nye Yong quickened his pace. He raised his hands and laughed, indicating that he didn't have any malicious intentions. His legs and stomach trembled. Nye Yong! Yang Kai's face was full of anger. He suddenly shouted. Nye Yong was feeling guilty and didn't dare to answer. He quickly turned around and ran. Before he could run more than a few steps, a whimpering sound came from behind him. Nye Yong hastily turned his head to look and was scared out of his wits. He saw a black awl about a foot long flying towards him from Yang Kai's side. From that awl came a creepy cackle that made one's hair stand on end. The laughter was strange and full of evil. It entered Nye Yong's mind and made him panic. The awl closed the distance of more than 10 feet in an instant. Nye Yong didn't want to sit still and wait for his death. He quickly turned around and blocked the awl. Nye Yong was pleasantly surprised to find that the awl's power wasn't as terrifying as he thought. Although it was difficult for him to block it with his strength, he wouldn't be killed so quickly. Nye Yong was overjoyed. He knew that Yang Kai wasn't as calm as he looked. He must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Nye Yong was pleasantly surprised. He fought and retreated. He wanted to get rid of the owl's attack, but the strange black owl kept chasing him. The weird laughter never stopped. What the hell is this thing? Even if it's a secret treasure, it still needs a person to control it. Yang Kai is clearly standing there motionless. Why is it attacking me? While he was panicking, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Nye Yong looked back and saw Lan Chudai supporting her injured body as she rushed towards him. Her face was calm, but there was a hint of determination. Nye Yong was overjoyed. "Senior Sister Lan, save me." Lan Chudai looked at him indifferently. Her expression made Nye Yong's heart skip a beat. While he was trying to figure out what she meant, Lan Chudai suddenly hit him on the back. "Ah!" Nye Yong screamed in agony as he staggered forward. The black owl's laughter grew more and more arrogant. There was a trace of surprise, but it passed through Nye Yong's chest by a hair's breadth. "Senior Sister Lan, why did you?" Nye Yong's body trembled violently. Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly dimmed and his body softened. Lan Chudai gasped for breath as she stared at Nye Yong. She found that there was no injury on his chest. The awl that pierced through his chest was also gone. But immediately, the awl rushed out again. Lan Chudai could vaguely hear Nye Yong's screams. This made her scalp tingle and her face instantly lose its color. She looked up at Yang Kai and saw that he was looking at her with a cold gaze. Lan Chudai's heart jumped. She bit her lips and said, "He wants to kill you." Yang Kai did not speak. He just opened his hand and the awl turned into a ray of black light. It wrapped around his fingertips and disappeared. The two looked at each other for a long time. Yang Kai slowly turned his eyes away. From beginning to end, he did not say anything. Lan Chudai smiled sadly and fell to the ground. Her whole body was dripping with sweat. Ha 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 ha. Within Yang Kai's body, the old demon's wild laughter sounded. It was crazy and bloody. Accompanied by the laughter, he seemed to be chewing something. Yang Kai knew what he was chewing. It was Nie Yong's divine soul. However, Yang Kai did not expect that the soul breaker all would have such a strange effect. Do you still want to kill? Do you still want to kill? The old demon shouted excitedly as he chewed on Nie Yong's divine soul. I haven't heard such a moving sound for a long time. I haven't tasted such a fresh and tender taste for a long time. Young master, do you still want to kill? This old servant can move at any time. Yang Kai's heart moved. The old demon's laughter instantly turned into a miserable cry as he begged for mercy. After a while, the old demon slightly recovered. However, he was not as presumptuous as before. He gasped for breath and carefully asked, Young master, why? Why didn't you tell me the true function of the soul breaker all? Young master, you didn't ask. The old demon felt wronged. He cautiously replied, Moreover, this thing is too evil. I was afraid that young master would not be happy if he knew about it. I am not happy about it. Yang Kai added, Very unhappy. The old demon suddenly trembled. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai said, But this time you did a good job. Remember, this is the only time. Next time, if you dare to hide anything, you know the consequences. Long June was choked. The turtle shell was attacked by countless disciples of the three sects, but until now, there was no trace left. Although the quality was good, who could cut it open and take it away? Wasn't this a joke? Just as the two were arguing, Fang Ziqi's face suddenly changed. He quickly threw the monster core in his hand. After the yellow monster core flew out, it unexpectedly didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it spun in the air. Along with its rotation, an invisible suction force spread out in all directions. A bizarre scene appeared. Two other monster beasts' monster cores suddenly flew out from Fang Ziqi's arms. Hu Mei Air and Long Jun also did the same. The monster cores hidden in Xie Hongchen's chest also flew out. These monster cores were obtained by the disciples of the three sects when they killed the 8 monster beast. They were kept by the disciples of the 3 sections. Now all of them flew out. The 8 monster cores, in a mysterious arrangement, gathered around the turtle-shaped monster beast's monster core. They all spun in a circle, as if they were drawing some kind of mysterious power. The entire Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly shook. A huge vortex appeared in the chaotic sky. The apocalyptic scene appeared in front of everyone, making them tremble in fear. No one knew what was happening. Only the old demon's excited voice sounded in Yang Kai's mind. Beast Soul Cloud Opening Array. Yang Kai's expression changed. He knew that the old demon must know something. He quickly said, Tell me in detail. The old demon said, Young master, I understand. There were 9 monster beasts here to set up this array. The existence of these 9 monster beasts is only to test the strength of the people who enter this place. If you don't kill these monster beasts, this array will not be activated. Now that the monster beast is dead, the array will be activated. This formation will use the 9 monster cores as a catalyst to activate the grand formation and present some things to you. What is it? The thing hidden in the clouds. The old demon said in a deep voice, If this old servant's guess is correct, that is the real inheritance here. The real inheritance? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the sky and saw that the vortex was getting bigger and bigger. It looked like it was going to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The disciples of the 3 sects had already fled in panic. No one stayed below. Yes, the old demon replied. There was a great battle here. Countless experts died here. Naturally, many inheritances were left behind. But there is always a master here. The thing hidden in the clouds is the master's inheritance. Yang Kai's heart suddenly burned with passion. Young master, you have to leave quickly. This array will be very powerful after it is activated. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will be affected. The old demon's voice was a little anxious. Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He quickly said to Hu Mei Er, "Tell your sister to take the people further away." Hu Mei Er nodded and ran towards Hu Jiao Er. Yang Kai then shouted to the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, "If you don't want to die, then stay 10 miles away." Many people heard his words, but they didn't care too much. Yang Kai was too lazy to care about them. He had already warned them. It was their choice to listen. After he finished speaking, he ran towards the back. Su Yan glanced at him. Without the slightest hesitation, she said, "All High Heaven Pavilion disciples, retreat 10 miles. The words of the senior sister were different. Everyone hurriedly moved. They retreated in the direction of Yang Kai. On the other side, Hu Jiao Er received her sister's message and did not hesitate to give the order to retreat. Fang Ziki looked at this scene. Looking deeply at Yang Kai, he laughed and said, "Let's go." The disciples of the three sects were as fast as lightning. Soon they were 10 miles away. Looking back, the 9 monster cores were emitting a dazzling light. There seemed to be an invisible connection between the monster cores. As they rotated, the vortex in the sky became bigger and bigger. A huge suction force came from the vortex. The corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast on the ground was pulled and quickly flew into the sky. It entered the vortex without leaving a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but change. If they hadn't retreated 10 miles away, they would have been sucked into the vortex like the corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast. Rejoicing, many people turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. They secretly admired his foresight. The wind whistled and everyone's clothes fluttered. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Those who could enter here were the younger generation of disciples. They weren't very knowledgeable. Many of them hadn't even traveled far, so they had never seen such a terrifying scene. "Do you still want to retreat?" Su Yan suddenly flashed to Yang Kai's side and asked lightly. Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. Hearing this, Su Yan's worry lessened. "I will personally report Nieyong's matter to the Elder Council. You don't have to worry." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Yang Kai had killed Nieyong in a short time, it had attracted Su Yan's attention. She was very attentive. How could she not understand the key point? Therefore, there was no need to ask. "There's something in the clouds." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Kai Yong hurriedly looked up and saw that within the huge vortex in the sky, a golden light slowly appeared. The golden light was dazzling and brilliant. That ray of light was like a hand parting the clouds, revealing what was hidden within the vortex in front of everyone's eyes. "What is that?" someone shouted. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he stared at the sky. He saw a corner, like the corner of a house. Then the corner gradually descended. Yang Kai discovered that it wasn't the corner of a house, but a flight of stairs. A flight of golden stairs. This flight of stairs was more than 10 kilometers long. As it descended, another flight of stairs appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, another flight of stairs appeared. The speed of its descent was very slow. As it descended, the chaotic vortex in the sky also changed. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a dozen flights of stairs appeared from the vortex. After that, who knew how many more flights of stairs had yet to appear? "Old demon, is this the inheritance you were talking about?" Yang Kai asked in his mind. Young master may not know, but this should be the location of the inheritance. Only those who pass the final test can truly obtain the inheritance. "Young master, please look at those stairs. If this old servant's guess is correct, there are at least 10,000 steps." Chapter 148. As if he knew what Yang Kai was thinking, the old demon said, "Young master doesn't need to worry too much. Inheritance is a matter of opportunity. Those who are fated can obtain it even if their strength is low. If not, no matter how powerful they are, it will be useless. Did young master forget the opportunity of those two little girls a few days ago? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He had seen the opportunity of the Hu sisters with his own eyes. He had stayed in the cave for more than 10 days and found nothing, but they had obtained benefits. This was fate. And I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly and immediately turned away from the sky, found a secluded corner nearby, and sat down cross-legged. Since he was going to grab the inheritance, he naturally had to recover first. Yang Kai estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days for the things in the clouds to completely fall. In other words, he only had 2 to 3 days left. Su Yan looked at him in surprise, pondered for a moment, then turned and left the crowd, finding a place not too far away from Yang Kai to sit down. Seeing Kai Yang and Su Yan so calm and collected, how could the masters of the younger generation weaken their own prestige? If they continued to watch like ordinary disciples, it would seem that they were not mature enough. One by one, they coughed lightly. Then, they each went to find a place to meditate. Only those ordinary disciples were left gathered together, making a big fuss without end, and the sounds of shock and exclamations of surprise never stopped. It was unknown what the Hu sisters were thinking, but they actually ran over to Yang Kai and sat down next to him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. The two sisters were smiling sweetly, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. Yang Kai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? One of them suddenly became unhappy. When Yang Kai saw her expression, he knew it was Hu Jiao. It's your blessing that we can sit here. Why are you showing us such a bad face? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two of you are a pair of peerless beauties. It's my honor to be able to accompany you. How would I dare to give you a dirty look? After interacting with them a few times, they gradually became familiar with each other. They weren't as unfamiliar with each other as before, so they could talk about some things. Hu Jiao smiled and glared at Yang Kai. You're such a sweet talker. Hu Mei also said, I thought you were a decent person, but I didn't expect you to have such a glib tongue. Yang Kai said seriously, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm not flattering you. The two sisters became even happier. They were laughing so hard that their chests were jiggling, making them look very lively. Yang Kai changed the topic and said, But the people in your gang are very against me. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, Are you scared? Yang Kai laughed. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that we're not destined to become enemies. Why bother? Hu Jiao said, Anyway, you've already offended the male disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. What's the point of adding another blood group? Of course. She was referring to the matter of Yang Kai lying on Su Yan's body. Yang Kai's face suddenly became bitter. Hu Jiao giggled and winked at him. Do you want me to kiss you and make others envious of you? Yang Kai looked at her and then stretched out his face. I couldn't ask for more. Hu Jiao suddenly blushed and said, You're dreaming. Okay, sister, don't make trouble. Let him recover first. His injuries haven't healed yet. Hu Mei shook her sister's arm. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai being teased like this. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes at Yang Kai and obediently closed her eyes. Yang Kai and Hu Mei looked at each other and smiled. They also entered a meditative state. As time passed, the disciples of the three sects gradually lost their initial curiosity. All of them were recovering. Occasionally, they would open their eyes to look at the changes in the clouds. 2 days later, Yang Kai felt someone walk in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Du Yishuang of Stormhouse and a dignified-looking man standing in front of him. This man was the one who had proposed to give the turtle-shaped monster beast's monster core to Yang Kai, Fang Ziki. Yang Kai, how are your injuries? Du Yishuang asked with sincere concern. It's not a big deal. Yang Kai smiled at her and turned his gaze to Fang Ziki. He cupped his fist and said, Are you Brother Fang? Previously, Yang Kai didn't recognize Fang Ziki. However, 2 days ago he had shown goodwill to Yang Kai. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't feel much repulsion towards him. That's me. Fong Ziki returned the greeting and laughed. Junior brother Yang, 2 days ago, your fist was so majestic that it made brother admire you. I hate that I can't take your place and enjoy the glory of tens of thousands of people. I really envy you. Brother Fong, you flatter me. Fong Ziki said, Junior brother Yang is a man of indomitable spirit. In my life, I admire people like you the most. If it weren't for the difference between our sex, I would like to become brothers with you. From now on, we will share weal and woe together. Hu Jiao Air fiercely glared at him. Disgusting! Fong Ziki's eyebrows jumped. Dui Shuang pulled Fong Ziki's arm and smiled bitterly. Brother, you are too enthusiastic. Then, she looked at Yang Kai and said, Don't mind him. My brother has a problem with his brain. Junior sister, what are you saying? Fong Ziki immediately glared at Du Yishuang. It doesn't matter. Brother Fong is a forthright man. That's why you don't care about trifles. Yang Kai smiled. He didn't expect that Fong Ziki of Stormhouse would be such a wonderful person. Junior brother Yang really understands me. Fong Ziki was greatly moved. Hu Jiaoer interrupted from the side. Kai Yang, you have to be careful of him. In this person's eyes, women are like dirt. Only men can enter his eyes. Don't be too polite to him. Who knows, he might look at you differently. After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Hu Jiaoer's words were easily misunderstood. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned green. Fong Ziki bitterly said, Hey, how can you slander people like this? Junior brother Yang, don't listen to her nonsense. I, Fong Ziki, am not the kind of person you think I am. Yang Kai dryly coughed. His expression was a little unnatural. Fong Ziki was so anxious that the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked around and pulled Du Yishuang, who was standing next to him. Then, he hugged her waist and kissed her lips. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Hu Jiaoer and Hu Jiaoer's mouths were also slightly open. Du Yishuang's struggling and whimpering entered their ears. The two sisters couldn't help but blush. After a long time, Fong Ziki let go of Du Yishuang. He wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. Junior brother Yang, do you believe me now? Yang Kai prostrated himself in admiration and gave a thumbs up. Brother Fong is a real man with iron blood. This praise touched Fong Ziki's heart and he couldn't help but laugh exaggeratedly. Du Yishuang's face was red and her eyes were watery. She slapped Fong Ziki's face. You bastard! Du Yishuang stamped her feet, covered her cheek with both hands and ran away. Run slowly, don't fall. Fong Ziji shouted at her while rubbing his cheek that was slapped. Brother Fong, aren't you going to chase after her? Yang Kai looked at Du Yishuang's back and was speechless for a while. Don't worry about her. She's throwing a tantrum. She'll be back soon. Fong Ziki didn't care. Sure enough, after 10 breaths of time, Du Yishuang walked over to Fong Ziji with a red face. Her head was so low that it was almost touching her chest. Her two hands were constantly twisting the corners of her clothes. She walked over to Fong Ziji in a weak and gentle manner. Heh. Fong Ziji winked at Yang Kai, feeling quite proud of himself. Brother! Du Yishuang plucked up her courage and pulled Fong Ziki's arm. What are you doing? Fong Ziki raised his sword-like eyebrows and shouted. Du Yishuang raised her hand and quickly slapped Fong Ziki's other cheek. She gritted her teeth and said, You're a big bastard. After this slap, Du Yishuang seemed to have vented her anger. She turned around and arrogantly walked away. Fong Ziki touched his cheek in a daze. His eyes were full of disbelief. Ha! Hu Jiaoer and Hu Mei-er's shoulders trembled as they laughed. Obviously, they didn't expect things to turn out this way. Originally, when Du Yishuang came back, the two sisters despised her. But now all that was left was admiration. This junior sister, Fong Ziki murmured. He didn't know what to feel. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. He forced a smile and said, I'll deal with her later. Hu Jiaoer clapped her hands and said, This show is really good. AI, Fong Ziki, oh Fong Ziki, you also have a day like this. Fang Ziqi's mouth twitched. He sighed and said, "If you always walk by the river, how can you not wet your shoes?" Yang Kai coughed. He didn't want to continue with this nonsense. He said, "Brother Fang, why are you looking for me?" Hearing this, Fang Ziqi's expression became serious. He raised his head and looked 10 miles away. He said seriously, "This time I came to ask you one thing. Junior brother Yang, how much do you know about that place?" Hearing this, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei-er's expressions also became serious. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Before he could answer, Fang Ziqi said, "A straightforward person doesn't speak in riddles. Of course, if junior brother Yang said that you don't know anything about this place, I would believe you." Yang Kai looked at him. He knew that when he warned everyone to stay 10 miles away, he had some clues. If he didn't have some understanding of this place, why would he retreat in advance? However, this kind of thing didn't matter. Even if he didn't say anything, when the thing in the clouds completely descended, the disciples of the three sects would still go and investigate. He looked at Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. They were also looking at him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. He said, "I don't know much, but when the thing in the clouds descends, I will go and take a look." Fang Ziqi heard this and asked, "Is it dangerous?" Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Fang, you are asking the wrong person." Fang Ziqi nodded, cupped his fists, and said seriously, "Many thanks for junior brother Yang's reminder. If you have free time in the future, please come to Storm House as a guest. This elder brother will definitely enjoy a drink with you." "You are welcome." After Fang Ziqi left, Yang Kai looked at the sisters with a smile. "You already know what you want to know, yet you still want to sit here and let me be hated by the male disciples of Blood Group? You want to drive us away?" Hu Jiao stared at him. Hu Mei hurriedly said, "We didn't come here because of this. Hey!" Chapter 149. Before she could finish her words, Hu Jiao interrupted her. "So what if we approached you because of this?" She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai think so badly of others. Were they sisters so scheming? They were really heartless. Aware of her anger, Yang Kai didn't speak again. Hu Jiao continued, "When that thing lands, we will follow you. In any case, you know more than us. You provide us with information, and I will be responsible for protecting you. How about this deal?" "Protect me?" Yang Kai looked at her and raised an eyebrow. "Don't you need protection in your current state? Moreover, your strength is so low. What if you encounter danger inside?" Hu Jiao chuckled. "Don't tell me that High Heaven Pavilion Suyen will protect you. She hasn't even looked at you these past few days. You saved her in vain. Do as you wish." Yang Kai didn't want to waste his breath. In any case, when the time came, everyone would go in together. The more people there were, the more they could take care of each other. Humph! Hu Jiao coldly snorted and pulled her sister away from Yang Kai. After waiting for another day, the thing in the clouds finally revealed its full appearance and was about to fall to the ground. Everyone stood up and stared blankly at the thing that was 10 miles away. It could be said to be a huge and majestic building, but what was imprinted in everyone's eyes was an endless flight of stairs. At the very top of the clouds, there seemed to be a shadow of a palace. "Where is the inheritance?" Yang Kai gently exhaled. At the same time, many of the disciples of the three sects were excited and nervous. Although they didn't know as much as Yang Kai, they still had some eyesight. They knew that such a huge thing must have a treasure. Now, everyone was waiting for the moment when it landed. Under the gazes of countless people, the huge building finally made contact with the ground. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the earth trembled slightly. The huge whirlpool in the sky also changed strangely and disappeared. The muffled sound lasted for a long time before everything settled down. The building was now firmly on the ground. A shout came from the disciples of the three sections. Hundreds of people suddenly started to move and rush towards that direction. Yang Kai was also walking in that direction, but he was not as anxious as the others. Just as the old demon had said, inheritance depended on luck, not strength. In his eyes, a pure white shadow seemed to pass by. Raising his head, he saw Su Yan's robes fluttering in the wind. Her pace was not fast, but it was not slow either. It was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. There was a trace of nobility in her otherworldly appearance. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, she turned her head and glanced at him. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, their gazes were blocked by the disciples of the three sections. From the side came two fragrances, the two beautiful sisters of the blood group, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied Yang Kai, one with a charming smile, the other with a seductive look. The elder sister said, "I said I would protect you, so I will definitely protect you. Don't worry, us sisters have already obtained a kind of inheritance. If there are any benefits this time, we won't fight with you." Yang Kai raised his head again, but Su Yan's figure was no longer there. "Smelly brat, I'm talking to you." Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but feel annoyed when Yang Kai didn't respond. "I heard you," Yang Kai helplessly responded. "Humph, I don't know what's so good about you," Hu Jiao'er whispered. But Yang Kai didn't hear her clearly. After traversing the distance of 5 kilometers, the three of them arrived in front of the dazzling golden stairs. Next to this incomparably large building, there was a layer of hazy light curtain. On the light curtain there was a faint door-like thing. The disciples of the three sects, either alone or in groups, each found a door and drilled into the light curtain. The number of people quickly decreased. It was strange to say that standing in front of the light curtain, one could clearly see the scene on the stairs, but the disciples of the three sects who drilled in all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they were swallowed by an invisible big mouth. Seeing this scene, the two beautiful sisters couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. "Yang Kai, where did they go?" Hu Jiao'er nervously asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head and walked to a door that no one cared about. He flicked his hand into the door, and only a layer of ripples appeared. He couldn't see the situation on the other side. "Are we going in or not?" Hu Mei-er's courage was even smaller, and she was already trembling. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at the clouds before walking straight through the door. Seeing him so decisive, Hu Jiao'er clenched her teeth and pulled her sister's hand. "Let's go in." Stepping into the light curtain, what they saw was the same as what they saw outside. Inside was the endless stairs that stretched upwards. Yang Kai, who had entered before, was also in front of them. He was standing at the bottom of the first step, lost in thought. Looking left and right, there was no trace of other people. It was as if each door led to an independent space. Only those who entered from the same door would stay together. Looking back, Yang Kai's hand touched the door. The ripples dispersed and the door on the light curtain suddenly disappeared. The way back was cut off. Yang Kai took a deep breath and lifted his foot to step on the first step. After stepping on, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown and stop. "What's wrong?" Hu Jiao'er asked. "You two come up and try." Yang Kai called the two sisters. The two didn't hesitate and stepped forward. When they stood next to Yang Kai, the two sisters' bodies moved slightly at the same time. "What did you feel?" Yang Kai asked. "There's energy rushing to the soles of our feet," Hu Jiao'er replied. "Hot energy," Hu Mei-er continued. "Well, this is probably the test." Yang Kai smiled slightly. What he felt was different from the two sisters. He found that the energy rushing to the soles of his feet was actually of the yang attribute. Circulating the true yang tactics, this energy not only didn't cause any harm to him, but also replenished his yuan qi. But the two sisters were different. They had to circulate their qi to dissolve the energy that rushed to the soles of their feet. He gained, but they lost. Comparing them, the difference was obvious. But this energy is too weak. If this is the test, it's not worth mentioning. Hu Mei-er was a little excited. Her strength was only at the second level of the initial element, but she could easily resist it. Don't lower your guard. Hu Jiao glanced at her sister. This staircase has many levels. If the energy is stronger the higher we go, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist it at the end. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. Yang Kai stepped forward again and stepped onto the second step. His footsteps didn't stop. Third step, fourth step. The two sisters followed closely behind. After walking through 100 levels, the three of them found that Hu Jiao's previous deduction was correct. The higher they went, the stronger the yang attribute energy contained in the staircase, and the more yuan qi they needed to dissolve. Looking up, they saw that the stairs were endless. The two sisters couldn't help but secretly complain. Unlike them, Yang Kai was enjoying himself. After walking through the 100 levels, his dantian had one more drop of yang liquid. All of it was the yang attribute energy that rushed to the soles of his feet. Yang Kai and the two sisters casually walked through the first 300 levels. Every time they stepped on a level, there would be a burst of yang attribute energy rushing into their bodies. As the number of levels increased, the energy gradually became stronger, but it wasn't to the extent that the three of them stopped. Yang Kai didn't need to say anything. The true yang tactics itself required this kind of energy. What made him a little surprised was Hu Mei. This girl, with her strength at the second level of the initial element boundary, was actually able to easily walk through the 300th level. But after the 300th level, the energy contained in the stairs became stronger. Every time the three of them stepped on a level, they had to pause for a moment before continuing. After reaching the 400th level, this situation became more and more obvious. The two sisters had to pause for about 3 breaths each time. After being affected by this kind of hot yang attribute energy for a long time, their bodies were exuding a little sweat. But now it seemed that they were coping with it with ease. Along the way, Yang Kai silently counted the steps of the staircase. He believed that this test wasn't just like this. If it was really just like this, then it would be too simple. There must be some unforeseen events and unknown dangers. At the 490th level, Hu Mei and Hu Jiao stopped. The elder sister glanced at the happy Yang Kai and was unconvinced. She said that she was here to protect him this time. Why did it seem that she was the one who was more tired when walking these stairs? Why was his face full of joy and enjoyment? Let's rest for a while before continuing. Yang Kai glanced at them. No need. Hu Jiao gritted her teeth and stepped in front of Yang Kai. After walking 10 steps in a row, when Hu Jiao stepped on the 500th step, her delicate body couldn't help but shiver. Yang Kai saw this and quickly pulled her down. The two of them looked at each other and Hu Jiao asked, "How did it change?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he didn't ask any further questions. Stepping onto the 500th step, this time what rushed into his feet was no longer a hot yang attribute energy, but instead an icy cold ice attribute energy that sent chills down his spine. This change of hot and cold was also the reason why Hu Jiao was surprised. Is this the test? Kai Yang smiled faintly. He didn't expect that the stairs in front of him would contain the yang attribute energy he needed. If that was the case, then anyone who cultivated a yang attribute secret art, as long as they had enough time, would be able to reach the top. But now it was different. After the 500th step, there was an impact of cold attribute energy, which was the opposite of yang attribute energy. Facing the cold attribute energy rushing into his body, Yang Kai had two options. One was to use the true yang yuan qi in his body to neutralize it. The other was to use the true yang secret art to refine it and absorb it into his bones. But no matter which method he chose, the consumption of his yuan qi was inevitable. Moreover, the consumption of the second method was much higher, so it wasn't as easy as just neutralizing it. If Yang Kai didn't have a lot of yang liquid stored in dantian, he might have chosen the first method. But now that he had more than 100 drops of yang liquid stored in dantian, he could boldly choose the second method without any worries. Using the true yang secret art, The cold energy rushing into his body was instantly refined and then absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. "Let's go." Yang Kai turned around and smiled at the sisters and continued to lead the way. Hu Jiaoer looked at Yang Kai angrily and whispered to her sister, "What is he so proud of?" Hu Mei smiled bitterly. "He's not proud." Chapter 150. He's so proud of himself. That stinky brat dares to look down on me. Gritting her teeth, she and her sister activated their secret art. While dispelling the cold energy in their bodies, they chased after Yang Kai. On the first day, the three of them climbed the 1,000th step. When they reached the 1,000th step, Yang Kai took a step forward and found that it was as he had guessed. The energy in the 1,000th step had turned into the Yang attribute. The change in the 500th step was a mixture of heat and cold. This kind of increasing impact was enough to stop 90% of the disciples from the three sections. Only those with profound strength could rely on their own cultivation to reach the 1,000th step. Logically speaking, Hu Mei should not have been able to reach this point, but she did. Moreover, she did not feel too tired. On the other hand, Hu Jiaoer, who was in the Yuanqi realm, looked tired. The three of them chose to rest here for half a day. At the same time, at the top of the 3,000th step, a pure white figure was walking step by step towards the top. Her steps revealed a calm and tranquil aura, as if the impact of the stairs did not hinder her in the slightest. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her expression was indifferent. Occasionally, she would reach out and tuck her hair behind her ear. Her aura was calm, and there was not the slightest sign of exhaustion. When the impact from the bottom of her feet entered her body, it disappeared like snow melting in the early spring. Her delicate face made the sky pale in comparison, but she was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She was like a flawless ice doll. She was Su Yan. She cultivated the ice heart secret art, and like Yang Kai, she had a unique advantage in this test of alternating heat and cold. There were 700 to 800 disciples from the three sects who cultivated yang and cold attribute secret arts and martial skills. It was not just Yang Kai and Su Yan. At this moment, these people all experienced their own advantages. However, there was a difference in strength. There was a difference in secret arts, and no one could reach the 3,000 step like Su Yan. Less than the 2,000 step, there were also a few figures. Xia Hongchen's face was gloomy as he gasped for breath. He sat cross-legged on the stairs and used pills to recover his energy. The inheritance is mine. Everything here is mine. As long as I obtain this inheritance, I, Xia Hongchen, will become the strongest disciple of the three sects. I can make High Heaven Pavilion stand above the other two sects, and even subdue them. I want all those who question me to die without a burial place. Yang Kai, you are the first. Ha ha ha. I am Xie Hongchen. You are the true overlord of this world. Xie Hongchen was on the verge of going insane. The Yuan Qi in his body was in chaos. Normally, when one's strength reached his level, such a situation would not occur. This was clearly a state that only a cultivator in the Qi transformation stage would have. The scene of the disciples of the three sects fighting against the turtle-shaped monster beast was still lingering in his mind. What he saw was not the disciples of the three sects working together without hesitation. All he saw was the disdain those people had for him. This was because the turtle-shaped monster beast was provoked by Xie Hongchen. But in the end, it was heavily injured by Yang Kai, giving the disciples of the three sects the opportunity to kill it. Although from the beginning to the end, no one said anything about him. But this silent criticism made Xie Hongchen angry. Many of his junior brothers and junior sisters who used to worship and respect him looked at him with strange eyes. This made Xie Hongchen unable to bear. No one can look at him with that kind of eyes. No one. A few hundred steps in front of Xie Hongchen, Fang Ziki was gasping for breath as he stepped down. Each step required a lot of yuan qi, and they had to rest for a long time before they could move forward again. However, this kind of hardship was also a great benefit for these people. The test on the stairs was not only to select the candidates for the inheritance, but also to persevere and not retreat. Naturally, they would also obtain benefits as they moved forward. This was a kind of tempering of the mind. Lan Chudai was also struggling on the 100th step of the staircase. She was a beautiful woman with a proud figure. However, at this moment her hair was covered with frost. Her whole body was trembling, but she clenched her teeth and refused to give up. Every time she thought of Yang Kai's cold and emotionless eyes, she felt a pang in her heart. She clenched her fists and breathed heavily as she stepped on a new step. She was ambitious and was willing to rely on the strong. But was this wrong? She was just a woman. Her aptitude was not very good. After entering High Heaven Pavilion, she had worked hard to cultivate until now, but she only had the strength of Qi Transformation 7th level. What was this kind of strength in the eyes of the strong? She wanted to rely on the strong just to find a support for herself. This was just a way for a woman to live a good life. She wasn't Su Yan. She wasn't a proud daughter of the heavens who attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Besides her own mind, she had nothing else to rely on. Perhaps this body that made men drool and women envied was a strength in the eyes of outsiders, but Lan Chudai never regarded it as her own capital. If possible, she didn't want to have such a body and appearance. Let men think about it, let women be jealous. 10 days ago, when that person was in a crisis, she chose to remain silent and did not help him. Perhaps, at that time, if she had said a few good words for him, he would not have looked at her like that. Haha. Stingy junior brother. Why can't you be magnanimous? No one can be relied on. Only by becoming strong yourself can you be considered strong. A stream of qi suddenly rushed out of Lan Chudai's body and circulated around her body. Lan Chudai was stunned for a moment before she smiled like a flower. While she was lost in her thoughts, she unexpectedly broke through her cultivation and reached the qi transforming stage 8th level. Closing her eyes and feeling the changes of her breakthrough, Lan Chudai looked excited. Let me quickly become stronger here. She once again stepped forward, faster and lighter than before. Lan Chudai's heart was filled with joy and joy. After resting for half a day, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters once again moved forward. After reaching the 1000th step, the pressure they felt was obviously different from before. The energy contained in each step was much greater. At the beginning, the two sisters did not need to rest, but the further they went, the longer they needed to rest. The same was true for Yang Kai. Although he practiced the true Yang secret art, his strength was still too low. It was impossible for him to walk through these steps like Su Yan. Therefore, the speed of the three was not very fast and no one was dragging each other down. They gritted their teeth and persevered until they reached the 2000th step. Only then did they stop to rest again. Along the way, the energy contained in every 500 steps was different. Cold and hot alternated, causing people to have to face a completely opposite energy impact just as they got used to it. Not only did this consume a lot of energy, but it was also a test of the mind. The Hu sisters were somewhat out of breath, their breasts rising and falling. On the contrary, Yang Kai's face was calm. Although he also consumed some energy, the yang liquid stored in the dantian was enough to cope with the current situation. Aren't you tired? Hu Jiao could not help but look at Yang Kai. From the beginning until now, Yang Kai did not show any signs of fatigue, which puzzled Hu Jiao. If not for the previous opportunity, Hu Jiao believed that it would be impossible for her sister to reach here. She would have been stopped at the 1000th step. However, Yang Kai was only at the initial element stage. Along the way, she did not see him take any pills. How could his body have so much yuan qi to squander? It's okay. Yang Kai also sat on the steps to recover his physical strength and spirit. Monster! Hu Jiao smiled bitterly. Chapter 151. After resting for half a day, the three of them once again set off, stepping onto the staircase that still remained. Time slowly passed, and on the third day after the towering structure fell to the ground, many of the disciples from the three sects could no longer hold on and began to escape one after another. Although they had yet to reach the peak, none of them showed any signs of depression. Instead, they were filled with excitement and joy. This was because everyone had more or less obtained some benefits from this trial, and many of them had directly broken through their current realm. This naturally made them happy. On the fourth day, even more people ran down. Some were sweating profusely, while others were shivering from the cold. After these people recovered, they still wanted to enter the light curtain again. But this time, no matter what method they used, there was no way for them to break through the light curtain's obstruction and climb the endless stairs. Realizing this, everyone knew that they only had one chance. If they missed it, they would never have another, causing many of them to feel regret in their hearts. Everyone thought that if they had been able to persevere inside, they would have obtained even greater benefits. The trial in front of them was like this, but how could many things in life not be like this? There was always only one chance, and if they did not grasp it properly, they would only lament after missing it. On the fifth day, more than half of the disciples from the three sects had withdrawn from the trial. Everyone gathered around the light curtain, envying those who were still persevering inside and lamenting their own choices. However, most of the discussions were about who would be able to reach the peak. Without a doubt, Su Yan's voice was the most popular, because everyone who had come out knew that the cold and hot alternated. Su Yan's secret art undoubtedly had a great advantage. Moreover, among the young disciples of the three sects, her strength was the strongest, so it was not surprising that she could reach the peak. This voice made many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples glow with pride. Su Yan's weight in the hearts of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not low. This was the same for both male and female disciples, because Su Yan's strength and nobility had exceeded the bottom line of their envy. All that was left was admiration and worship. On the 5,000th step, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters were still struggling. Yang Kai was still the same as before, but the appearance of the two sisters was not so good. It was not that they were tired. It was just that her appearance was somewhat alluring. The steamy stairs made them sweat profusely. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were watery, like two ripe peaches. He took a bite, and his mouth was filled with sweetness and juices. So hot! As Hu Jiao'er walked up, she used her hand to lift up her collar and gently fanned herself. Her body was faintly discernible. She wasn't wearing much to begin with. Now that she was sweating, her dress stuck to her body, outlining her perfect curves. Hu Mei'er was also sweating profusely. Her ruby-like lips were now a little dry. She kept licking her lips with her tongue to moisten them. "Why don't we rest a little more?" Hu Jiao'er said bitterly as she glared at Yang Kai walking in front of her. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, whose strength was much lower than hers, would be able to act as if nothing had happened. This made her feel both annoyed and impressed. Hearing her words, Yang Kai, who was walking in front of her, stopped. He turned his head to look at her and said, "It won't be hot if we walk a little more." Looking down at Hu Jiao'er's chest from a high vantage point, he was able to see the soul-stirring white and blood-boiling deep cleavage. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. Hu Jiao'er obviously also noticed her loss of self-control. She quickly put her collar back and covered it with her hands. She glared at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai laughed. Not only did he not withdraw his gaze, but he also unscrupulously lingered on the two sisters. Being stared at like this, the Hu sisters suddenly felt uncomfortable. The reason why they walked behind Yang Kai was because they were now soaking wet. How could they have the nerve to walk side by side with him? But they didn't expect this person to be so shameless and bold. "You're still looking." Hu Jiao'er vigilantly pulled her sister behind her, using her body to cover. Her face was red as she angrily glared at Yang Kai. "Ha ha!" Yang Kai was overjoyed. He turned his head and continued to walk forward. He opened his mouth and said, "This walk is extremely boring. There is some scenery on the side of the road, so naturally I have to stop and enjoy it." "I really misjudged you," Hu Jiao bitterly lamented. "I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be so filthy. I can't wait to dig out my own eyes and smash them in your face." Yang Kai didn't look back. He lightly said, "A man looking at a woman is a matter of course. What does this have to do with being a gentleman? Besides, if you are angry, you should dig out my eyes. Why dig out your own eyes? Jiao are you confused?" Hu Jiao was even more furious. Her chest heaved up and down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you want me to beat you up before you shut up? You're wrong again. Have you forgotten that you are here to protect me?" Yang Kai suddenly turned around and raised his eyebrows at her. His tone was full of ridicule. These words made Hu Jiao's face turn red. Her murderous aura disappeared in an instant. She shyly said, "Can you not mention this matter? It's embarrassing." Before, she took the initiative to come and protect Yang Kai. But now, it seemed that he didn't need any protection. Instead, it was the two sisters who slowed him down. When she thought of this matter, Hu Jiao was embarrassed. "Okay, you two talk less. If you have the strength, you might as well walk a few steps." Hu Mei stood up to smooth things over. "Humph, turn your head away. You're still looking." Hu Jiao glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't continue to argue with her. Following behind him, Hu Jiao whispered to her sister, "I don't think he is a good person. Be careful in the future. Don't let him eat your bones and not spit them out." "Sister." Hu Mei was extremely shy. After walking for an hour, Kai Yang suddenly came to a halt and stood quietly in place. The two sisters quickly stepped forward. When they set foot on the stairs where Yang Kai was, they couldn't help but shiver. "It's so cold." Hu Jiao rubbed the back of her hands, goosebumps rising all over her body. The two sisters' fragrant sweat was instantly frozen into ice shards. The 500th step changed and they arrived at the place where the cold attribute was. Without saying anything, the Hu sisters walked forward one by one and stuck to Yang Kai's side. Like quails in winter, they shivered incessantly. From the 3000th step until now, the three of them had spent their days like this. At the place where the yang attribute was, the two sisters followed behind Yang Kai. At the place where the cold attribute was, they snuggled up to Yang Kai for warmth. Along the way, there was a feeling of sharing weal and woe. Another day passed. When the three of them stopped to rest again, the Hu sisters looked at each other and nodded. It seemed as if they had come to a decision. "Yang Kai!" Hu Jiao suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" "We thought about it and decided that we won't go with you." Yang Kai showed a trace of surprise, but he didn't say anything and just waited for the rest. Hu Jiao bitterly said, "With your own leg strength, you should be faster. If it weren't for taking care of us, you definitely wouldn't be here now. If we go with you, we'll only be a burden." Hu Mei nodded slightly and said, "Sister wanted to protect you, but now it seems that the test here has little to do with your strength. There's no need for protection." Yang Kai still didn't say anything and just quietly looked at them. Hu Jiao smiled and said, "Do you think we're going to give up? We just don't want to go with you. You go your own way, we'll catch up." "Have you decided?" Yang Kai asked. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai said, "If you've decided, I won't persuade you." These two girls were good at understanding people, and persuading them would only make him look hypocritical. Looking up at the peak of the clouds, Yang Kai said, "Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. These few days weren't so boring." Hu Mei's face flashed with a trace of joy and shyness. The hostility and vigilance in Hu Jiao's heart was shattered by this sentence. "I will go to the top. I want to see what's at the top." Yang Kai turned around and stepped up. His speed was undoubtedly much faster than before. "Remember to tell us later," Hu Jiao said with a smile. "Okay." Waiting until Yang Kai's figure became a small black dot in their field of vision, the two sisters stood up and continued to walk up while bitterly resisting the invasion of the cold air. However, they didn't take more than a few steps before two soft gusts of wind suddenly appeared in the air. Under these gusts of wind, both of them couldn't help but lean back. In the next moment, the two of them felt light and unexpectedly floated up. They were directly sent out of the endless staircase by the two gusts of cold wind. When they came back to their senses, their bodies had already fallen outside the light curtain. Still in shock, she turned her head to look and found that many people were like her sisters. It was obvious that they had just been sent out, and there was some fear on their faces. Moreover, without exception, these people were all women, and there was not a single man. "Where's Yang Kai?" Hu Mei looked around, but didn't find any trace of Yang Kai. "He's still inside," Hu Jiao whispered, although she didn't know what had just happened. Since there was no trace of Yang Kai, he was definitely still inside. But why were only women sent out? The sudden appearance of a large group of girls also stunned the disciples of the three sects who had just come out. Not long after, the disciples of the three sects quickly surrounded them. Some asked about their well-being, while others asked about the situation of the women inside. After listening for a while, the Hu sisters discovered that their experience was the same as the two of them. While walking, they were suddenly wrapped in a soft wind and sent down. They didn't suffer any injuries. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.